On a desolate battlefield, a lone man stands against a horde of shadowy figures. He instructs a hooded woman to take two fallen companions back to the castle, assuring her he will buy them time. The woman, calling him Takumi-san, protests that it's impossible as he is only level 1. Her hand glows with a soft light as she insists it's all right. He turns, a confident smile on his face as a sphere of light materializes in his palm. He declares that he has a special skill for this very situation. A scene shifts abruptly. Now named as Takomi Seiki, he finds himself standing in a vast, opulent throne room. He and 3 others, all dressed in modern attire, face a king who welcomes them as the heroes destined to bring salvation to his country, on his circumstances. At 60 years old, he had just retired and was on a commemorative trip to Europe. What he initially dismissed as a dream now feels terrifyingly real. Explains that his kingdom, Caledonacia, is about to be invaded by the Demon King, and that they were all summoned through a hero-inviting ritual to defeat him. Overwhelmed, Takumi covers his face, feeling as though he's been thrown into a video game completely unprepared. Desperation. The king leans forward and begs them to save his world. Takumi internally scoffs at the request, thinking that at 60 years old, he's the one who needs help. In contrast, 2 of the younger summoned individuals appear intrigued by the challenge. He continues to think about how difficult it will be to cooperate, as he lives alone and has no family. Just then, a man in ornate robes steps forward, introducing himself as Augusta, a court magician. He announces that they will now check the heroes' abilities and ask for their names. The others introduced themselves first. Aiki Tanaka, a 16-year-old high school student, Kenji Takachi, a 23-year-old investor, and Nini Kurosaki, a third-year university student looking for a job. Augusta then turns to the final individual. He states his name is Takumi Seiki. He follows this by declaring he is 60 years old and has been unemployed for 8 years. His youthful appearance is so at odds with his words that the other 3 react with disbelief and confusion, wondering if he is joking. The king sternly asked him to refrain from joking. Takumi, genuinely perplexed, wonders what was so strange about what he said, deciding to get answers. Argus, that declares they will measure their abilities right away. He raises a finger and invokes a skill called Status Open, causing a translucent screen to materialize before a startled Nain Kirasaki. As the spell's effects manifested, glowing panels of light appeared before each of them. Aiki Tanaka stared at his, a slow realization dawning on his face before erupting into a triumphant shout. He was a hero, and his level was an astonishing 42. His exclamation drew the court's attention. Kenji Takachi calmly announced his own status as a wise man at level 40. The court officials murmured in approval. Then, Nine Kurosaki, trembling slightly, revealed she was a saint at level 52. A hero, a wise man, and a saint. The court erupted in celebration, believing their salvation was at hand. Amid the excitement, Augusta turned to the final summoned individual. He asked Takumi Seiki what his status was. Takumi, looking somewhat uncomfortable, pointed to his panel, revealing his occupation. God. The title gave Augusta pause. He remarked that God was clearly different from the professional roles of hero or sage. He pressed further, asking what skills Takomi possessed. Takomi showed him the panel, which listed only a single skill, creation of all things. Augusta acknowledged the grand name, but wondered if it was backed by an enormous level. Any hope tied to that grand skill name was instantly shattered. Takumi's status clearly displayed level 1. He tried to apologize as a wave of shock and disappointment washed over the onlookers. The atmosphere in the hall turned cold. His low level prompted a swift decision from Augusta, who declared that only the heroes would proceed to the stage. Aiki Tanaka shot Takumi a smug look, mocking him for being summoned without any useful ability. Takumi was left behind as the other 3 were led away. While he watched from the sidelines, King Caledonacia presented the 3 chosen heroes to a massive, cheering crowd from a grand balcony. The king's voice boomed, announcing that the Demon King's army would be invading the very next day, but that these heroes would ensure mankind's victory. Down in the crowd, Takumi processed the king's startling announcement. He approached a nearby soldier, trying to ask about the invasion, but the man initially brushed him off, caught up in the excitement. Takumi persisted, and the soldier confirmed the grave news. The Demon King's army was already approaching the royal city and would attack tomorrow. The soldier explained that their own forces were outnumbered 10-1, and that the hero's arrival was their only hope. He questioned why Takumi was surprised, stating that fighting the Demon King was the very reason they were summoned. From the crowd, Takumi watched the three on the balcony, a grim realization on his face as he understood the selfish burden placed upon them. Worried deepened. He thought it was insane to send 3 amateurs against such a massive army and felt that. As their elder, he had to stop it. The soldier assured him he didn't have to fight as only volunteers go to battle. He then commented that Takumi looked as young as his own son. Takumi quietly corrected him, revealing he had passed 60 this year, leaving the soldier utterly stunned. He considers the possibility that people in this world get younger as they age. The thought is absurd, yet he has felt strangely light since his arrival, free of the back pain and rheumatism that once plagued him. A glance in the mirror confirms the startling truth with a jolt. The realization solidifies. He is getting younger. He thinks of the other 3 who appear unchanged, and wonders why this phenomenon affects only him. Being summoned to another world to fight a demon king was strange enough, but this new development is even more bewildered. Meanwhile, the 3 designated heroes are led to a grand dining hall. A lavish feast prepared by the court's finest chef is spread before them. Aiki and Nine marvel at the gorgeous spread, its aroma filling the room. They begin to eat. The stark difference in their treatment becomes clear. While the heroes enjoy the banquet, Takumi sits alone at a small table with only a single loaf of bread. He grimaces, reflecting on the disparity between a hero and a faulty summon. Shaking off his melancholy, he rises and interrupts their meal, reminding them that they are expected to fight the Demon King's army, a force 10 times the size of the kingdoms. He insists there is no way a group of people with no actual battle experience can face such an overwhelming foe tomorrow. Aiki dismisses his concern, retorting that it's not 100 years too early for a battle. Kenji calmly tells Takumi not to worry, explaining that since they were summoned, they are involved, but he is not. He points out their different levels as the reason for his confidence. Shinji continues with a laugh, remarking that this seems to be the perfect time for his strategic magic to shine. Nine admits to being a little scared, but she steels her resolve, believing she can save the people of this world by fighting, seeing their naivete. Takumi warns them that this is not a game, but as Nine's determination solidifies, he cuts her off with a sharp command. "Don't!" he shouts, admonishing her for speaking of self-sacrifice at her young age. He tells her that, as an elder, he finds it disrespectful, comparing her to his own grandchild. Nene is taken aback by the word grandchild. Takumi immediately becomes flustered, realizing that bringing up his true age only complicates matters given his youthful appearance. Just then, a group of robed instructors arrives, announcing that the heroes will receive a lecture in preparation for the next day's battle and will be guided to separate rooms. Kenji and Aiki rise, eager to test their magic. As they depart, Nani glances back at Takumi, who can only watch them go. Before leaving, she thanks him for his concern, admitting that while she has been worried since arriving, his words have helped calm her. The door closes, leaving Takumi alone in the dining hall. A moment later, a maid appears, informing him that a guest room has been prepared for him as well. His expression remains grim. Elsewhere in the castle, the court magician Argusta confers with a knight captain. The knight asks how they should dispose of the remaining foreigner. Argusta dismisses, making him disappear immediately, fearing it would upset the heroes. Instead, he decides to leave the lost guy in the castle until the battle is over. Afterwards, they can simply expel him from the town, cynically noting that even a level 1 human can survive in the outside world. Back in his room, Takumi summons a status screen. He examines the display, recalling that each item represents physical, offensive, and defensive power. While an ordinary soldier's stats average around 20 and a monster's around 70, his own numbers are impossibly high, maxed out at 999,999 for every attribute. He stares in disbelief, wondering if the display is simply broken. He decides there's no point in dwelling on things if he doesn't understand and lies down, resolving to check it again tomorrow. Just as he drifts off, a violent tremor shakes the room, jolting him awake. He sits up abruptly, startled by the sudden commotion. The rumbling continues, and he scrambles to the window to investigate the source of a noise. Peering outside, his eyes widen at the sight of a vast, dark mass swarming across the horizon. He realizes with a sinking feeling that the battle has begun. It is the Demon King's army. Without hesitation, he runs from the castle into the streets, noticing that all the citizens are rushing indoors. Something feels off. He knows the battlefield should be visible from the top of the wall, so he races towards it, determined to get a better view of the situation. The scene shifts to the front lines, where Aiki Tanaka cars a path through the demonic horde. With a wild cry, he swings his weapon with ferocious glee, shouting that he'll cut them all down. Nearby, Kenji Takachi unleashes a torrent of fire, commanding the demons to burn in his flames. At the same time, Nene Kirasaki stands firm, telling her companions to leave the defense to her. The ramparts, Takumi sees that the kingdom's soldiers are merely watching the battle unfold. He confronts one of them, demanding to know why they aren't fighting. The soldier replies that it is the king's order to leave everything to the three heroes. Annoyed, Takumi decides he must speak to the king himself and have him stop this. He spots the royal party watching from a nearby tower, seeing that everyone is distracted by the fighting. He finds a ladder and realizes he can climb up to them unnoticed. As he ascends, he overhears a strange conversation. The king chuckles, admitting to Augusta that he initially thought the summoning ritual was a waste. Augusta agrees, noting that one of the heroes lacks both strength and magic. From his hiding spot, Takumi listens in horror as Augusta reveals he taught the heroes self-destruct magic, passing it off as something else. Augusta coldly explains his plan. Hopefully, half of the Demon King's army will be destroyed in the blast. He has led the heroes to believe in revival magic, which he knows for a fact does not exist. The king roars with laughter at the heroes' foolishness. Augusta adds that this will also serve to call the demon army. Takumi can only stare aghast at the monstrous betrayal. He steps out from his hiding place, his voice cutting through their conversation. "Please wait," he calls out. Augusta, startled, demands to know who he is while the king dismisses him as a mere outsider who has lost his way. Unfazed, Takumi challenges their decision, declaring that sacrificing those who seek help is far too unreasonable. King scoffs at his plea, questioning what could possibly be wrong with sacrificing only 3 foreigners to save entire country. He declares it the correct decision for a ruler. The cold logic makes Takumi tremble, and he realizes his youthful body is causing his blood to rise. Yet he reminds himself that half a century of life has taught him how to overcome such emotional surges. As he regains his composure, Augusta coldly adds that the heroes were summoned, but never forced to accept their roles. Despite this, Takumi bows his head, his voice filled with urgency. He insists that they are still young and full of promise, pleading with the king to save their lives. The king's expression twists into a cruel smile. With a sharp clack, he sets down his goblet and delivers his verdict. "I refuse, at his word," Augusta points, branding Takumi a rebel and ordering his immediate execution. The king elaborates with a sneer, stating that a hero is only truly a hero when they die, and that this outsider must be eliminated completely. With a malicious glint in his eye, the king makes a final, chilling offer to add Takumi to the last seat of the hero. Instantly, the royal guards lunge forward, their spear points converging on him from all sides. A deafening roar echoes from the horizon as a massive horde of demonic creatures stomps toward the castle. Their sheer numbers are overwhelming, a tide of darkness threatening to engulf the fortress. Standing against this relentless onslaught are 3 lone figures. Aiki Tanaka leads the charge, flanked by Kenji Takachi and Nene Kirasaki, cursing the enemy's persistence. His teeth, wondering how many more they must defeat. He feels he can hold on for a long time, but not forever. As a monster lunges, its jaws wide, a grim realization dawns on him. This could be the end. Before the creature can strike, a massive rock slams into it with a deafening crash. Kenji Takachi shouts from a distance, asking what's taking so long, and calling Aiki by the name Konami. Aiki yells back, telling him to stop using that name and questioning his sanity for throwing giant rocks around. Kenji dismisses his concern, but Aiki insists that using a whole code would be even worse. The powerful spell takes its toll. Kenji clutches his head, admitting he's running low on magic, though he can still manage smaller attacks. Seeing this, Nene Kurosaki calls out to them, urging them to stay strong. She assures them she has enough magic to heal them if they focus on offense, believing reinforcements will come if they can just hold out. She then conjures a sacred light barrier, a doma protection that repels harm, reduces the enemy's power, and increases their own. Despite the advantage, she notes with concern that their magic is steadily draining. As the light within the barrier seems to dim, Aiki winds up for another attack, shouting, "Hero Punch." His punch connects, but immediately after, Aiki collapses unconscious. Kenji and Nene cry out his name. The sight triggers a memory for Kenji. The court magician, Argusta, had warned that running out of magic would lead to unconsciousness and eventually death. Realizing his own limit is near, Kenji resolves to use his secret ultimate magic, a self-destruct spell that will annihilate everything. He tries to calm Nin, explaining that it's fine since they're from another world and can be revived like in a video game, when she questions why the rules would be different for them. He confidently states it's because they're the chosen ones. He boasts of his online fame as the legendary Tanji, claiming to have beaten armies like this thousands of times, and tells her to leave the rest to him, his confidence swelling into arrogance. Kenji raises a hand to the sky, a manic grin spreading across his face. He addresses the monsters as weaklings and prepares to activate his final gambit, Suicide Bomb. He declares that they will all taste regret for daring to face it. Just as the spell is about to unleash its devastating power, a sharp impact cuts it short. Aiki, back on his feet, has driven his fist into Kenji's face, shouting for him to stop. Nene can only watch, stunned, as she whispers Kenji's nickname, Konami. The ground nearby. Takumi's Seiki awakens, scratching his head with a cheerful grin. He sees Nene Kurosaki on the ground and expresses his relief that she's all right. Nene, startled, asks why he is there, warning him that monsters are everywhere. Takumi, looking puzzled, can only begin to explain that it's a funny story. His confusion deepens as he processes his situation. He clearly remembers being hit by arrows and falling from the tower wall. Yet, as he examines himself, he finds he is perfectly fine without a single hole in his clothes. Pushing the mystery aside, he realizes he must save the kids before they cast their suicide match. His thoughts are cut short by the sight of a demonic horde advancing on him. He recalls that he is merely a level 1 layman and feels his age slowing him down. However, a memory of his youth surfaces. He was once a star baseball pitcher. He picks up a small pebble, a glint of determination in his eyes. With a powerful throw, the pebble strikes a monster, creating a small but potent explosion on impact. Takumi is amazed by the destructive power imbued in the simple stone, seeing the vast number of enemies still before him. He steels himself to begin the fight in earnest. He continues his assault, felling monsters with precisely thrown stones. He notes with relief that their bodies turn to dust upon defeat. While pleased that stones are effective, he idly wishes for something more efficient, like a defense force pistol. To his shock, a pistol materializes in his hand with a metallic gleam. Without hesitation, he fires the weapon, the shots tearing through the demonic ranks. The pistol proves incredibly effective, but just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanishes from his grasp. He stares at his empty hand in disbelief as the last monster he shot disintegrates, contemplates this strange new power. It seems to function like a status open command. He simply has to think of something for it to appear. He tests this hypothesis by concentrating on a pistol again, and it reappears. He lets it fall, and it vanishes. Convinced, he recalls an action movie he recently watched and gets a new idea. His idea manifests instantly. A large rocket launcher appears in his hands. It worked as the remaining monsters stomp and growl towards him. He takes aim, thinking it's as simple as pointing and squeezing the trigger. A massive explosion erupts from the weapon. The rocket obliterates a swath of the horde. He runs through the aftermath, remarking that this is much better than throwing rocks. Through the smoke, he spots the three kids in a distance. His eyes fix on one of them, recognizing the specific pose they've taken. He realizes with horror that it's the pose for their special move, the suicide bomb magic. Knowing he has to stop him, Takumi drops the launcher and breaks into a desperate sprint, shouting for him to stop as the magic begins to gather. He stared in horror, the realization crashing down on him. That was a monster-killing stone. He hadn't just stopped Kenji, he had killed him. As this thought consumed him, Nin rushed to his side, relieved that he was alive and his limbs were still attached. Nearby, the bodies of Kenji and Aiki lay motionless on a ravaged ground. Shaking off a shock, he told Nin it was time to retreat. She immediately protested, arguing that they couldn't run away when the king and everyone in the castle were counting on them. She insisted that reinforcements would arrive any minute, and that their own lives were not in danger, because unlike the people of this world, they could be revived if they died. Hermes's guided faith spurred him to action. He grabbed her by the shoulders, his voice urgent as he explained that she had been lied to. This wasn't a video game. It was real, and death was final. He declared that the king viewed them as nothing more than disposable pawns and had lied about the reinforcements, pointing out that the castle gates were already shut tight. He let go, immediately apologizing for yelling at her. Nin stood silently for a moment, processing his words. Then a small, genuine smile broke through her confusion, and she thanked him for coming to save them. Her spirits seemed to lift. She noted the irony that she, the saint with indomitable spirit skill, was the one being cheered up. Seeing an opening, Takumi proposed a new plan. They would regroup at the castle. He would create a diversion while she escorted the others to safety. Nene, however, asserted her strength as the saint, insisting she was more than capable of handling herself. Despite her resolve, Nin pleaded with him not to fight, reminding him that he was only level 1 and would surely die. He simply reassured her that he would be fine, and that he would use his skill. As he spoke, a large 4-barreled weapon materialized from thin air into his hands, leaving Nin utterly stunned, stared at the object in wonder, asking if it was a summoning skill. He explained that he had a skill called creation of all things, and had simply picked a word to describe it. With no more time to waste, he ordered her to secure their escape and take care of the sage and the hero. With a determined expression, Nin accepted her duty as she turned to help the others. He faced the oncoming horde of grotesque monsters. A confident grin spread across his face as he raised the weapon, declaring it was time to take out the trash. A rocket erupted from the launcher, followed by a massive explosion that tore through the enemy ranks. He called out to the others, promising he would be back. The battlefield shook with a series of powerful detonations, sending smoke and shrapnel flying. Watching the aftermath, he judged that he had pushed the enemy back far enough. It was time to retreat to the castle. He ran towards the towering castle gates, weapons still held ready, only to stop short. Nin was there, pounding her fists against the unmoving wood. He called out to her, asking what was wrong. Her voice was laced with panic as she delivered the terrible news. They couldn't get inside. The gate was sealed. He pounds on a massive gate, demanding to know what the guards are doing. With gritted teeth, he roars for them to open up immediately, furious that they refuse to accept the truth of the situation, even after seeing it with their own eyes. Beside him, Nin looks on with concern. From the ramparts, King Kale Donacia glares down, questioning why Takumi is not yet dead. He declares that a hero's purpose is to annihilate the Demon King's army and orders him to get back to it, threatening to kill him on the spot if he refuses. As arrows begin to fly from the walls, Nin urges Takumi to back away, realizing they are trapped between two enemies. His decision made, Takumi concludes they have no choice but to keep fighting the monsters. He calmly turns, aiming the rocket launcher not at the demons, but backwards, directly at the castle gate. Nin cries out his name in alarm as he fires the weapon with a deafening boom. The resulting explosion shatters the gate and a section of the wall, sending rubble flying. The king stares in disbelief and fury, realizing the tire kicker has forced his hand. He bellows for his army to be dispatched at once to stop the demon king's forces and protect it. As the king's forces pour out from the breach, Nini turns to Takumi. She asks him to take the others to safety, but he simply smiles and declares that he will be the one to fight the demon king's army. She protests, insisting he could do more good by staying behind with them. Takumi disagrees, explaining that a saint like her is special. They heal and encourage the downtrodden. He tells her that the people will truly need her after the battle is over. As for himself, he says with a wink, he's just a lemon of a summon, and they'll be fine without a foot. He dismisses her concerns and suddenly dashes away with incredible speed, leaving Nin calling after him as he zips past the startled royal knights. As he runs, he reflects on his situation. He never understood why he was summoned. He was already retired and had planned to spend the rest of his days resting his old bones and trusting the future to the next generation. He skits to a halt before the vast horde of monsters, realizing a simple rocket launcher won't be enough. For such an unrealistic situation, he needs an equally unrealistic solution. His mind drifts back to an anime he loved in high school, one he watched reruns constantly. Mind latches onto a memory of a small fleet of spaceships defending Earth from giant enemy ships. As the idea forms, he suddenly finds himself inside a cockpit that feels strangely familiar. A synthesized voice announces weapon initialization is complete, and the charge is at 120%. He looks at his hand, bewildered that he could have actually created this. In the skies above the battlefield, a colossal, heavily armed spaceship materializes from thin air. Its powerful engines ignite, propelling it forward with immense force to meet the oncoming demonic tide. A deafening roar erupts from a spaceship, sending a powerful shockwave across the land. Nene, Aiki, Kenji, and the surrounding soldiers are thrown into disarray, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed before them. Sound fades, revealing the aftermath. A colossal trench, carved deep into the earth, stretching towards the distant mountains where the demon army once stood. Standing at the edge of the devastation, Takumi grins, a slight hiccup escaping him. He muses that without the Demon King's army in the way, the view of the mountain range is quite spectacular, even if he did accidentally blow up half the countryside to achieve it. He turns his back on the scene, leaving the kingdom's soldiers to stare in stunned silence. One of the knights asks what just happened, suggesting they investigate. Another swallows hard, wondering if they've found themselves in a situation where a simple apology won't suffice for the damage done. As they grapple with the display of power, Takumi begins to run down the enormous channel he created, reflecting that some problems can only be run away from, and he finds himself in one now. In the quiet countryside, a man works the fields under a vast sky, a familiar tune on his lips. From a distance, fellow farmers call out, inviting him to take a break with them. He turns with a bright smile, raising a hand in acknowledgement. "Be right there," he calls back, his voice full of cheerful energy. Sitting with the villagers, Takumi reflects on his new life. It has been 2 weeks since the Demon Lord's army was defeated, an event that has allowed him to settle in Pennant Village. However, he recalls with a sigh that his victory came at a cost. He accidentally obliterated a mountain range and even shot the king with a rocket launcher. These deeds, misunderstood by the kingdom, have resulted in wanted posters being issued for his capture, forcing him into this quiet retirement. He continues his musings on how he ended up here. After fleeing the capital, he helped the village by digging a well, and that simple act led to him staying. His thoughts are interrupted when an old man asks if he can repair Grandma Jen's roof. Takumi readily agrees, promising to head over after he's done in the fields. He has become a town's handyman, a role he seems to enjoy as local children cheerfully greet him. Using his unique skill, creation of all things, he effortlessly produces a stepladder and a hammer to complete the roof repair. He notes its usefulness, even with the limitation that he can't create raw building materials. An elderly woman thanks and warmly. As he walks through the village, Takumi feels a sense of contentment, finding this leisurely second life where he can be helpful to others to be quite nice. His peaceful stroll is suddenly interrupted by the sight of a group of teenagers on his lawn. There are clearly outsiders, and a jolt of alarm runs through him. He wonders if there are bounty hunters who have tracked him down. Before he can react, a villager spots him and calls out, remarking on his perfect timing. The situation becomes clear as the scene shifts to a forced path. The spiky-haired youth introduces himself as Carrots, the leader of an adventuring party called Blue Wolf's Mane. Takumi, now acting as their guide, is relieved. He had misjudged them and remind himself not to be so quick to assume the worst of people. Carrots explains their mission, a monster extermination request from a guild, leading them to a cave in Kangarooza Forest. Takumi asks if these monsters are related to the Demon Lord's arm. Carrots clarifies that it's not common knowledge, but monsters tend to appear in rural areas where magic stagnates. The longer they are left unchecked, the more powerful they become. Thus, the nation sends adventurers to eliminate them while they are still weak. As he speaks, the dark-haired girl in their party turns to Takumi with a playful wink. She introduces herself as Renee, abandoned, and calls him Takumen, leaving him utterly stunned. Renee enthusiastically slaps his back, declaring that she likes him and he should join their party. The others chuckle, suggesting her claim of being abandoned is as serious as their own titles of hero or sage. As Takumi processes the chaotic invitation, his gaze falls on the hooded member of the party. He wonders why they would need a guide, and as if in response, the figure pulls back her hood, revealing the delicate features of an elf. She observes him coolly, noting that while he looks soft, he's actually quite sharp. Carrots formally introduces her as Furkarina, the elf. Takumi is left speechless, staring at her. Flustered by his intense gaze, Furkarina pulls her hood back up, asking why humans are like this. Snapping out of it, Takumi apologizes profusely, admitting he was staring because she is so beautiful. Carrots bursts out laughing, explaining that elves are a rare sight in these parts. Karina blushes, pulling her hood down slightly. She can see that she has heard worse excuses, though her expression remains one of mild embarrassment. She listens as Carrots turns his attention back to Takumi, continuing their earlier conversation. He asks if Takumi is familiar with the demon army's recent attack on the royal capital, explaining that the chaos has prevented the usual adventuring parties from making repeat visits to this area. Takumi learns that, according to the rumors, His Majesty the King personally commanded the army from the front lines. Alongside the 3 summoned heroes, they supposedly defeated over 100,000 demons, throwing the capital into disarray. Because of this, the guild was in a hurry to send any available party, which is why they are here. Changing the subject, Takumi then asks a personal question. Why is their party named Blue Wolfsman? His question catches Carrots off guard. The party leader flushes, admitting with a laugh that he simply thought the name sounded cool. Takumi playfully points out that a wolf without its mane would be quite chilly, causing Carrots to cry out in embarrassment as the group continues their trek up the rocky path. As they ascend, the path grows incredibly steep. Renee pants, questioning the difficulty of the road, and Furkarina agrees that even a hardened adventurer would struggle. Carrots notes that it's a good thing they have a native guide, but Takumi corrects him, revealing that he isn't actually from the nearby village, explains how he knows the trail. The village mayor, a kind man, had told him about the delicious birds in the kangaroos of forest. Since the villagers provide Takumi with his meals, the mayor asked him to fetch these birds as ingredients in return. Though his companions seem skeptical, they note his confidence. He continues, confirming the birds were indeed delicious, and that he caught so many they had a feast. His story is met with laughter from the party, but Carrots, still catching his breath, asks a practical question. How does he hunt birds without a bow? The Kumi cheerfully announces that he doesn't need one. He just throws very small rocks. The revelation stuns Renee and Furkarina. He admits it was difficult at first, but with practice, it became as easy as shooting fish in a barrel, pantomiming a throw that makes a comical splashing sound. He points ahead, indicating the cave they're looking for is nearby. Before they can proceed, Renee stops him, calling him Takuman. She formally invites him to join their party, reasoning that since he isn't a local, he's free to leave. His ability to hunt with mere rocks convinces her that his level must be incredibly high. Her offer is met with a polite refusal. Takumi scratches his head sheepishly, thanking her for the invite, but revealing that he is actually only level 1. The entire party is shocked into silence. Renee immediately retracts the offer. As the others whisper frantically, Koretz demands to note Takumi's stats, while Takumi himself looks at his status screen, noting that it's just a long line of 9s. He explained that a level 1 adventurer's stats normally don't exceed 12, with a grimace. He apologized, admitting his mistake and not checking Takumi's status beforehand. Because of the monsters in the area, he told Takumi they couldn't allow him into the cave, but promised to escort him home once their mission was complete. Akumi, however, seemed unfazed, remarking that he would simply be their guide now, as he'd been to this dangerous place more than once. With the path ahead looking smooth, the party ventured deeper into the cave. Carrots took the lead, ordering them into a battle formation and asking Furkarina to provide a source of life. At his command, Furkarina began to chant, her hands glowing. She summoned a will, wisp, a brilliant orb of light born from elemental spirit magic that rejects darkness. Both Takumi and Renee watched in awe. As he observed the display, Takumi considered that he could probably create a light source as well, if needed. His internal thought manifested instantly. A bright flash erupted as Takumi suddenly held a glowing lantern. He explained that it was a skill called creating LED lantern. Startled by the sudden light, Carrots and Renee asked what was wrong. Takumi sheepishly apologized for the involuntary outburst, explaining that his skill could create whatever he thought of. The sudden light left Furkarina still holding her spells pose, wondering if she was now a useless lamp. She quickly admitted she was kidding and thanked Takumi, explaining that maintaining multiple spells is difficult, so his help was greatly appreciated. Carrots agreed, officially assigning Takumi the role of light-bearer. Just as they prepared to move on, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the darkness. A swarm of creatures emerged from the shadows. Renee identified them as flying poison rats, warning the others not to get bitten by their paralytic poison. Carrots immediately took command, ordering Takumi to take cover while Renee held the right flank. He then instructed Furkarina to use her wind magic, and she unleashed a powerful airway. As the spell blasted through the swarm, the warriors lunged forward. Renee and Carrots moved in perfect sync, their blades flashing as they cut down the flying monsters with swift, precise strikes. His safe position to come watch them fight, impressed by their skill. He observed that while the enemies were weak, their sheer numbers would make it difficult for the 3 adventurers. The situation reminded him of wild bird hunting, but he realized this was even easier as he didn't need to hold back. With a flick of his fingers, he sent tiny projectiles of energy zipping through the air, felling several rats instantly. Effortless attack decimated the remaining swarm. Carrots paused, surprised at how quickly the fight ended, remarking that he thought there were more. Takumi suggested they stay back and let him lend a hand. Seeing the threat was neutralized, Carrots decided it was time to record their progress. He held up a card which glowed and displayed a tally, 33 minimum bats, a solid number. Satisfied, he turned to hand the card to Furkarina. Takumi asked what it was. As he answered, Carrot suddenly clutched his chest and coughed, explaining through his discomfort that it was the party's recording card. He listened as Furkarina continued her explanation of the magic card. She clarified that it records information on defeated monsters, which the guild then uses to determine the party's pay and rewards for quest. Carrots added that each monster has a threat rank. Defeating higher rank monsters improves the party's standing, but is also more dangerous. A party can only accept quests that match their current rank, a system that helps track each member's contribution. Takumi found the concept quite convenient. As he considered this, Renee cheerfully announced the current tally. 8 kills for Furkarina and 25 for herself, a new record. She then turned to Takumi, teasingly pointing out that since he didn't fight, he had nothing to record. Carrots laughed heartily at the jest. Renee suggested Takumi could at least be their stooge and hold the card. With a small smile, Takumi took the device, which chimed as it displayed the party scores. The moment the card was in his hand, it began to glow intensely. A loud, mechanical whirring erupted from it, like a slot machine paying out a jackpot. The display, once static, now showed countless entries scrolling past an impossible speed. Takumi stared, wide-eyed and sweating, as the sound filled the air. He could only think one thing: oops. The commotion seemed to go unnoticed by Carrots, who casually tucked his own card away. He urged the party to hurry onward, noting they had hardly fought yet, and there were likely more monsters ahead. But Takumi wasn't listening. He stared down at his hand, a look of dawning horror on his face. Oh no, he thought, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. Did I do it again? Surrounded by a screeching swarm of bat-like monsters. Carrots yells for Renee and Furkarina to get moving. Furkarina declares she's using wind magic and asks Renee for cover. Renee readily agrees, urging the elf to unleash her spell as she gathers a swirling orb of energy in her hands. With a powerful cry, she thrust her hand forward, unleashing a massive blast of concussive force called airway. The spell rips through the swarm. A confident smile crosses Renee's face as she watches the monsters get torn apart, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. Watching from a safe distance, Takumi praises their teamwork, privately admitting he helped a little. As the group reconvenes, Furkarina examines a monster card he fixed for her. It now functions correctly, displaying a count of 11 defeated small bats, that the creatures seem too tough to be the weakest type. Carrots agrees, noting he even spotted a medium bat in a swarm and concluding that the monsters grow stronger the deeper they go. As they discuss this, Takumi calls out, urging them to come see what he's found. Discovery is another tunnel, one that appears to run deep into the rock. Renee points out the freshly broken stones at its entrance, devoid of moss. As a dark energy seems to flow from the opening, Furkarina closes her eyes, sensing a powerful magic and announcing her intent to commune with the spirits. As she concentrates, the others ask what she senses. Furkarina explains that the magical power is strong enough to indicate a manicavern, but something is strange. In a place with this much power, she would expect to find the strongest monsters, like maximum bats, and for the local spirits to be complaining, but they are not. Hearing this, Carrots asks for clarification on what a man of cavern is. Renee explains it's a place where a C-rank threat, like a maximum bat, becomes extremely ferocious, and that their party would be no match for even one. Realizing they are caught between this new danger and the monsters behind them, Carrots declares the situation is beyond their capabilities and they must return to the city to request a subjugation squad. His decision, however, is fraught with doubt. He worries that protocol would require a research team to verify the threat first. Takumi interrupts, voicing a critical concern. What about the nearby Pennant village? Renee agrees, realizing that a horde of monsters could emerge from the cavern at any moment and head straight for the village. Carrots argues their party's level is too low to proceed safely. Furkarina wonders if they could survey the cavern themselves. After a moment of tense silence, Renee makes a command decision, declaring they have no choice but to hurry back. She orders Carrots and Furkarina to run ahead. She and Takumi will cover their retreat, because every second counts. As two of their party prepared to leave, Carrots addressed the remaining pair. He told Renee they were counting on her, then asked for Karina for light. With a heavy heart, he apologized, lamenting that if only they were more powerful, they could have at least scouted the area themselves. Takumi, taken aback by the sudden apology, quickly insisted that it was fine, and that they would appeal the headquarters for a subjugation team as soon as they reached the guild. Watch them depart. turning his attention to the narrow tunnel ahead. It could become a man of cavern at any moment. He mused, and once it did, monsters would surely storm the outside. A sudden realization struck him as he looked around the empty cave entrance. Renee was gone. Wondering if she had gone ahead, he decided to cautiously advance. He felt he couldn't accomplish much alone, but if he could at least gauge the cavern size, it might help the subjugation team. As he crept forward, Renee suddenly appeared behind him with a startling jump with a wide grin. She declared, "Let's do this to comment." Surprise, but determined. He agreed, heart pounded as he asked what she was doing there. Renee casually replied that she couldn't just let him go alone, reminding him that he was their ace who had volunteered to check things out. She admitted that she found his excessive kindness endearing, then playfully pointed out that her presence also put her in danger, laughing at the irony of him being only level 1. She continued, explaining that she really wanted to explore this place anyway, and would leave the boring task to Carrots. As they walked deeper, she declared that if they needed to flee, she would run in front. Takumi saw through her excuses, recognizing her underlying kindness, patting her on the back. He called her a good person and insisted, ladies first, of course. Together they ventured further into the darkness as bats fluttered above. Takumi observed that it was getting brighter ahead. Renee, recalling Furkarina's theory, remarked that the light was likely caused by the spirits throwing a fit. Narrow passage suddenly opened into a colossal cavern. Swarms of bats filled the air above a vast underground lake. Takumi stared in disbelief, realizing the true nature of the place. Renee explained that the presence of water mixed with magic was why the spirit-based spells hadn't worked. Her expression hardened as she delivered the grim news. The entire underground lake was already one giant man of cavern. She elaborated that magic normally gathers in one spot to form a cavern quickly, but here it had flowed into the water and spread out over a long period, turning the whole area into a single, massive source of power. The implication struck Takumi. This was far more dangerous than a typical man of cavern. Renee confirmed his fear, admitting she didn't want to imagine the consequences. She urged him to retreat, stating that this threat was larger than the entire guild and would require an army. But as she spoke, her senses flared. Her eyes widened in terror as she screamed, "Get down to coming!" His gaze shot upward in response to a cry. A colossal, powerfully built, bat-like humanoid creature was descending from the cavern ceiling, its monstrous form blotting out the faint light. He watches as the colossal bat monster bares its teeth. Beside him, Renee expresses regret for their predicament, admitting she blundered right into the creature's lair. She bravely offers to hold it off so he can escape, but Takumi, clutching a small stone, can only stare in disbelief at her proposal, rises to his feet, ignoring Renee's frantic question. A powerful weapon could defeat the beast. He realizes, but the risk of collapsing the cavern is too great. Instead, he decides on a different approach, one reminiscent of his past battles, and lunges forward. The small stone he held flies from his hand, a tiny projectile against the massive creature. It sails directly into the Bat-Lord's gaping maw, striking true. The monster recoils, its wings beating wildly in surprise and pain. The impact triggers a wave of petrification, turning the Bat-Lord and the surrounding swarm of smaller bats into brittle stone that immediately shatters. Takumi pumps his fist in victory, cheering his bowling strike. A stunned Renee demands to know what that object was, prompting him to sheepishly admit he chose the wrong sports metaphor. Their victory is short-lived. The remaining swarm of bats now swarms towards them, their attention fully drawn. Simultaneously, the cavern walls begin to fracture, glowing with an intense energy. Renee identifies it as a mana overflow, wondering with dread if their actions triggered it. Meanwhile, sprinting towards the village for help, Carrots and Furkarina are stopped by a tremendous rumbling from the cave. They turn just in time to see a monstrous shape emerging from the entrance, a sight that fills them both with a sense of impending doom. Inside the collapsing cavern, Takumi urges Renee to flee as debris rains down. She stumbles and falls under the onslaught. Through the chaos, they see the bright light of the exit, but their hope turns to horror as they realize the monsters are already pouring out into the world. His thoughts immediately turn to the village, now completely vulnerable. With the cavern roof gone, he desperately tries to conceive of something he can create, something massive enough to plug the enormous opening and contain the escaping monsters. But his mind draws a blank under the immense pressure. Outside, Carrots warns Furcarina to keep her distance, knowing they are powerless against the cataclysm unfolding before them. They can only watch in stunned silence as a truly colossal entity begins to rise from the rubble of the cave mouth. The emerging form reveals itself to be a gargantuan dragon, seemingly sculpted from the very earth and rock of the mountain. Its single visible eye glares with ancient malice, a new, far greater threat now unleashed upon the land. The colossal creature, born from the cavern's collapse, stood immense against the sky. Its body, a mountain of jagged rock and earth, shifted with terrifying power. It surveyed the landscape, its single eye glowing with an ancient destructive light, as a low growl rumbled from his throat, a sound like grinding stone, as its maw opened in the silent roar. Its colossal foot crashed down, shaking the very foundations of the world. Watching this display of overwhelming power, a shadow fell across Takumi's face, and a single word escaped his lips. Monster. He recalled images from his past life of enormous creatures trampling cities on a screen. This was no different. He mused that whether it was a monster or a mana cavern, he couldn't believe he had actually created something so immense. Holding Renee close, he admitted to himself that he couldn't say the result was entirely bad. Inside the Roland branch of the Adventurers Guild, Carrot stands at the counter protesting loudly. He questions why the guild cannot authorize his party's request for the detection and destruction of an undiscovered monster den. The receptionist explains the guild's position. A scouting party investigated and found that the cave had been completely destroyed, leaving only a massive depression in the earth. She acknowledges that if the quests were authorized, their party's rank-up would be guaranteed, but without a verifiable site, they have no choice. Explain the truth of the matter. An unknown massive beast had roared and stomped the cave into oblivion. The receptionist, however, remains unconvinced, advising him to give up because no one at the guild would believe such a fantastic story. He continues his account, recalling how Renee was injured and passed out inside the cave. It was a man from the village who guided them to her and ultimately saved her. The memory flashes back to Takumi, carrying the unconscious Renee, whom he then healed with his magic. The story has an unexpected effect on the receptionist. Her professional demeanor melts away as she blushes, her eyes sparkling. The idea of someone risking their life to save a girl strikes her as incredibly cool, and she immediately starts asking if this hero is handsome or single from her table. Furcarina offers a description from an elf standpoint. She calls him a weird guy who looks young but carries himself with a relaxed attitude of an older man. The receptionist considers this, musing that he sounds like an old man, but also seems like a warm, good person despite being a bit zoned out. A moment later, Renee sighs deeply, catching Furcarina's attention. Carrots immediately assumes she's thinking of Takumi, which sends the receptionist into a flurry of excitement at the prospect of a romance. Renee quickly shuts them all down, insisting she was thinking of something serious and telling them not to get so worked up. She then recounts another incredible event she witnessed firsthand, holding up a small rock. She explains that when their party was attacked by a swarm of maximum bats to come me through a single stone, just like it, and blew them all away. She asks if they would believe such a thing, but confirmed she saw it with her own eyes, however, are unconvinced. Carrots flatly states there's no way that's possible. Furcarina, with a slight smile, gently suggests that since Renee was passed out, she might have just been dreaming. The receptionist cuts through the debate, her professional tone returning. She states that she doesn't understand what they're talking about, but the guild's decision is final. She reminds them they still haven't completed their labeling and instructs them to finish the quest. At her words, Carrots jumps, exclaiming that he'd completely forgotten something. She begins processing their completed F-ranked, monster-thinning mission, asking for their adventure cards, placing them one by one onto a glowing circular device. She prepares to update their records. Checking their individual cards, she confirms that Carrots is still E rank, Renee is E, and Furkarina is D. Their ranks remain unchanged, much to Carrots' tearful disappointment. She then moves to process their party card for the Blue Wolf May. As she places the party card onto the device, she notices something is amiss. The processing is taking far longer than usual. Her professional smile fades into a look of quiet concern. Suddenly, a cry of pure shock echoes through the guild. The receptionist trembles, staring at the card in disbelief. She demands to know if it's a joke, revealing the impossible result. Their party rank is now SS rank, with a record of over 78,000 monsters defeated. Party members are stunned. Carrots and Furkarina to shout out SS rank, having believed S rank was the highest possible. Renee corrects them, explaining that SS is the highest rank in the world. In a flash of bewildered pride, the Blue Wolf main party strikes a triumphant pose. Their shock quickly turns to confusion. Carrots wonders if the sensor is broken, but the receptionist insists it's not. Furkarina speculates about illusion magic before voicing another possibility. Perhaps Takumi was responsible. Renee's eyes widen as she remembers a key detail. She points out that Takumi was the very last person to touch their adventure card before Catherine, the receptionist, handled it. The group considers this. Carrots recalls Takumi's claim of being level 1 with a status of all 9s. Furkarina adds that none of them actually witnessed him kill the bats with the thrown rock. The receptionist listens, piecing the puzzle together. The receptionist voices a startling theory. She asks if this Takumi, who just started living in Pennant, could be one of the 3 legendary heroes who protected the capital from the demon army. The time frame matches the legends. Furkarina finds it hard to believe, remarking that he didn't seem like a hero at all. Carrots makes a firm decision. Despite the long 4-day trip, he insists they must return to Pennant and speak with Takumi directly. Renee and Furkarina agree, admitting the mystery is too great to ignore. Catherine tells them she will handle any inquiries from guild headquarters, and Carrots thanks her as the party resolves to set out. Her resolve was absolute, with fists raised alongside her companions. Renee declared her intention to uncover the truth about the man known as Takumi. At the guild counter, she handed over the necessary paperwork to the receptionist, Kathy, her mind already focused on the journey ahead. Meanwhile, the very person she saw was miles away in the town of Rallant, seemingly unconcerned. A woman at a local job-finding office remarked that he seemed quite busy. She cheerfully mentioned that her lively younger sister, Catherine, worked at the guild, and Takumi confirmed it had been 3 days since his arrival. She praised his speed and politeness, thanking him for his excellent work under the name Tatsumi. Internally, Takumi acknowledged that he was using a fake name to avoid any trouble, a necessary precaution since he was on a wanted list. He recalled the unusual journey that brought him to Roland in the first place, a memory that began with the sharp snap of a parachute opening against the sky. He had been the first human to try parachuting from the head of a kaiju, a desperate maneuver after leaving the Blue Wolf main party. As he descended, he overheard a villager below mention that the youths conscripted to defend the capital were returning. The news was troubling. It meant soldiers from the capital would soon be present, increasing his chances of being recognized. His plan to slip away from the village unnoticed had failed spectacularly. Instead, the grateful residents had thrown him a massive farewell party, seeing him off with cheers and raised mugs. To ensure a swift departure after the festivities, he had resorted to his unique skills, creating a bicycle out of thin air to quickly get away from the village. He pedaled along a dirt road, leaving the village and its surrounding mountains behind as he journeyed through the vast, open countryside. As he rode, he marveled at the beautiful, untouched scenery of a country with no knowledge of machines. The ride was so smooth and his pedaling so effortless that he began to pick up incredible speed, startling a pair of travelers on the road as he blazed past them in a thrilling rush. Journey concluded in the town of Rallant. Coincidentally, Renee had also just arrived there. After checking the Adventurers Guild to no avail, She went to a local job finding office, where she was told the Blue Wolf main members had not yet returned from their quest. At that very moment, in the same office, Takumi sat with the proprietor, completely unaware of his pursuer's presence. For him, it had already been 10 days since he first set foot in the town. You noticed the street was bustling with activity. Observing that a lot of people were gathered nearby, a voice called out to him, and he turned to see a familiar face. It was the soldier from the castle who recognized him as the Mistake Summit. The recognition sent a jolt of panic through him. His cover was blown. The soldier, however, chuckled, noting that the bounty on his head had been retracted. When Takumi expressed his shock, the soldier clarified that it was for the attempted assassination of the king. Akumi asked to have done this for him. The soldier explained that, as the story goes, the heroes had begged the king directly, refusing to take no for an answer until he was overwhelmed. He added that he wasn't sure of the details, but 2 of the 3 heroes had since left the castle with only the sage remains. That matter settled. The soldier asked if Takumi was trying to get his foot in the door by registering at the local adventurers guild. He gave a thumbs up, suggesting it was a good idea, as the Rallant Guild was now well known and would give him some credibility. He explained that the guild's newfound fame was because it served as the base for an SS-class party called the Blue Dragon Shield. This was why so many adventurers were gathered. In the crowd, a young woman with a ponytail was turned away from the guild's closed door, having been told there was no Blue Dragon Shield party there. Since the guild was closed, there was nothing more to be done. The soldier bid Takumi farewell, encouraging him to do his best and to thank his hero friend. As the soldier walked away, Takumi resolved to return to the capital to confirm the news about the bounty, but felt he should thank the heroes if he saw them. He decided to first say his goodbyes to Kathy. Finding the front door locked, he tried to handle. A voice from inside, belonging to Catherine's sister, told him to come in through the back. As he entered, he could hear Catherine inside, grumbling about idiots who won't quit trying to sneak in. As he stepped inside, Catherine lunged at him, mistaking him for an intruder and shouting for him to die. He stumbled back in shock, but her sister quickly intervened, stopping Catherine's hand. She explained that he was a customer, not an adventurer. Relieved, the sister welcomed Tatsumi. Her sister's intervention calmed the situation, and Takumi announced that he was leaving Rallant. He explained he was going to the capital to see someone, and needed to leave a message with Catherine. He specified the message was for the members of the Blue Wolf main party. Nearby, a young woman's eyes widened in shock at the mention of that name. Having left his message, Takumi waves a cheerful goodbye as he departs from the guild. Back inside, his departure has left a mark. Catherine's sister sniffles, lamenting that she'll never be able to see Tatsumi again before letting out a heavy sigh. She rests her head on the table, remarking that while Tatsumi looks young, his laid-back, almost elderly way of handling things is incredibly comforting. Renee chides her gently, reminding her that as a married woman, she shouldn't speak that way. She presses on, pointing out that her sister is the one who spread rumors about the Blue Dragon Shield, making them famous under the wrong name. Her sister vehemently denies it, insisting she would never do such a thing. Her sister clarifies, admitting she mistakenly used the wrong name, but insists she told everyone to keep it a secret, blaming those who spread the information. She then reveals that the man, Tatsumi, had come in and spoken about the real Blue Wolf mane. Renee listens, a thoughtful expression on her face, admitting she had an uneasy feeling about that man. She then adds that Tatsumi mentioned he was from Penant village. The name of the village strikes Renee with the force of a physical blow. The pieces suddenly connect their mind. Penant village, Tatsumi. Could be the same person. The realization washes over her, her eyes widening in shock. A young man who acts old. It's the exact description of the person she was told about. Oblivious, her sister continues to muse about Tatsumi, but Renee is struck by a jolt of panic. She understands the gravity of her mistake. She was just making casual conversation at the guild with an incredibly important individual. Far from the guild, Takumi pedals his bicycle down a country road, his course set for the capital. He looks forward to seeing Kenji again and wonders what has become of the other heroes. A young man named Takumi Seiki recalls the events of the past month. He explains that he and 3 other heroes were transported from their world to protect a kingdom from a marauding demon lord, members angrily objecting to a self-serving lie the king told the heroes. In response, Takumi fought the demon army in his own way, but was then accused of attempting to assassinate the king. With a bounty placed on his head, he was forced to flee the kingdom. After escaping the capital, he found refuge in a village of Pennant. Later, after meeting an adventure party called the Blue Wolf Main, he set his mind on leaving and headed for their base town of Ralph. He discovered that the bounty on him had been lifted. He learned that one of the other 3 heroes from his world had urged the king to forgive him, touched by the gesture from this unknown companion. He knew he had to go thank them in person. With this new purpose, he left Roland and once again headed toward the capital. His journey continues on a bicycle, but as he consults the road signs, he comes to the realization that he is completely lost. He smiles to himself, realizing he'd completely forgotten he was in another world. He muses that it would have been better to ask someone in Rowland for the way to the capital before he left. Still, he isn't too concerned. The path he's on seems to be a main road, so he decides he can simply ask the next person he encounters for directions. Just then, he hears the clatter of an approaching coach. As he prepares to call out, a blade is suddenly pressed against him. A menacing trio surrounds him, ordering him to be silent. His heart sinks as he realizes they must be thieves. The coach pulls up and a well-dressed older man leans out, laughing. He apologizes for the scare, explaining that the rough-looking group are not thieves, but his personal bodyguards, an A-ranked adventurer party known as the Night Owls. He laughs, explaining to a flustered Takumi that his guards had to be careful. The highway, he notes, is filled with dangerous things like wild beasts, errant monsters, and highwaymen, making a lone man an object of caution. He continues, chuckling that Takumi has already compensated him for the pleasure of the encounter. In response, Takumi suggests the man must be a businessman, admitting that while he understands the sentiment, he unfortunately has nothing to offer his thanks. He confirms that his status is that of a wealthy merchant, adding that he also possesses a professional skill called foresight. Takumi is visibly shocked by this revelation, elaborates that while he doesn't expect immediate returns, his foresight indicates that Takumi will become very profitable to him in the future. Takumi, stunned, protests that he doesn't have a single penny to his name. Takumi considers this, remarking that it's a very business-like way of thinking, that kindness is not just for others. Seeing an opportunity, the nobleman asks if Takumi would accompany him on his trip. Takumi beams, saying he'd be happy to, with the agreement made. Their journey begins in a horse-drawn carriage. Inside the carriage, the nobleman, introducing himself as Lamildo, asks what business brings Takumi to the capital. Takumi explains he needs to visit an acquaintance, one of the 3 heroes. Lamildo replies that he is also on business, though he cannot profit the details, and his expression grows serious as he thinks about his urgent need to reach the capital. His expression darkens further as he internally laments having to cancel an important trade negotiation for this trip. Takumi observes him, sensing it must be a very important matter for a tradesman to abandon a business deal. Suddenly, the carriage jolts to a halt. Startled, Takumi asks why they've stopped, but Lamildo calmly reassures him not to worry. Takumi wonders aloud if it's a bandit attack. Lamildo casually dismisses it as some highwayman, confident that the Night Owls will clean them up easily. Outside, his words prove true as the adventurers are already engaged in a swift and brutal fight, effortlessly dispatching their attackers. Lamildo remains completely unbothered, pouring 2 glasses of wine. He explains that because the trip was sudden, he couldn't bring his usual bodyguards, but that the Night Owls are far stronger than one might expect. He advises Takumi to simply let them do their job. As he sips his wine, enjoying its pleasant fragrance while a battle rages outside, Takumi watches him. He concludes that Lamildo must have to endure these kinds of problems often, cementing his impression of him as a truly wealthy businessman, and one much different from a king. He found a journey remarkably smooth and enjoyable. Lamildo's custom-built coach was exquisitely upholstered and spacious, a level of luxury that reminded him of the private jets from his old world. This comfort extended to the meal spread before him. As a commoner, He had never experienced such a first-class trip, and he looked upon the food with wide-eyed wonder. As the journey progressed, his thoughts turned to his own status. They had encountered beasts and bandits, but the night owls dispatched them all with ease, a testament perhaps to Lomildo's foresight skill. This led him to ponder his own abilities. He had gained a strange new skill creator of all things, creator of all life, and his level had inexplicably risen from 1 to 2. With their arrival in the capital expected the next day, he was left to wonder what it was all about. His contemplation was shattered by a sudden jolt as the carriage screeched to a halt. The coach stopped again. He noted, turning to his companion. Another ambush. Lomildo's face was grim and silent. The nobleman finally spoke, confirming that this trip was out of the ordinary. Though he had traveled this road to the capital many times, they had already suffered 2 highwaymen ambushes and 1 attack by monsters. He elaborated that he was usually attacked only once every 3 trips. Lomildo theorized that the increased danger was due to the recent attack on the capital's main army. An event Takumi recalled hearing was connected to off-worlders like himself. Lomildo concluded that the world was changing too quickly, driven by some major recent event. Suddenly, Lomildo's demeanor shifted, and he erupted in a booming laugh. To a tradesman, he proclaimed, times of great change were times of great opportunity. If he could predict these changes, he could make a fortune on investments. Takumi watched, struck by the man's relentless optimism. After the laughter subsided, an unnerving quiet settled in. Takumi grew concerned. "Aren't they done yet?" he asked, noting how long the night owls have been gone. Finding the silence outside too strange, he decided to investigate. He stepped out of the carriage into a clearing. The night was filled with the chirping of insects, but nothing else. The horses stood calmly, but of the bodyguards or any attackers there was no sign. Scanning the empty woods, he wondered where the night owls could have gone. As the question formed in his mind, a sudden jolt from behind startled him, and his eyes widened in confusion. He turns from the empty space where his guards once stood to find the source of the sound, the carriage driver lying motionless on the ground. Takumi's eyes widen in alarm as he calls out the man's title. A new figure emerges from the shadows, a man with glasses and a cruel smile. He taunts Takumi, remarking that he would have lived a little longer had he stayed inside before raising his hand and chanting the name of his spell. Flare bursts. The spell erupts, engulfing Takumi in a torrent of fire. He lets out a cry of surprise, bracing himself against the sudden heat, but the flames wash over him without causing any apparent harm. As the flames die down around him, they continue to crackle over the coachman's still form. From the carriage door, a startled Lomildo calls out, demanding to know what has happened. His question is answered immediately. The night owl leader appears at his side, pressing the cold steel of a sword to his throat. Lomildo freezes, staring in disbelief at the man he hired for protection. The leader smirks, unfazed by Lomildo's furious accusations of treachery. The nobleman warns that the guild will revoke his registration and punish him, but the mercenary leader merely scoffs, wondering aloud if that will truly happen, reveals the depth of his betrayal. The guild records show a different party took the quest, an arrangement made with accomplices to split the loot. To erase all evidence, they must now kill Emildo. The true prize, he admits, is the nobleman's treasure box skill used to transport his goods. At this, the small, hooded night owl giggles with anticipation. Lomildo understands perfectly. His unique skill allows him to place goods into a dimensional warp, a personal vault that only he can open and close. Facing his betrayer, he stands defiant. He refuses to be mocked, declaring that he will never hand over his property to criminals, even if it costs him his life. A night owl leader chuckles, finding the nobleman's resolve him using. He claims no one has ever been able to refuse them before. He then gestures to the small hooded figure, introducing him as Gansel, their poison doctor. With a sinister grin, Gansel explains that he can introduce a person to a world of unending pain without killing them, an agony so profound they will beg for death. The leader then coldly asks Lomildo if he would like to try. He grimaces as the mage presents a grim ultimatum: open the portal or writhe in agony. Their attention, however, is suddenly drawn to a faint sound from the smoldering body on the ground, the scorched earth. Takumi rises, his clothes and tatters, but his spirit unbroken. He clenches his fists, shouting that he won't let them get away with their treachery. Sudden resurgence stuns the night owls. The mage, the leader, and the hooded, poisonous stare and disbelief, utterly baffled by his survival. The mage shouts, unable to comprehend how anyone could have resisted his flame magic. As the last embers fade, Takumi recalls stiffening from the shock of being consumed by fire, yet he stands completely unharmed. He reflects on the strange phenomenon. Though the fire burned his clothes away, he never felt the heat, and his body sustained no damage whatsoever. As the night owls and Lamildo watch, a soft glow envelops him. The mage points in shock as a notification appears. Normal clothes have been created. Lamildo wonders aloud what is happening, as Takumi declares their actions, deceiving others under the guise of errant adventures, to be despicable. Clarifies that he isn't trying to be a hand of justice. However, when he thinks of the earnest young adventurers working hard to rise through the ranks, he cannot help but feel indignant at the night owls to see. His words are met with a sneer from the night owl leader, who raises a glowing blade. The leader mockingly warns that Takumi is about to be cut down by his magic sword fist. In response, a brilliant light erupts from Takumi's own hands. The other night owls gasp as a notification declares, "Magic sword Frist has been created." He now stands ready, holding a newly formed, identical magic sword. Takumi Seiki stands as ground, a replicated sword held high, facing the leader of the night owls. From the sidelines, the nobleman Lamildo identifies the technique as a replication skill. The night owl leader, incensed, roars with fury. He cannot believe the audacity of being challenged with what he considers a hastily made imitation, demanding to know how Takumi dares to underestimate it. He lunges forward, his blade clashing violently against the kami's. The younger man strains, surprised he managed to block the attack at all. The leader dismisses the parry as a mere lucky shot, and, with a vicious grin, thrusts his sword forward again in a powerful follow-up. The warrior continues his relentless assault, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire strikes. To his utter disbelief, Takumi manages to block every single one, even the feints. The leader stares incredulous, demanding to know what his opponent just said. Shock deepens. He reasons that the sword should be nothing more than a pathetic copy, a product of a simple replication skill. Yet he watches as Takumi swings his blade with force, meeting his own attack head-on. Panting from the effort, Takumi reflects on how exhausting the fight is. He realizes he's only managing by deflecting the blade, so it barely grazes him. It's a technique that feels like second nature from watching so many samurai dramas, but he now understands that real sword fighting is far from cakewalk. He silently offers his thanks to his companions for their tireless efforts. Now a leader clicks his tongue in frustration, unable to believe he's been forced to draw his cursed sword against such an opponent. Nearby, Lamildo watches with a puzzled expression, wondering what could possibly be happening. The nobleman shouts out, questioning why the leader hasn't revealed the name of the Assurance Demon Sword. He speculates that Takumi's replication must be an advanced version, but the core principle, needing the target's name to activate, should remain unchanged. As the leader's sword begins to glow with dark power, Takumi contemplates the significance of a name. He considers his own power. He had no clue what the magic sword was, yet he was able to conjure a name to create it. Conversely, when it came to missile launchers, he couldn't create one because he didn't know the exact name. He wonders if having a specific clear image in his mind was the key that allowed him to succeed with the sword. With his own weapon now glowing with malevolent energy, the night owl leader lunges forward. He snarls, confident in his victory, declaring that Takumi is done for. Takumi braces himself, meeting the empowered charge with his replicated blade. Attack halts abruptly. The leader stares in wide-eyed shock as a brilliant cross-shaped light erupts from Takumi's chest. Lamildo cries out Takumi's name in alarm. Takumi himself looks down, his expression blank and stunned as the strange power awakens within him. The life from Takumi's body fades, and the night owl leader grins menacingly. He explains that his cursed blade drains the life of its wielder to unleash unimaginable power, enhancing his physical abilities to a completely different level. Though he hadn't wanted to resort to this, he feels he has no other choice, roars that they will regret crossing him, and lunges forward with blinding speed. Nearby, Carrots and Renee panic, wondering how to possibly counter such a cursed weapon. Unfazed, Takumi announces his intention to create a suitable counter. Screaming for his opponent to die, he brings the massive cursed sword down in a powerful arc. Takumi stand his ground, calmly gripping the hilt of a newly formed blade, ready to meet the attack. The Night Owl leader's strike is stopped dead. His cursed blade clashes against Takumi's creation, unable to move an inch. He stares in utter disbelief as Takumi effortlessly holds him back. His eyes closed, Takumi calmly reflects on the moment, thinking to himself that he has once again sliced something dull. He recognizes the sword he created. It is no mere steel, but the Taikmata Kanemitsu, a legendary blade set up and wielded by the war god Yusugi Kenshin. Legends claim it could cleave through gun and armor in a single stroke, even slicing through thunder itself. The Night Owl leader and his companions are stunned into silence. Having repelled their demon blades, he wonders how they could possibly capture Takumi now. Takumi watches them, thinking that even a weapon that can claim the lives of the wicked has its purpose. Suddenly, Takumi is startled as the hooded figure, Ganzel, appears beside him in a flash. With a wide, malicious grin, Ganzel reveals he is struck with a deadly poison needle called Ganserinsel. A wave of paralysis hits Takumi, who realizes with dread that he can no longer move. As Takumi stands immobilized, the blonde member of the Night Owl begins an incantation. They chant of a white raptor soaring through a storm, preparing to unleash a powerful spell lightning to Lone. The Night Owl leader smirks, declaring that their true strength lies in their diverse assault styles. As he speaks, a massive blast of energy erupts from the ground, engulfing the paralyzed economy. The lightning spell struck its target, but instead of pain, Takumi felt only a strange tingling. He blinked a bead of sweat on his brow and uttered a simple, confused. He found a sensation oddly pleasant, like the tingling from a visit to the chiropractor or even acupuncture. His shoulders felt light and refreshed. From a distance, the hooded member of the Night Owl watched in disbelief, realizing that both the advanced electric magic and the poison needles were completely ineffective. But the other members of the Night Owl were equally stunned. The blonde one furiously suggested using analyze magic to expose his resistant skills, while their leader questioned what kind of being could possibly have skills to withstand both poison and lightning. His shot quickly morphed into a sinister grin. He declared that he could see it clearly now and would strike where his target had no resistances, planning to save the valuable skills for himself. Companion, however, stared in utter disbelief at the results of the analysis. The target possessed an impossible list of immunities: physical, magical, status, elemental, and even mental. She couldn't comprehend what kind of world could produce such a being. This revelation struck the leader with terror. He realized they weren't fighting a mere monster, but something akin to a god. In stark contrast, Takumi, watching them, announced cheerfully that he had a brilliant idea to capture them without causing any harm. He began to form an object in his hand, explaining that he was creating a stun grenade. It was a non-lethal device he'd seen used in overseas police dramas for subduing terrorists. He paused, a thought striking him. He wondered if this grenade, like the bullets and missiles he'd made before, would simply disappear if it traveled too far from his body. He mused that this limitation must be because he possessed a core, deciding there was no time for hesitation. He concluded that this part of him was the main body, and that he had to go all in. With a determined cry, he hurled the grenade, which detonated in a blinding flash of light, engulfing the three Night Owl members. As the light faded, Takumi stood before the dazed trio, looking slightly awkward. He reassured them that he was perfectly fine and that everything had turned out all right before announcing his next move, whipping up some rope match. He rode in a rattling carriage toward the capital, his captives, the 3 members of the Night Owl, bound and disoriented beside him. Upon their arrival at the Eventos Trading Company's capital branch, a distinguished man greeted them with a deep bow. On behalf of all the company's employees, he expressed immense gratitude, explaining that Takumi had saved the chairman's life. The man's formal thanks were just the beginning. Takumi looked on, startled, as a long line of employees bowed in unison, shouting their thanks with overwhelming sincerity. The chairman, Lomildo, was overcome with emotion, cradling a swaddled infant. His face beamed with pure joy as he declared that his purpose for visiting the capital had been fulfilled, comparing the feeling to holding his newborn grandchild. Seeing Takumi's confusion, he elaborated on the personal nature of his visit. He explained that his apprentice, who was also his son, wished to start a business in the capital with the girl he loved, who had run away from home in a manner akin to an elopement. Lomildo decided to help them. Takumi realized this was far more important than any business deal. Nearby, the young couple exchanged quiet words. The woman chided her husband for constantly asking about the baby's due date, explaining that she had kept a secret because she knew her father-in-law would have made a huge fuss before the baby even arrived. They prepared to depart. A companion of Takumi's looked back at the carriage, remarking on a sheer volume of gifts piled inside for the little one, and how her father was acting like a doting parent. Takumi amused himself that even a shrewd merchant turns into a sweet grandpa in front of his grandkids. Lomildo approached him, intent on showing his gratitude, but Takumi politely declined. He insisted that he expected no reward, explaining that being brought to the capital in a carriage was more than enough. Lomildo, however, looked concerned, asking if he was truly refusing to accept any form of thanks. The older man pressed the issue, offering a compromise. In exchange for his help, he asked that Takumi not hesitate to call on him if anything ever came up, promising to do whatever he could. Seeing the man's sincerity, Takumi smiled and gratefully accepted the offer. Meanwhile, in a grassy field, the leader of a night owl watched as another of his subordinates engaged in a fierce confrontation. A figure, identifiable as Takumi, sprinted across the open ground as massive, dark slashes of energy tore through the air, narrowly missing him. As their meeting concludes, Lomildo asks Takumi about any prior encounters with the Adventurers Guild. Takumi confirms he has none, but explains that he did give his name when he handed over the owl of the Dark Knight members. Nearby, a guild receptionist overhears and becomes flustered, realizing that this was the cause for the sudden commotion at the branch. Lomildo surmises that the guild must be mistaking Takumi for someone else, a possibility Takumi considers plausible given his limited interaction with them. Holding his infant grandchild, he offers a warm farewell, wishing Takumi safe travels and urging him to take care. With their business concluded, Takumi and Furkarina walk through the bustling streets of the royal capital, taking in the sights of the grand city. He walks amidst the noisy crowd, quietly observing that the royal capital is indeed a bustling place. As he soaks in the atmosphere, he reflects on the beauty of the peace he feels there. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he thinks he hears someone call his name. He glances around the crowded street, a flicker of confusion on his face. He was sure someone called out to him, but he sees no one familiar. This confusion deepens as a large man in a suit approaches, asking if it's really him. The man quickly recalls that they met in the capital and cheerfully asks if his friend is all right, leaving Takumi at a complete loss. The portly man continues to eat his snack, confidently stating that they met in the royal capital. Takumi can only stare back, utterly bewildered. Takumi Seki's voice recounts his recent past. 2 months prior, he was summoned to the capital of the Caledonian Kingdom, Calixania, alongside 3 others known as the 3 Heroes. However, after protesting the king's unreasonable actions, he incurred the monarch's wrath, was framed for attempted assassination, and forced to become a fugitive hunted by the royal army. He continues, explaining that his charges were ultimately dropped thanks to the 3 heroes appealing directly to the king. He muses that persuading the arrogant monarch, seen looking smug in his throne room, must have been an extraordinary challenge. Feeling he owed them his gratitude, he decided he had to thank them in person. This resolution brought him to the capital, seeking one of the heroes who had remained there. His search is suddenly interrupted. A very large, portly man in a modern suit looms over him, cheerfully offering 2 skewers of meat. To come, he can only stare back, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he is rendered completely speechless. He stammers awkwardly, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Who might you be?" he asks the stranger. The man, chewing thoughtfully, seemed surprised by the question. He asks if Takumi doesn't recognize him, identifying himself as Tanji, which he explains as his online character name. Takumi remains visibly perplexed. He then clarifies that while he's not keen on revealing it, his real name is Kenji Takachi. The name strikes a chord with Takumi, who repeats it with a hint of dawning recognition. His patience finally snaps. The man's face twists in frustration as he yells, "Hey, you still don't get it." "Fine," he points emphatically at himself, roaring, "It's Kinshan, Kinshan!" A shouted name echoes in the street. Takumi stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as the realization slowly sinks in. "Kinshan," he mutters, utterly stunned. Its shock finally erupts into a shout. "Wah! You're that Kinshan!" he exclaims. Kenji throws his hands up, equally loud. "You're so slow," he retorts, exasperated. He stared in disbelief, stammering as he asked what on earth had happened. The man before him, Kenji, had changed so completely that not a single trace of his former self remained. He demanded to know where the intelligent, slender man he once knew had gone, pointing out that the only thing remotely similar was the pair of glasses perched on his face. Despite his shock, he offered a friendly greeting, patting the massive back of his old acquaintance. Kenji simply affirmed that it had indeed been a while. Kenji mused that it had been a long time since he'd seen anyone from their original world. He explained that he now lived in the royal castle and invited Takumi to come along, offering some rather nice snacks. Takumi, taken aback, politely declined the offer of food. As they approached the castle, rows of armor guards snapped to attention with a sharp clang of metal. The soldiers parted and a heavy gate groaned open, allowing Kenji to lead his guest into the royal compound. Kenji casually explained that being one of the nation's heroes granted him access to the entire castle. As he gestured for Takumi to enter, the younger man was immediately struck by the overwhelming aroma of food wafting from within. He stepped into a luxuriously appointed room, its balcony doors opening to a breathtaking view of the distal mountains. Tanji collapsed onto a piece of furniture with a sigh, commenting on the room's high-quality decor. He then offered a half-hearted apology for the food wrappers and skewers littering the floor. The sofa groaned precariously under his immense weight. Noticing Takumi's unease, Kenji simply told him to relax and make himself comfortable. He sat across from Takumi, a nostalgic look on his face, and commented on how out of breath Takumi was from just a short walk. He mused that for a man in his late 20s, Takumi's lifestyle must be catching up to him. Casually, he offered some grilled squid, remarking that it had been about 2 months since there was something. Takumi politely declined, remarking on how quickly Kenji seemed to have settled into this new life. With a wide, self-satisfied grin, Kenji insisted that he no longer be called Kinshan, as he now won by the title of the wise Tanji. He then pushed a plate of meatballs toward Takumi, offering him some. They sat on a balcony. Takumi noted that Kenji was eating a great deal. Kenji explained that after the great battle, he found himself with nothing to do. No smartphone, no internet. His only remaining pleasure was eating, which he admitted was the cause of his recent weight gain. Takumi dryly remarked that it was more than just a little weight gain, comparing Kenji's transformation to a diet commercial shown in reverse. Changing the subject abruptly, Kenji asked if Takumi had heard the rumor that he'd been pursued by another country's army. The question caught Takumi by surprise. Kenji continued, explaining that since the battle, he had believed Nene Kurosaki to be missing and felt he owed her a debt of gratitude. He then offered Takumi a plate of yakisoba, which was once again declined. While slurping his noodles, he elaborated that he'd heard from others that it was Nene who had defeated him. He also learned that the kingdom's anger had not subsided, and that they were now forcefully pursuing the church that backed her. The Kumi asked for clarification about this church. Kenji explained that in this world, it was the Christos cult, also known as the Holy Church Order. and that it was the state religion of the Caledonia kingdom itself. Went on to describe the political turmoil. Upon discovering Nini was a summoned saint, the church began demanding she be handed over to them. The kingdom, in turn, used this as leverage to pressure the church, threatening to become its enemy, and by extension, an enemy of the entire nation. The realization struck Takumi with the force of a physical blow. He shot to his feet, shouting in disbelief, understanding that Nine must have surrendered herself to the church to save him. His sudden outburst startled Kenji, who nearly dropped his bowl. Unfazed, Kenji calmly took a final sip from his bowl. He confirmed Takumi's deduction was correct, adding that it was probably for the best for Nine anyway. In his view, being under the protection of the church was far better than remaining with the kingdom. He casually offers Takumi a piece of fried food, remarking that since Nine is a saint, the church will surely treat her to lavish meals. Takumi, with his hands raised in refusal, points out that Kenji has been eating non-stop this whole time. In response to Takumi's question about Nine's current location, he explains while chewing that he doesn't know the specifics, but she is undoubtedly in Fultima, the royal capital and home to the church's headquarters. This, he adds, is something the church has been loudly proclaiming. Hearing this, Takumi's expression hardens with resolve. His next destination is set, the capital city of Fultima. He then asks about Aiki's situation. Kenji, surprised by the question, replies that Aiki is currently on a journey to subjugate the demon lord. He elaborates that Aiki, the hero, is being celebrated with victory parades and has set off on his quest with a retinue after a grand declaration before the nation. Takumi listens, his gaze downcast, and quietly asks if Kenji is all right with all of this. Dramatic gesture, Kenji pours the remaining snacks into his mouth. He tells Takumi that he'll be staying put for a while, explaining that he's not a shut-in, but rather has an Indio-oriented disposition. Takumi simply watches, concerned about what will become of his frame. He continues, mentioning that the capital is famous for delicacies from across the country, and he has yet to try them all. As Kenji speaks, Takumi rises from his seat, understanding his friend's reasoning. "I see," he says. "Well then, I'll be off," surprised by the sudden departure. Kenji asks if he's leaving already. He offers Takumi some takoyaki for the road, adding that it would be troublesome if the king found out he was staying there. Takumi politely declines the food. Moments later, as Takumi stands outside, ready to depart, Kenji's voice calls out to him from a balcony above. Leaning over the railing, he shouts that even though Takumi has been dragged into this summoning mess and is going through a lot, the four of them are still comrades, just like they used to be. This declaration brings a wide smile to Takumi's face. He thanks Kenji and promises to rely on him if needed. Kenji laughs heartily, agreeing to lend his strength as a friend, and waves a final goodbye, calling out the nickname Tanji. Having parted ways with his friend, Takumi Seiki arrives in a bustling new city, waving with a bright, optimistic smile. He reflects on his decision with satisfaction. Though he had rushed to get to the royal capital, he felt it was absolutely the right thing to do. His destination is the Karatsinia branch of the Adventurers Guild. From within its stately walls, a frustrated shout erupts. Inside, a stern-faced man with a prominent mustache fumes, demanding to know why their target hasn't been found, despite mobilizing all off-duty staff and the entire guild for the search. Subordinates try to reassure him. A young woman reports that they've strengthened surveillance and set up checkpoints on the highways, believing it's only a matter of time. Her male colleague adds that it's almost certain the person they're looking for is in the capital. The director slams his fist on the table, shouting that their assessment is naive. He warns them that the man they seek, Takumi, is not an opponent to be taken lightly. Two staff members confer quietly. The woman mentions hearing the story of how he single-handedly defeated the Banquet of Darkness, but her colleague scoffs, suggesting Takumi merely took advantage of the fact that the group was already exhausted. He continues, reasoning that for the mercenaries to be taken down by a passenger in their own carriage, they must have suffered a serious lapse in judgment. The director's eye twitches in irritation. The staff members laugh, remarking that it's usually those who abuse the guild's system who get punished. Their casual dismissal infuriates the director. who clenches his fist and calls them blockheads. The reason for his urgency is clear from a report on the Rarin incident. An E-ranked party called Azure Shield recorded a monster subjugation count of over 78,000, causing them to be instantly promoted to the world's highest SS rank, a truly abnormal situation. Frantic search was rooted in a secret investigation by the guild's upper echelons. To prevent widespread confusion, the full details were known only to a select few, a situation that was proving to be a considerable headache for certain guild members. Conclusion of their investigation was clear. The person responsible for elevating the Azure Shield Party's rank was the very man they were now searching for, Takumi. If he was indeed involved in the Den of Darkness incident, it was only natural that even an A-rank party would be no match for him. Subordinates remain perplexed. The young man on his staff asked why the higher-ups were so intent on finding this individual. As he spoke, the female staff member read from a document, detailing the target's description. A male with black hair and eyes, medium build, estimated to be around 18 years old, named Takumi. The director hesitated, searching for the right words. He stroked his mustache, a troubled expression on his face as he struggled to formulate an acceptable explanation. He suddenly burst out with feigned enthusiasm, declaring that Takumi was an extremely promising talent. He claimed the guild simply wanted to recruit him to showcase his skills. His staff, however, looked unconvinced, with the woman silently questioning why such a massive search was necessary for a simple scouting activity. His internal thoughts revealed the truth. The reality was far more dire. If this person, Takumi, did not join the guild, the entire organization would find itself in serious trouble. The problem stemmed from the S rank officially granted to the Azure Shield Party. It could not be revoked. The guild's ranking system had functioned correctly. There had been no error or lapse in judgment on the part of the system itself. Yet the fact remained that the world's highest rank had been bestowed upon a party of newcomers that included a commoner. This unprecedented event created a situation that could not be explained away to the general public. The guild's leadership had been scrambling for a solution ever since this anomaly occurred. Their solution was simple, if desperate. They needed to have Takumi officially join the Adventurers Guild, and furthermore, become a member of the Azure Shield Party. This was the only way to legitimize the situation. Back in his office, the director seething with frustration, the higher-ups had told him to handle it, but the target was now in the royal capital of all places. He cursed under his breath, the immense pressure of his task weighing heavily upon him as his staff watched in worried silence. Inside the Kersinia Guild, the staff members discuss their elusive target. The woman with glasses notes that the person's features don't quite align with expectations. While individuals with black hair and eyes from the East are rare, she admits they do exist. Her male colleague adds that there certainly aren't many of them in the royal capital. Another staff member, a woman with long blonde hair, joins the conversation, admitting she saw someone who fit the description perfectly, but ended up ignoring them. The man agrees, recalling how the person he saw fought monsters with an unervingly placid expression, showing no signs of tension, which felt completely wrong. Guildmaster, having overheard them, steps forward. He confesses that he too saw the individual and initially thought it was their man, but dismissed the idea almost immediately. The person's arrogant face, lack of proper adventure gear, and simple villager-like clothing made him seem utterly unlike their target. Staff murmurs in agreement. The blonde woman says she felt she wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against him, and her colleagues laugh, admitting they felt the same. Their shared sentiment only deepens the guildmaster's frustration, and he slams his hand down on a nearby surface. Patience exhausted. He roars that while they stand around talking, there's a very real possibility their target is leaving the capital. He issues a direct order, conduct a thorough search of the city streets immediately. He turns to his startled staff, his voice sharp. Listen up. The person we're after is undoubtedly formidable. Don't let your frustration cloud your judgment. Now disperse. At his command, they scatter to begin the search. Alone once more, the guildmaster leans against the window frame, a bead of sweat on his brow. He reflects on their words, wondering who truly lacked tension in those encounters. He ponders just what kind of man this Takumi Seiki really is. He murmurs to himself, a slow realization dawning. If their target is as skilled as they suspect, then deceiving the eyes of experienced guild staff would be a simple matter for him. His staff's words echo in his mind. The feeling that something was off at first glance, the lack of an adventurer's bearing. The pieces click into place with a jolt. Could it be, he wonders, his eyes widening? Meanwhile, across the city, Takumi's shaky strolls cheerfully through the streets, completely unaware of the commotion he has caused. He turns to his companions, the Azure Shield, and asks what the Fultima Church headquarters is like, eager to see the sights. A young man dozes in his seat, lulled by the rhythmic clatter of a large wooden wheel rolling along a road. He is suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide with surprise as the man beside him looks on with a gentle smile. Recovering his composure, he scratches the back of his head with a bashful smile and introduces himself as Takumi Seiki. Nearby, a young girl in a hood stifles a giggle. The source of the movement is a horse-drawn carriage, making its way along a country road. The long journey toward the city of Faltima is underway. The cart bumps along. Takumi reflects on this method of travel. He thinks to himself that while the shared carriage is slow, its advantage is that there's no risk of getting lost. Offer some food to his fellow travelers. He hadn't known he'd be riding in a luxury carriage belonging to the wealthy merchant Lamildo, but he muses that even a shared ride has a certain charm. The coachman gratefully accepts his offer. The ride, however, is far from smooth. The constant violent rattling makes it difficult to sleep, much to the visible discomfort of Takumi and the other passengers. The journey to Faltima requires crossing the sea from the port town of Misantos. This particular route is a standard patrol course from the royal capital. Takumi notes that while there are express carriages, he chose this cheaper option that stops at each station, despite the extra time and transfers it requires. Having arrived at a stop, Takumi stands before a large transfer guide map in a bustling town. He studies the complex network of routes, wondering aloud which line he should take for his next connection. His contemplation is shattered by an angry shout. A young female driver confronts him, calling him a brat and accusing him of trying to get a free ride. With a clenched fist, she declares she will throw the stowaway off herself. She grabs Takumi by the collar, accusing him of being a peddler and demanding he move. She shouts that she has costs to cover, like horse feed and repairs, and that she's in a hurry to get to her destination. He looks at her, surprised by the sudden confrontation, murmuring that he didn't realize she was there. Just then, the other coachman intervenes, telling his colleague to let go and that it's no big deal. The female driver, annoyed, turns to Takumi and demands to know who he is. The man apologizes to Takumi for the trouble, offering to pay his fare. Takumi, with a stern glance at the woman, accepts the resolution but warns her to be more careful in the future. From off-panel, the female driver's voice erupts in anger, questioning what the old man meant by his comment. She confronts Takumi again, declaring that she has no reason to accept money from him. She questions why a small child will be stowing away and where he could possibly be going. Takumi simply apologizes for the trouble he's caused. Her anger suddenly vanishes, replaced by flustered embarrassment as she realizes her mistake about his age. With a friendly smile, Takumi tells her to forget what was just said. Now calmer, she agrees to help him and asks where he's headed. Takumi explains that he has urgent business in the port town of Adirasta. He then reveals with a bright smile that he was actually planning to go to Adirasti himself. He raises a finger and proposes that they travel together, much to her surprise. Considers the map, thinking to himself that while it's a change of plans, Adirasta is a port town with a ferry, which would be a convenient connection for the journey. He explains with a smile that while traveling alone is fine, it can get a bit lonely, and he was hoping for a companion. The female driver, flustered by his directness, stammers that her name is Anjia. He cheerfully adopts the name, then tells her his own name is Oni Aichan. He then asks if Anjia knows the route to Adirasta. She confirms that she's traveled it by carriage several times and knows the way. Hearing this, he proposes they make a deal. The proposal is a simple equivalent exchange. Angelo will provide guidance, and in return, he will provide the transportation. He specifies that this is not a loan, but a fair trade that will also cover the cost of her carriage fare. Considering that she won't be indebted to him, Yandere enthusiastically agrees with a thumbs up. With a clap of his hands, he declares their deal official. In a flash of light, he creates a motorcycle with an attached sidecar, on GS stares and utter disbelief, shouting, "Weech! What is this?" He explains that for two people, a special hero vehicle is the way to go. He reminisces about a time he was obsessed with such heroes and secretly got his two-wheeled vehicle license with his parents' and friends' help. As the engine roars to life, Anja, now seated in the sidecar, marvels at his ability to use multiple skills. He simply tells her to focus on guiding him. The vehicle lurches forward, accelerating with incredible speed and kicking up a cloud of dust. ONG Yet cries out, caught off guard by the sudden burst of motion. It soars over a small rise in the road, eliciting a whoop of joy from Anja. Nearby, two men watch the bizarre sight, one of them wondering aloud what on earth it could be. As the motorcycle speeds away across the plains, one of the onlookers asks if it's powered by magic. The other can only surmise that it must be something of the sort. He watches his companion, Anja, who laughs with pure exhilaration. She shouts that the speed is incredible. "This is amazing." She glances over, noting with a smile that he seems to be enjoying himself as well. As they race onward, she asks why such a young boy is traveling all alone, remarking that it seems rather reckless. Without waiting for an answer, she declares they're about to take off and with a whoop of joy sends the motorcycle launching into the air. Meanwhile, at the Karatsinia branch of the Adventurers Guild, a formal report concludes, "The investigation is complete. No individual by the name of Takumi could be confirmed to exist within the royal capital." The guildmaster listens to this report, his expressions stern as he quietly processes the information. Subordinate quickly adds that they do have some valuable intelligence. Adventurers with tracking skills have determined that their quarry, the one they've been searching for, appears to be heading towards the city of Fultima. The guildmaster reacts with shock, questioning the destination. A hooded informant speculates that based on sightings at a carriage terminal, the target is likely traveling by coach. The guildmaster finds this hard to believe, but the informant remarks on a sheer audacity of such a move, concluding that their adversary is even more of a monster than they had imagined. Informant rises abruptly, issuing a sharp command. They deduce that to get from the capital to Fultima, one must use the ferry from the port town of Mizens. They order the guildmaster to immediately contact the Mizens branch, gather adventurers, and have them apprehend the target. After giving the order, the figure muses that no matter what kind of monster their target is, they cannot escape the guild's information network. They seem almost eager to see what kind of powerful individual will emerge this time. Elsewhere, at the Laurent branch of the Adventurers Guild, Carrots, Renee, and Furcarina receive the same intelligence. The latest report from the capital states that Takumi is heading for Fultima. Carrots is stunned, exclaiming that he thought Takumi had gone to the capital. Furcarina adds that he's moving much faster than they anticipated, noting that by the time they returned to Banat village, he was already near the capital. Renee smiles, remarking that this just proves Takumi is no ordinary person. Carrots agrees, recalling with all that Takumi single-handedly defeated the mercenary group known as the Knight's Breath. He reflects with a heavy heart, admitting to Furcarina that Takumi must have had some information and was hiding his abilities. He laments that because they failed to notice, Takumi became like a stranger to them. As he processes his guilt, Renee presents him with a document. She explains that the guild has made an exceptional official request for their party, the Blue Wolf, to secure a person of interest to Komi and have him join the Adventurers Guild. She clarifies, however, that they are free to refuse. He accepts without hesitation, acknowledging that the situation leaves them little choice. Spurred by this, Furcarina abruptly rises from her seat, declaring that if they're going to find Takumi, she wants to thank him in person. Their course of action decided, the party moves outside. Renee consults a map, pointing out a land route to Fultima, and reasoning that with some haste, they could potentially get ahead of it. She then adds a serious warning, revealing intelligence that an adventurer of S-class or higher is also on the move, seeking out the very man who single-handedly defeated the Knight's Breath mercenary group. Unfazed, Carrots assures her from the carriage that they will find Takumi before any commotion begins. With a determined shout, he signals their departure and the carriage rumbles into motion. Meanwhile, far from their pursuit, Takumi and Anjia's engine-powered vehicle screeches to a halt. They have arrived at a bustling port town, which Takumi identifies as Adirasta, and Anjia cheers their arrival. Their speed was remarkable. The engine-powered transport had turned a 5-day carriage ride into a mere 3 to 4 hours, a feat perhaps aided by Anjia's enthusiastic cries to go faster. Her part of the journey now complete. Anjia thanks Takumi warmly. She explained she has business to attend to and will go meet someone, adding that his company made the trip enjoyable. Her sudden departure leaves him slightly taken aback. He watches her go, briefly wondering how she'll find the person she's meeting before his attention turns to his own situation. Now alone in the port of Adirasta, he is unsure of his next destination. He recalls the advice given to him by Lameldo. When arriving in a new town, the best course of action is to visit the Adventurers Guild as it is a hub of information. Lameldo had urged him to do so promptly, and Takumi had agreed. He walks through the streets of the port town, but finds it strangely listless and quiet, a stark contrast to the lively image he had in his mind. People are scattered about, idle and without energy. He pushes open the swinging doors of tavern, the hinges creaking in silence. A man with glasses behind the bar looks up, startled by the sudden customer, and offers a hesitant welcome. His gaze sweeps across the nearly empty establishment, settling on a table occupied by 3 rough-looking men who stare back at him with undisguised suspicion. Men begin to heckle him. One demands to know if he's trying to be an adventurer, while another tells him to quit the act before he gets himself killed. Unfazed, Takumi smiles pleasantly and agrees that it's all just a misunderstanding on their part. He turns his back on them and approaches the bar, asking the man if this is the Adventurers Guild. The bartender confirms it is, but clarifies that the guild itself has been closed for about 2 months. He's merely the tavern master, keeping the place running. He then offers Takumi a drink. People lightly request milk. The bartender stares at him, completely baffled by the order, repeating the word milk in disbelief. The outburst from the adventurers is immediate and loud, mocking him for ordering milk in a tavern. The bartender admits they don't have any, before correcting himself to say they have some for cocktails, all while marveling at Takumi's impressive ability to ignore the taunts. With his drink now served, Takumi observes that the men are likely irritable from a lack of work. He comments that the entire town of Adirasta feels like it's rusting away and asks the bartender if something is happening. The bartender explains the grim reality. The town's port has become unusable. Without it, there's no fishing and no way to transport cargo. Takumi is stunned, asking with wide eyes how such a thing could have happened. He listened as the bartender explained the source of the town's troubles. Sea bandits. A group of them had effectively blockaded the waters, preventing any ships from coming or going. The man elaborated that while bandits had been a recurring issue, even in the previous Lord's era, they had recently returned with renewed force. On the open water, he lamented, even adventurers were no match for them. Takumi processed this information, asking if it meant the ferry service across the strait was also suspended. The bartender confirmed his fears, insisting that it was absolutely impossible for any boat to leave the port under these conditions. He stood for a moment, contemplating his predicament. It seemed the only way to reach his destination was to travel by land. As he walked through the quiet streets, his thoughts turned to his associate, Anjia. While he could take the land route himself, he was concerned for her, knowing she was supposed to arrive in this very town. Sitting by the water's edge, an idea began to form. He considered his unique item creation skill, and with a newfound resolve decided on a course of action. He would go out to sea and negotiate with the bandits himself. Moments later, he was out on the open water, pedaling a peculiar, swan-shaped vessel he had created, used on a strategy to capture the bandits. A motorboat would be too swift and a sailboat too cumbersome. This conspicuous one boat, however, was the perfect, unassuming choice for his plan. The vessel cut through the waves with surprising speed. It soon arrived at its destination, dwarfed by the colossal, dark hull of the bandit ship that loomed silently in the water. A massive, dark-hulled ship cuts through the water, its imposing form dwarfing a small swan-shaped boat that approaches it. Inside the small boat, Takumi Seiki watches the colossal vessel loom closer. He observes that it's only blocking their path and doesn't seem to have any hostile intent, as a gangplank is lowered with a loud thud. As the gangplank settles, he looks up from his boat, questioning what it means for them to come aboard. He's suddenly grabbed and pulled upward. He protests that they are being accosted without reason and doesn't understand what they could possibly want, as he possesses nothing of value. On the deck, Takumi finds himself surrounded by a crowd of rough-looking men. As he wonders who the pirate leader might be, his eyes fall upon a small, familiar-looking boy in the throng, and he wonders if it's his brother. The boy's face lights up with recognition, and he joyfully exclaims that it really is his brother, Takumi. The surrounding pirates look on in shock, one of them muttering the name, Angie-ko, beaming. The boy gestures for Takumi to follow, announcing that he'll take him to the captain's quarters. He eagerly ushers him inside as the large ship continues its journey across the sea. Inside, a man with a sharp, intimidating gaze, a prominent pointed nose, and a formidable beard sits in shadow. The boy cheerfully points to the imposing figure, introducing him as the bearded old man. He clarifies that while his real name is Gauro, it's a bit hard to say, so he just calls him Gauro Ajizan. Turning to Takumi, the boy explains that he has known Gauros since he was born. Takumi, scratching his head, remarks that Gauros seems like a good person, though perhaps a bit eccentric. He addresses the imposing captain, noting that despite his foul mood and rough appearance, he seems more reasonable than he looks. With a friendly smile, he asks to confirm one thing, whether this is in fact a pirate ship, before the captain can answer. The young boy and the cap interject with a bright, firm denial. He insists they're mistaken. The boy's definitive answer leaves Takumi momentarily perplexed. He realizes with a strained smile that this denial complicates the entire situation, potentially derailing the very foundation of the discussion he was about to have. He turns his attention back to the captain, seeking clarification. He mentions the rumors circulating in town about them attacking ships and effectively blockading the sea route, asking if this information is incorrect. Captain Galro confirms bluntly that the rumors are true. Pressing the point, Takumi observes that such actions are, by any common definition, considered piracy. The captain merely grunts in response, his expression unchanging. The boy, however, becomes agitated by the accusation. He shouts that Takumi is wrong and is phrasing things in a misleading way. He passionately defends the crew, declaring that the captain and everyone aboard are sailing to protect the people of their town. Captain Galro places a hand on the boy's head, telling him to calm down. He then turns to Takumi, acknowledging that the boy's explanation is insufficient. He mentions that if they get too close, they'll be attacked by a disaster-ranked sacrican that has taken up residence in the waters, a statement that only deepens Takumi's confusion. He elaborates, explaining that 2 months prior, a Z-rank monster, a kraken, settled in the sea route. This creature, he continues, is a menace that attacks any vessel that draws near. Pointing to a map, he details its habit of dragging its prey to the depths, making it an ideal sea-dwelling predator. It was for this reason, he concludes, that they had to blockade the area. The explanation makes sense to Takumi, but it raises another question. He asks why they didn't simply defeat the monster if that was the problem. The captain reacts with fury, shouting at him for suggesting that defeating a Z-rank monster is a simple task and questioning if he is even an adventurer. Unfazed by the captain's outburst, Takumi calmly states that he is not an adventurer. The simple, direct answer leaves Captain Galro utterly stunned. He calmly explained that he hadn't accepted a request to defeat pirates. He simply wanted to cross the sea, but was told he had to deal with the pirates first, so he came to do just that. Captain Galro's hand tightened on his ship's railing in frustration. The captain turned to Angia, remarking that, just as she'd said, the man was an odd one for coming aboard all by himself. Takumi just smiled cheerfully, and Angia seemed to agree. Demeanor shifted as he asked about the disaster rank. Galro explained that monster ranks normally go from G to A, but Z is a special case, also known as calamity rank. Defeating it is nearly impossible, so they're focused on preventing ships from being attacked. Takumi then reasoned that if that's the case, they should simply explain the situation to the townspeople to clear up the misunderstanding. Galro admitted they had considered that. However, he recounted how they were seen by a passing township while trying to rescue the crew of a vessel sunk by the Kraken. The onlookers mistook their rescue attempt for an attack, and a rumor that they were pirates began to spread. His story conjured a grim image of the past, a ship splintering under the assault of the massive Kraken, its crew lost to the waves. Since then, any adventurers who dared challenge the beast were simply devoured. That, Gorao concluded, was how they ended up in their current predicament, with even their ship's appearance contributing to the facade. Takumi, having listened to the whole story, smiled and declared that he understood now. They were indeed real pirates. The captain was left speechless by this unexpected conclusion. He clarified his point, asking why they would go so far as to tarnish their own reputation. While protecting the sea is the duty of the Lord's retainers, he needed to ask Angia something to explain further. He requested she listen without being surprised. This question caught her off guard. As Takumi began to say, the truth is, she suddenly whipped off her cap, revealing a cascade of long blonde hair. He stared, utterly stunned, with her disguise removed. The young woman stood with a determined gaze. She announced her true name, Angelina Alquan, a spy for the Marquis of Adarasta. Alquan. Komi could only stammer her name in disbelief. Angelina looked away, apologizing that she never meant to hide her identity from him, explaining that the situation had simply unfolded that way. She watches as Takumi, instead of reacting to her status as a spy, flushes bright red. He stammers that her hair is surprisingly long, admitting with a cheerful grin that he hadn't noticed at all. Captain Galro looks on, utterly bewildered by the boy's response. His bizarre reaction prompts an outburst from Captain Galro, who demands to know why he isn't shocked that Anya was a girl, or more importantly, the daughter of the Marquis of Adarasta. Takumi simply stares back, the information slowly sinking in. He scratches his head sheepishly, admitting that he was so distracted by her long hair that the thought of her being a girl never even crossed his mind. His obliviousness earns him a furious, blushing glare from Angelina. A short time later, as their ship cuts through the waves, Angelina's frustrated cry echoes over the water, calling Takumi an idiot. The vessel veers away from the open sea, skillfully navigated by its crew into the mouth of a large, hidden sea cave, inside the vast, cavernous hideout. Angelina weighs him over, telling him to follow. Takumi looks around, taking in the sight of the concealed base, as they walk deeper into the grotto. Captain Galro explains that this hidden inlet serves as their base, a location that's nearly impossible to spot from the sea. He begins to recount the history of the region, stating that 30 years ago, these waters were a lawless zone overrun by countless pirate crews. He clarifies that even though they were pirates, his crew had a code: no senseless killing and no harming women. However, other, more ruthless crews who lacked such principles were gaining influence in the area. It was then, Galro explains, that the Marquis of Adarasta, Angelina's father, sought to pacify the lawless seas. He directly approached Galro's father, the captain at the time, with a proposal: lend him their strength to restore order, and their past crimes would be pardoned. Weary of the pirate life, his father accepted the offer. Of course, the Marquis could not publicly declare an alliance with pirates, so operating in secret with the Lord's support, Galro's crew managed to bring the other pirate factions under their control, successfully restoring order to the seas. Explains that his crew has been protecting the safety of these seas all along, even while being misunderstood, in order to guard the town's ships. Takumi listens, processing this new information. He considers this. Angelina elaborates on their predicament. She explains that with her father, the Marquis, and Galro's father both gone, and their agreement kept secret, it's nearly impossible for the crew to even find lodging in town. Galro's foot stomps down, a clear sign of his frustration with the situation. Frustration is justified. Galro reveals that a decision has been made to dispatch a large-scale fleet to annihilate the so-called pirates. Takumi reacts with shock. Angelina adds that Galro, upon hearing the news, rushed back in a panic, hoping to somehow stop the fleet's deployment. Angelina concedes that it was a poor move, but the decision is final. With a clank of his gear, Galro turns and walks away, leading him somewhere. Leads them to a large, reinforced chest which slams onto the floor. He explains that this is what he remembered. Nakomi wonders if it's a treasure chest, but Goro corrects him. Inside, he says, are the written oaths and contracts exchanged with Angelina's grandfather. With this proof, he can explain their side of the story and appeal the decision. The problem, however, is the lock. Galro reveals a small, magically imbued photograph of his father, explaining that the key around his neck is a key of the heart. A magical copy of the image is the only one. When Takomi suggests simply breaking the chest open, Galro warns him that is a magic box. Forcing it would destroy everything inside. Angelina suddenly has an idea, excitedly suggesting that Takumi should create a key. She asks if his duplication skill could replicate this one. Galro is immediately skeptical, questioning how a magically imbued key could possibly be copied. Dismisses her idea, but Angelina insists that her brother's skill is incredible. Takumi considers the request, thinking to himself about the challenge of a magic key. He recalls having created a magic sword before, and closes his eyes to focus his power. With a flash of light, an ornate key materializes out of thin air. "I've created the magic key," Takomi announces. Galro stares, stunned, admitting that it looks identical. Angelina and Takomi watch him with nervous anticipation as he examines the newly formed object. He watches in disbelief as the chest clicks open. Takumi and Angelina shout in triumph, their faces alight with joy. It's truly open. Angelina pulls out a sealed document, her expression turning serious. She explains that with this proof, Galro and his men will no longer be treated as villains. She urges him to show it to the townspeople before the fleet arrives, but Galro counters that his crew is still scheduled to fight a kraken, a promise they must keep. This complicates their journey, though he believes his skills will be useful in the coming pirate subjugation. She worries about the immense danger this plan entails. While their combined forces might stand a chance against a Zerank sea monster, she knows it puts Galro and his crew at grave risk. He dismisses her concern with a hardened expression. As former pirates, he declares, they have no choice but to risk their lives. He warns that if they miss this opportunity, their next encounter will surely be their last, as they will be hunted down and killed. Takumi, having listened quietly, speaks up. He asks Galro if he intentionally spread rumors of his own piracy to orchestrate this very outcome. The pirate captain seems surprised that Takumi deduced his plan. The pirate captain admits he was worried about leaving his daughter behind, but seeing her now, he feels he can manage. Overhearing this, Angelina erupts, shouting that she absolutely hates his self-sacrificial plan. The Kumi calmly asked for more details, wanting to know just how strong a kraken is. Galro explains that there's no precedent for fighting one, but it's said to possess immense power capable of snapping a ship's mast, as well as regenerative abilities. He concludes that there is no other way. If they fail to defeat it, the port of Adarasta will be blockaded and the town will start. Having laid out the grim reality, he turns to Takumi with a request. Deliver the proof to Anjia's family in his stead. With his eyes closed, Takumi flatly refuses. So Captain seems to accept this, acknowledging that Takumi was never truly involved in their affairs. He tells him to return to his own journey, but Takumi refuses that as well. Surprised, Garo asks what he means. Takumi stands, placing a hand on the table, and asks if they can step outside for a moment. He led Garo and Angelina to a secluded beach nestled between towering cliffs. The three of them stood on the shore, gazing out at the vast, empty expanse of the ocean. Angelina then spoke, her voice firm. She explained that while she had no initial connection to this town, she couldn't bear to stand by and watch its people suffer. To fight a colossal creature of the sea, she declared, this was what was needed. With a determined cry, she invoked a command. Create. In response to her call, the sea before them churned violently. A colossal, dark shape reached the surface, sending waves crashing against the shore. Galro could only stare, stunned in a silence, while Takomi watched the spectacle unfold with a confident smile. He then turned to the astonished pirate captain, shouting to be heard over the churning water. He asked Goro what he thought. Surely with this they could defeat the Kraken, as Galro processed the sight. Angelina ran eagerly toward the colossal structure. She joyfully announced that this was a man's ultimate secret weapon. On a rocky shore, Pirate Captain Galro stands with Takumi and Angelina, pointing across the vast expanse of water. He declares that the area he indicates is roughly where the Kraken is currently lurking. A map. He traces the creature's path, explaining that it moves between shallow and deep waters with the currents. At this time of day, he notes, the tide flows from the open sea toward the land. Because of this, he concludes, the Kraken should be at its closest point to the shore right now. Takumi smiles, impressed by the captain's deep understanding of the sea, remarking how helpful it is out at the water, thoughtfully estimating the distance to be about 1 kilometer. Turning back to Galro, Takumi concedes that the creature is more troublesome than he'd anticipated, and asked for permission to use the large object from before, even if it gets captured. Galro agrees without hesitation, stating he will entrust everything to Takumi, whose abilities have already surpassed his wildest imagination. Man set, Takumi begins to stretch his arms and legs, announcing that he needs to do some warm-up exercises since it's been a while. Angelina watches him, puzzled, and asks what he is doing. He grins, swinging his arms, and explains that it's Radio Tiso Daiichi, a traditional stretching routine from his homeland. Finding it interesting, Angelina decides to join in. Takumi leads the group, which now includes a surprisingly enthusiastic outro through the motions, calling out counts and encouraging a deep breath. After finishing, the three of them stand together, looking invigorated. Takumi beams, declaring the warm-up complete, and hoping for a fun and energetic day. Angelina shares his cheerful sentiment, turns toward the sea, announcing his departure. Galro gives a thumbs up, telling him to be careful and that he's counting on him. With a confident smile, Takomi takes a step, his foot landing firmly on the surface of the water as if it were solid ground. He stands upon the water's surface, his hands outstretched as he shouts a single word. Create! On the nearby ship. Angelina and Captain Galro can only watch, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion, in response to his command. The sea begins to churn violently as a colossal metal structure erupts from the depths. It is an aircraft carrier, a vessel of impossible scale. The vessel continues its ascent, its massive bow breaking through the waves. Takomi identifies it by name, the Shinano. The colossal ship settles into the ocean, its immense weight displacing a tremendous amount of water as it finds its buoyancy. Aboard their own vessel, Captain Galro and Angelina stare, mouths agape, at the impossible side of the warship that now dwarfs their own. Sudden appearance of such a massive object does not go unnoticed. Deep beneath the waves, a monstrous, glowing eye snaps open, its attention fixed on the surface. Undeterred, Takumi begins to run across the water towards his creation. He thinks to himself that the Shinana's 266-meter flight deck is just what he needs for a running start before shouting. And next, he continues his incantation, and a second, even more formidable warship bursts forth from the sea. It is a Yamato-class battleship, the second of its line, the Musashi. The second warship crashes down, sending a towering wave across the ocean as it settles beside the first, the depths. The Kraken's eye widens, its gaze now fixed upon the impossible fleet that has materialized to challenge it. Its massive tentacles surged through the water, a colossal limb of flesh and power. In response to the creature's movement, Takumi sprinted across the steel deck of the Musashi, his feet pounding against the metal. He realized the Kraken had finally noticed him. With grim determination, he prepared his next move, calling forth the first ship of his new fleet. With a surge of power, he used his create ability once more, and a legendary battleship Yamato materialized from nothing, its immense form displacing the sea. A colossal warship plowed through the waves, its armored bow cutting a deep wake in the ocean. He didn't stop continuing his frantic dash across the deck as his creation moved into position. Aboard the Yamato, one of its massive main gun turrets rotated with a heavy groan of machinery, locking onto its target. Before the guns could fire, the Kraken struck. Enormous tentacles erupted from the depths, wrapping around the battleship's hull and superstructure, threatening to crush the steel giant. He watched the spectacle unfold, a grin spreading across his face. He marveled at the sight, realizing that this was indeed a massive vessel, one that surpassed even the largest battleships in history. But the creature's strength was overwhelming. The steel hull groaned and buckled under the immense pressure. This was a monster of such scale that in the town of Adirasta, there were no rumors of anyone ever attacking a sea demon. This battle was the culmination of Galro and his crew's tireless efforts. As the colossal beast crushed his worship, Takumi knew he had to devise a new strategy. He reasoned that if this kraken was like other magical beasts, it would likely vanish the instant it was defeated, leaving no trace behind. He considered the implications of such a victory. If the creature simply vanished, all proof of its existence, the very reason Galro had blockaded the port, would disappear as well. He needed a way to defeat it while leaving evidence behind. Suddenly, a solution came to him. His answer burst forth from the churning waves, a colossal, submersible weapon to create. The new arrival immediately drew the sea monster's attention, its enormous eyes swiveling to face the threat. It reacted with swift, brutal force, its tentacles lashing out to strike the submersible. This, however, was precisely what Takumi had anticipated. He watched with a confident grin, noting that the creature had lost its original target and reflexively turned its aggression on the new one. His plan in motion, he activated the weapon's primary function. A targeting scope locked onto the Kraken's head as Takumi gave the command to fire. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from the submarine, striking the monster directly. The effect was instantaneous. A thick layer of ice rapidly encased the colossal creature, freezing it solid in the water. Completely immobilized, the frozen behemoth stood as a silent, icy monument in the sea. Even its massive eyes were trapped beneath the crystalline shell, a faint cracking sound echoing from the frozen surface. Its massive, frozen form now serves as a monument in the harbor. On the deck of their ship, pirate Captain Gorot and Angelina cheer in triumph. Takumi looks on, reflecting that while he had other plans, this outcome was just as effective. Comparing the spectacle to an old monster movie where a mysterious weapon flash freezes a colossal beast. Meanwhile, in a tavern at Arasta, the mood is far less celebratory. The bartender slams a drink on the counter, cursing the turf events. The adventurers around him grumble, one complaining that his opponent has fled, while another worries that the entire establishment might be in trouble. He wipes the counter, lost in thought. With the Adventurers Guild currently shut down, he realizes his own tavern might soon be forced to close as well. Worries are interrupted by commotion from street. A crowd has gathered, staring out towards the harbor in disbelief. They question what they are seeing, wondering if the immense shape is dead since it isn't moving. Their confusion turns to shock as they identify the object. A Z-ranked sea monster, a kraken. The crowd erupts, questioning how such a creature could be in their harbor. Standing among them, Takumi calmly explains that it simply drifted in from offshore. Nearby, a group of sailors discusses the implications. One asks if this is the monster they had heard was lurking offshore. Another confirms that ships were indeed attacked while trying to enter the port, but clarifies that it was the work of pirates. A man's eyes widen and sudden, dawning horror. He realizes with a jolt that what everyone had dismissed as the work of pirates was, in fact, the doing of the crack, having left the stunned crowd behind. Takumi rows a small boat with Angelina away from the port. She asks him if he is certain that simply dropping her off on the opposite shore is enough. He recalls his parting words with Captain Galro. Takumi had cheerfully stated that he was leaving the explanations to the townspeople and the direct negotiations with the Lord to Galro, who could only mutter at the young man's nerve. Before leaving, he had shaken the captain's hand, expressing his gratitude. Takumi insisted that accepting the favor would be appreciated as the town of Adirasta was saved thanks to Garau and his crew's efforts. He humbly added that he only provided a little assistance at the very end. As he stood on the deck, Pirate Captain Galro explained the consequences of his actions. For defeating a Z-rank monster, the nation would issue a massive reward and bestow upon him the honor of being called a hero. Takumi, however, seemed unimpressed, dismissing it as just a title. Angelina then approached him, her expression somber as she asked if he was truly leaving. With a gentle smile, he patted her head, explaining that his role was finished. He told her that her job now was to act as a bridge between her father and Galro, encouraging her to do her best. After his exchange with the girl, Galro regarded him thoughtfully, remarking on what a mysterious man he was. The pirate captain found it hard to believe that the person who performed such an incredible feat against the Kraken could seem so ordinary. Takumi simply asked if he looked like an old man. Angelina's cheerful voice suddenly interjected. She exclaimed that she knew it, and that Galro must have been thinking the same thing she was, that Takumi was her old man. She elaborated, comparing him to her father. She explained that while her father was normally laid back, he would take bold action when necessary. In a word, he was an eccentric, just like Takumi. She then mused that she and her father were quite alike, asking if she deserved praise for it. Her comparison left her thoughtful. She closed her eyes, realizing that being with Takumi was fun and reassuring, and she wished to stay with him longer. As Takumi asked what was on her mind, she suddenly declared that she had made a decision. With a sudden burst of energy, Angelina pointed directly at a stunned Takumi. She proclaimed that in 5 years she would take him as her husband, and he would marry into the Alquan family. Both Takumi and Gauros stared in shock. He processed her proposal, realizing it was akin to a child promising to marry their father when they grow up. Angelina, however, seemed completely serious, thanking him for his gratitude with a happy expression. He smiled gently in response. He advised her that because of their significant age difference, it would be better for her to save such feelings for someone she truly loves when she finds them. Reasoning only seemed to confuse her. She countered that he was only 10 years older than her, and that her own parents had an even larger age gap. Takumi then clarified that when he was 50 or 60, she would only be about 10 years older than she is now. Listening in, Galro remarked that his use of specific numbers was surprisingly persuasive. He smiled warmly and agreed on one condition. If Angelina hadn't found someone important to her by the time she became an adult, then they would marry. Overjoyed, she immediately declared a promise. Privately thought that this would likely become a fleeting childhood memory she would forget by age 20. Nearby, Captain Galro boisterously encouraged Angelina, telling her she had better grow into a fine lady for him. The captain then cleared his throat, formally announcing that Takumi of Adirasta had promised to marry Lady Angelina Alquan after she came of age. He instructed them that to seal such an engagement, one must respond with a kiss on the back of the hand. In response to the captain's declaration, Takumi moved to one knee. Angelina, understanding the gesture, presented her hand to him. He took her hand and, bringing it to his lips, formally made his promise to Lady Angelina. He smiled to himself, admitting internally that he had gotten carried away. Still, he reasoned, it was an adult's duty not to crush a child's dreams. As Angelina blushed with delight, Captain Galro explained that what they had just performed, though a simplified version, was the official ceremony for a noble's engagement. His gentle smile vanished, replaced by a look of utter shock. Angelina giggled, calculating that since she was 10 now, she would come of age in just 4 years. The realization struck Takumi with force, and he cried out in disbelief, questioning if she would truly be an adult at 14. Captain Gauro roared with laughter, explaining he was happy Takumi was becoming part of the family and that he was counting on him. Overwhelmed and sweating, Takumi could only think to himself that he had just made a terrible mistake. His departure was met with a final enthusiastic cry from a young Angelina. Standing proudly beside Captain Galro, she beamed and shouted her farewell, promising that she would be waiting for him. Aboard a small boat, cutting through the waves, he tries to reassure himself. He muses that a lot can happen in 4 years, and that people's feelings are unpredictable. Deciding to put the unsettling promise out of his mind for the time being, he resolves to focus on his original objective, making for the holy city of Fultima. Aboard a small sailboat, Takumi Seiki and Angelina Alquin glide across the open water, the wind filling their single sail as they journey onward. He reflects on how he arrived in this situation. He introduces himself as Takumi Saki, a man who had just reached retirement age when about a month and a half ago, he was suddenly summoned to this other world, alone. Summoned alongside him were Aiki, the hero, Kenji, the sage, and Nine, the saintess. Unlike him, they seem to possess some foreknowledge of this world and its magic, adapting to their new circumstances almost immediately. The Kumi, however, was completely lost. Labeled a failure from the start, he was swept up in the summoning, became a wanted man under suspicion of plotting to assassinate the king, and was even driven into a den of monsters. To survive, he had to rely on the rejuvenated body he gained in this world and his universal creation skill. He created the magic sword Arist, realizing his second life could have ended before it truly began. Continued. In the poor town of Adirasta, he found himself confronting the sea demon Kraken, a Z-class monster considered calamity. With the cooperation of the former pirate Galro and his crew, he was able to successfully subdue the great beast. In the aftermath, he admits he got carried away and formally proposed to Anja, the daughter of the lord of the Byzantor's domain. Now they're on a journey to her destination, Fatima. Returning to the present, Takumi muses to himself that his younger self does some audacious things. Beside him, Angelina simply asks, "Huh?" His thoughts are interrupted as Galro pulls his own boat alongside theirs. The pirate captain cheerfully informs him that to get to fault him off on the opposite shore, he'd have to cross a great forest, which would be a huge pain. He suggests it would be much faster to just take the regular boat back to Mazaner's. Takumi can only stare, utterly shocked by this oversight. He sighed, realizing he had only considered the distance on the map. The path to Fatima was not so simple. There were mountains, and, more dauntingly, the great forest. It wasn't an urgent journey, but he wondered how he would manage it. Meanwhile, at the Karatsana branch of the Adventurers Guild, an elven officer reacted with shock. She couldn't believe the report. A man named Takumi had single-handedly defeated the sea demon Kraken. She slammed her hands on a subordinate's desk, demanding answers as an urgent report from the Adirasta branch lay before her. She questioned why this Takumi would deliberately choose the arduous route through the great forest to Adirasta, bypassing their preparations in Misantos. From a nearby office, Guildmaster Karatsena offered a different perspective. He mused that perhaps the man's primary objective wasn't to crack in at all. After all, he pointed out, even the guild's vast intelligence network had failed to predict the creature's arrival. His words gave her pause. She considered the logic, but a new question arose in her mind. If that were the case, how did the guild staff in Adirasta even know the Kraken had been defeated? The staff member explained the guild system. A monster's defeat is automatically logged on an adventurer's card. However, he clarified that Takumi doesn't have one. The elf officer was taken aback without a card, and with a monster's body expected to vanish upon defeat, there should be no way to know of its existence. The guildmaster then revealed the critical detail. "They have the real thing," he stated grimly, confused. She pressed him for clarification, asking what he meant. Meant to Kraken itself. The creature's massive, frozen carcass was floating in the middle of the port. A spectacle witnessed not only by guild members, but by all the people of the town. She struggled to comprehend the feat. She had understood his skills were related to replication, but this was something else entirely. The ability to instantly freeze a creature larger than a galleon was unheard of. Such powerful freezing magic she believed shouldn't even exist, let alone be wielded by human or an elf. Turning to the guildmaster, she voiced her growing suspicion. She confessed that this person, Takumi, felt not quite human to her. While admitting it might just be her imagination, the doubt was now firmly planted in her mind. Her intense gaze remained fixed on the guildmaster as he voiced a grave suspicion that the man known as Takumi might be an agent of the Demon Lord. He continued, explaining that the Demon Lord presides over all dark beings, but within his army, various power struggles and conflicts are rumored to be intensifying. The failure of the capital's defense strategy has only exacerbated these tensions. He theorized that the recent destruction of the fortress and the sea monster subjugation might have been incidents stemming from these very internal conflicts. Considered his words, her expression unreadable. The idea that the demon lord would cease direct attacks to send a human-like demon was a possibility. If Takomi's actions were a ploy to manipulate them, it would be a convincing one. Still, she mused, it felt like a wild and baseless speculation. Despite her internal doubts, she looked at the guildmaster with newfound intensity, declaring that she had been thinking the exact same thing. He stared back, taken aback by her agreement. Hand slammed down on the desk. She declared that they could no longer afford to be idle. Their strategy must change immediately, from searching for and persuading Takumi to outright capturing him. They had to ascertain his true identity without delay. Turning to the bureau chief, she issued a stern command to send a request to Shadow and the Sword Saint. The guildmaster reacted with alarm, questioning the decision to team those two up. He protested that the situation was already escalating, and deploying them represented the most powerful measure the guild could possibly take at this time. The two individuals in question were legendary figures. Shadow, a specialist in infiltration and annihilation, an S-class adventurer whose tracking skills were second to none, and a Sword Saint, the highest-ranked adventurer of all, SS class. The LF officer informed him that two of the guild's most prominent adventurers were currently unavailable. The guildmaster, his expression now grim and determined, conceded. He ordered the staff member to immediately process the request for the other two, making it the highest priority. The man bowed his head in acknowledgement. Elsewhere, the elven officer dispatched by the guild stands by a window, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She muses on whether the snake will finally show itself, questioning if her target is human or demon. This time, she vows, she will see his true nature for herself. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of Karatsinia, King Kale, Don Asia, relaxes with a drink and a long stem pipe. His leisure is interrupted by news as he scoffs in disbelief. A crack in the king fumes before his advisors, annoyed that another one of the demon lord's minions has appeared near Adirasta. He declares that he cannot dispatch the national army, complaining that a significant portion of the military budget was already spent during the last invasion, and any further expense would severely strain the royal coffers. He advises a simple solution. Hire the Adventurers Guild and force the local lord of Adirasta to foot the bill. The kingdom, he proclaims, will not spend a single copper coin on the matter. The side. The court magician Augustus speaks up, his voice calm and measured. He informs the king that such measures are unnecessary, as the Kraken has already been dealt with. The king turns, stunned by the news. He asked if it was truly defeated by a single person. When Augusta confirms it, the king immediately assumes it must have been the work of a legendary sword saint. Augusta corrects him. The one responsible was Takumi, the other worlders summoned with the three heroes who was wanted for insubordination. The king's face contorts in shock and disbelief, shouting Takumi's name. He laughs dismissively, certain there must be a mistake, as a Kraken subjugation is no joke. He continues his report, explaining that according to the Adventurers Guild, they are mobilizing all their forces to locate this very same Takumi. Therefore, Augusta concludes, the report of him defeating the Kraken must hold some credibility. The king's face darkens with anger. He reminds Augusta that his own assessment claimed Takumi was only level 1. Augusta admits this was the case, but clarifies that no one was ever able to directly confirm his status. He adds that after the battle with the Demon Lord, the Saintess Nene reported that Takumi was the one who defeated him, but by the time anyone went to verify, Takumi had already vanished. His knuckles whiten as he crushes the wine glass in his fist, shards scattering. He cedes, declaring that for someone to possess such power and not offer it to the kingdom is nothing short of rebellion. His fist clenched as he sieved, ordering Augusta to eliminate the source of his calamity. He declared that even the slightest threat to his sovereignty must be swiftly purged. The king continued, revealing he had intelligence that Takumi was heading to Fulsha to meet the Saintess Nene. While he had initially dismissed it as a simple interaction between other worlders, he now suspected the Divine Order might be pulling strings from the shadows. He commanded Augusta to use the calamity on them. He specified his concerns, noting that whether it was the Divine Order or the Adventurers Guild, it was unacceptable for either faction to gain Takumi's power and increase their own influence. A decision was made. They had to act before the situation escalated. Within a vast forest of the world tree, Takumi Seiki walks with a thoughtful expression across a massive fallen log, traversing the dense sun-dappled woods. He reflects that 2 full days have passed since he entered, while it feels like he's moving forward. He also has the unsettling sensation that he's not. He knows he should be heading towards Fultima, but surrounded by identical trees. He has completely lost his sense of direction. With a sigh, he admits to himself that he is utterly lost, or worse, stranded. He decides to try a tool he created for this purpose, a directional magnet. He opens the small metallic case, but the crystalline needle inside spins wildly and erratically, failing to point in any consistent direction. Magnet is useless. He realizes with a growing sense of dread that such a device might not function in this world. The forest is eerily devoid of travelers, and a cold shiver runs down his spine as he spots the bleached skeleton of someone who never made it out. Looking up at the towering trees that surround him, an idea forms. Perhaps from the top, he could finally get his bearings. He begins his ascent, though he hasn't climbed a tree since childhood. He finds the task surprisingly manageable. With a final push, he emerges through the dense canopy of leaves. From his new perch, he sits in silence, gazing out at the breathtaking view, an endless sea of green treetops stretching towards a distant mountain range under a vast sky. He marvels at the magnificent scenery. He recognizes the mountains as the same ones he saw before entering the forest, which means that despite his wandering, his general direction was correct. He feels a strong tailwind at this altitude. Looking out, he observes that the canopy is relatively flat. A new plan forms in his mind. If he travels across the tops of the trees, he can proceed in a straight line. He steels his resolve, ready to attempt the daring path. He puts his plan into motion, focusing his will to create a paraglider. With a whoop of excitement, he launches himself in a tree tuft. The glider catches the air, and he soars above the endless sea of trees. He notes that it feels less like flying and more like being carried by the wind, but the experience is exhilarating all the same. A smooth flight is abruptly interrupted as a shimmering, invisible wall materializes directly in his path, rippling from an unseen point of impact. Before he can react, he smashes through the strange phenomenon. He feels a distinct sensation of having broken through something, though he cannot see what it was. The consequence is immediate. His eyes widen in shock as a colossal tree suddenly appears directly in front of him, as if from nowhere. He crashes violently into the massive trunk, tumbling through its dense foliage. After a hard landing on a thick branch, he realizes with relief that the leaves and smaller boughs cushioned his fall, leaving him uninjured. Getting to his feet, he marvels at the sheer scale of the tree, wondering how he could have possibly missed something so ancient and magnificent. A sudden noise puts him on high alert, and he whirls around, demanding to know who is there. The answer appears all around him. On the surrounding branches, a group of archers stands with bows drawn, their arrows all aimed directly at him. One of them, an elf with long, light-colored hair, steps forward. An arrow lands sharply at Takumi's feet, as the elf aggressively demands to know who he is and for what purpose he has trespassed on this land. Continues his interrogation, accusingly asking if Takumi broke the barrier just to enter this forest. Flustered, Takumi introduces himself and explains he was only trying to get to a place called Fultima. The elf leader looks back, stunned, repeating the word barrier in disbelief. The elf leader listens as Takumi, hand to his chin and thought, tries to explain the strange sensation he felt just before crashing. He muses that it felt like he broke through something and wonders aloud if it could have been a barrier. His words are met with disbelief. The elf leader, Hades, declares that their village's barrier is not something a mere human could break. Dismissing the claim, he states that Takumi's fate will be decided by the elder. He then commands Takumi to accompany them. He quickly reconsidered, deciding it would be troublesome to present a potential danger to the elder. It would be better, he thinks, if the intruder was simply asleep. Forming a sign with his hands, he gathers magical energy and casts a spell, Sleep Cloud, intending to lull the man into a peaceful slumber with the aid of a small sprite. puff of magical smoke envelops Takumi's head. A female elf archer instructs her comrades to escort the elder to safety, confident she can handle the now sleeping human. To her astonishment, Takumi remains standing and wide awake, merely looking puzzled. The leader stares in shock. She wonders aloud if he possesses some skill that grants resistance to sleep magic. Deciding a more potent spell is required. She begins a new incantation, commanding that he be embraced by spirits of darkness and plunged into an abyss of terror and nightmares. She unleashes the spell, Nightmare. This spell also fails completely. The female archer cries out in frustration that her spirit magic is completely ineffective. As vines from another spell zone wrap around Takumi, he cheekily asks what they plan to do now, warning that the great father of the forest will not forgive them for binding his arms. With a sudden, sharp snap, the magical vines binding him shatter into pieces. Takumi lets out a loud, almost comical sneeze as if the magic itself caused an allergic reaction. Apparent resistance infuriates the elf leader. He roars that the intruder is clearly hostile to their village and must be eliminated. With no other recourse, he orders his archers to use force. He is taken completely by surprise as arrows begin to fly. With a panicked expression, Takumi dodges the volley, crying out that they had just told him not to run away. The leader shouts back for him away. Forced onto the defensive, he leaps through the air and unleashes his own magic in retaliation, casting Airblade and Icicle Spear back at his attackers. He unleashes a spell, Gravel Bullet, sending a spray of earth and rock flying as he dodges the elves' incoming attacks. His defensive maneuver only enrages the elves further. The leader accuses him of brazenly attacking their home. But Takumi realizes with dismay that by simply dodging, his situation is only getting worse. As he continues to evade, his attention is caught by a window above, where two small elf children peer out in alarm before the shutters are quickly slammed shut. The sight makes him realize how he must appear to them, a terrifying invader. He understands that continuing to flee will only deepen the misunderstanding. They're not attacking out of malice, but out of fear. With this understanding, he abruptly stops running. The sudden halt catches the elven archers by surprise. He throws his hands up in the air, a clear sign of capitulation, and loudly declares his surrender. His declaration froze the elves into a state of confusion. The female archer turns to her leader, awaiting his command. The leader, after a moment of consideration, gives the order to proceed. He reasons that it is better to face this unknown power head-on than to continue a chase. Now bound tightly with ropes, Takumi can only wait to see what happens next. Lead him towards a sprawling village built seamlessly into the massive trees of the forest. The leader informs the captive Takumi that he will be meeting their elder and sternly warns him to show proper respect. For a large ornate doorway, the female archer announces to the elder that they have brought the intruder. Takumi, still tightly bound and looking thoroughly undignified, grimaces as he awaits his judgment. She was brought before the one they called their elder, only to find not an ancient, wizened figure, but a young, elven woman with long, flowing hair and a condemeanor. She looked at him directly, addressing him as Takumi Dono, and stating that she had been waiting. Her youthful appearance left him utterly bewildered. A bead of sweat formed on his temple as he stared, struggling to comprehend. This person, she was the elder. A youthful-looking elf with long, light-colored hair and a circlet on her brow presents a small bowl. She formally welcomes Takumi, announcing his arrival and inviting him into the elf village. The kami, still wrapped in thick webbing, looks around in surprise and asks if this is truly an elf village. The young elf confirms that it is, explaining that this is the home of her clan. Realization dawns on him. He remembers that Furkarina of the Blue Wolf's Fong is also an elf. Hearing her name, Furkarina looks away, slightly embarrassed, and tells him not to stare. He remarks that now that it's been mentioned, he can sense a similar atmosphere from all of them, admitting he hadn't noticed before. The youthful elder confirms that everyone present is of the same elven clan as the archer Hadiot looks on. The idiot then speaks, addressing the elder. He declares that Takumi's bonds should be undone and that he is free to leave. The elder acknowledges his words with a simple, understood, "Thank you." She turns her attention back to Takumi, apologizing for the rough welcome. She explains that recent unsettling events have caused the village to become extremely vigilant. The elder bows her head slightly, again apologizing for the discursive. She asks him to call her Seve, explaining that while it is not her true name, ancient elven names are often difficult for humans to pronounce. Kumi asks if she is an elder elf. With a bright smile, Seve confirms she is a high elf over 2,000 years of age. The revelation stuns Takumi, who shouts in disbelief that she's not just long-lived, but ancient. She observes that Takumi is not yet accustomed to their ways. She muses that it is difficult for high elves and other long-lived elves to act their age, as they have had so little contact with the cultures at younger races. She admits that she, too, struggles with how an elder should properly behave. Her words trigger a question in Takumi's mind. He wonders why, if she is an elder, she already knew his name when he arrived. He is certain he never introduced himself. He listened as the elder, Seve, confirmed his suspicions. She knew most of the circumstances about the kingdom's hero summoning, about him being an otherworlder, and even that his apparent age was different from his true age. She then revealed the source of her knowledge, explaining that she had heard about him from the World Tree. Takumi could only react with stunned disbelief, questioning the very name, the World Tree. Seve elaborated, explaining that the colossal tree he had crashed into was, in fact, the World Tree itself. It was the will of this great tree that had invited him to their village, continued the tale, recounting how the World Tree was once created from nothing when a god visited this land. From her own youth, she had watched as the god planted his sapling and nurtured its growth. The mention of a deity startled him. He asked incredulously if a god truly existed in this world. The word triggered a memory of his own status, where his occupation was listed simply as god. He wondered aloud what that could possibly mean. Realizing that Seve seemed to know a great deal, he decided to ask her about it directly. Before he could finish his question, she held up a hand, assuring him she understood what he wanted to ask. However, she advised that it would be better for him to discover the truth using his own power. She explained her reasoning because he knew so little, he would have no way of knowing if she were lying. It would be far better, she suggested, for him to process the information himself and come to his own conclusions. A smile spread across his face as he considered her words. He felt as though he were being gently guided by a true elder. He agreed with her assessment, acknowledging that he wouldn't truly understand anything without experiencing it firsthand and resolving to learn at his own pace. With the matter settled, Seve called out for Hadid. The elven archer appeared instantly, kneeling before her. She commanded him to honor the World Tree's invitation by guiding their guest, Takumi, through the village for the time being. In the aftermath of the recent turmoil, the sounds of construction fill the elven village. Takumi observes as the residents work diligently, hammering and sawing to repair the damaged buildings. Beside him, Hades, the elf archer leader, grumbles in frustration. He complains that the soldiers they had gathered for housing repairs are now being diverted and their stored lumber supply is nearly depleted. Glances sideways at Takumi, muttering about whose fault it is that their plans have been ruined. Feeling the sting of the elf's accusatory gaze, Takumi forces a smile, thinking to himself that while it may not be his fault directly, the stare is certainly painful. Eager to make amends, he cheerfully offers his assistance to Hades. The archer leader turns to Seve, who informs him that the elder wishes for Takumi to do as he pleases. With a thoughtful expression, Hades considers this for a moment before giving his consent. With permission granted, Takumi walks with purpose toward a large pile of unprocessed logs as the other elves watch on, curious about his intentions. The villagers murmur amongst themselves, noting that the logs need to be cut, and that even their chainsaws are flashy tools for the job. Seeing the children eager to watch, Takumi decides to use a familiar method. He announces the creation of a sword, and a blade materializes in his hand with a shimmer. He grips the newly formed weapon, but it proves to be useless, shattering in his grasp. He grimaces, realizing he's made another worthless item and internally resolves not to mention his failure. Despite the tool's destruction, he swings the remaining hilt. In a single explosive moment, The entire stack of logs is instantly sliced into a mountain of perfectly cut wooden planks. The onlooking elves, especially the children, erupt in cheers of amazement. They shout for him to do it again. Caught up in their excitement, Takumi raises a fist and declares that he will. A short time later, he wipes sweat from his brow, admitting to himself that he got carried away and processed all the logs. Behind him stands a massive, neat stack of finished lumber, ready for construction. He stands amidst the perfectly cut lumber as Hadid, the elf leader, stares in disbelief. The elf questions if this was the result of some grand, complex skill. Elf presses further, demanding to know why he hadn't used such a powerful skill before. With an ability like that, Haiti at reasons, there would have been no need to flee, and the village's buildings would have been spared. Takumi can only offer a sheepish apology. As he processes the apology, a realization dawns on Hades. He recalls Takumi's earlier claim that he couldn't fight, and understands now that it wasn't a refusal, but a simple statement of fact. From the very beginning, this man had no intention of engaging in combat. He changes the subject, his mind already on the next task. The materials still need to be transported, a type of work he notes he's accustomed to from his time, doing day labor in the town of Laring. Katie cuts in his frustration evident. He questions why Takumi doesn't simply use magic to move the lumber. The elf then declares that their spirit magic is a great power, borrowed from the spirits themselves, and it is not meant to be used for such trivial tasks. He considers the elf's words, but his thoughts drift to something else. He remembers feeling a strange sensation while being pursued earlier and wonders what it could have been. His attention returns to the massive stacks of lumber surrounding him. He realizes with a jolt that transporting this much material will be an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. With this challenge, he decides to rely on his create skill once more. He ponders what to make, musing the children generally like things that move. As the youthful elf, elder, and Hydeate look on, his hand begins to glow with a soft light. Powerful surge of energy emanates from his hand. In response, the ground trembles as a massive object begins to materialize from thin air, leaving the elves staring in utter shock and disbelief. A memory surfaces in Takumi's mind, a childhood longing for something strong, powerful, and convenient. An ideal of overwhelming might begins to take shape. That desire, his power gives form to the dream. He declares inwardly that he has created a super robot, its metallic body solidifying piece by piece. The machine stands fully formed, a towering metal giant whose presence dominates the landscape. Seated within the cockpit, Takumi is overcome with awe. He recognizes the machine as a hero from his childhood, admitting that the excitement of piloting it is intense. However, he has no idea which controls do what, decides to experiment, tentatively pressing a button on the console. With a roar from its back-mounted thrusters, the giant robot lurches into motion. Its mechanical head turns sharply, its glowing eyes seeming to stare directly at the bewildered Takumi inside. Lacking proper control, the massive machine loses its balance, its immense weight causing it to topple backward with a groan of stressed metal. Inside, the pilot shouts an alarm, realizing the immense damage the fall will cause. He frantically searches for a way to brace the machine, his hands flying over the controls. His frantic button mashing triggers an unexpected weapon system. With a powerful hiss, the robot's right fist attaches and shoots forward like a projectile. The rocket-propelled fist soars through the air, leaving Takumi staring in disbelief at the unexpected result of his command. His uncontrolled creations fist soared through the air, gleaming for a moment before smashing into the ground with a series of sickening crunches as onlookers watched in horror. The massive, now pilotless body of the robot followed, crashing into the earth with a tremendous ground-shaking impact. From the impact site, a plume of dust and debris rose silently above the forest canopy, marking the final resting place of the colossal machine. Sometime later, Takumi was on his hands and knees, utterly drained. A female elf warrior stood over him, adjusting her to shoveled armor as she commented that it would have been better if he had managed to land sooner. His exhaustion was met with no sympathy from Hadid, whose ear twitched in irritation as he glared down and spoke Takumi's name with cold fury, powering over the apologetic young man amidst the wreckage. He continued his tirade, furiously explaining that because of this incident, the damage to the village had now doubled. Within a vast forest, an elven village is in the midst of reconstruction. Villagers work together, hammering planks and clearing debris from their damaged wooden homes, diligently trying to restore what was broken. Idiot, the elf leader, looks on with a frustrated expression. He laments that thanks to your grace, they have once again wasted precious time and resources, wishing their guests would show more consideration. In response, Takumi continues hammering a nail, stating that he has no right to complain. He explains that the super robot's massive body trampled the village houses, causing extensive damage. A group of smiling elf children gather around, watching him work and calling his name. Seeds that the new destruction has indeed required a significant amount of time for repairs. He observes that the children seem to have taken a great liking to Takumi, then shifts the topic, asking if there is anything else he wishes to know beyond what the village elder has already shared. The Komi affirms that there is, but as he speaks, the children playfully swarm him, climbing onto his shoulders with gleeful shouts. Hadiot looks on, slightly puzzled, and asks if they're being a bother. He explains that while he understands the villagers are upset about their destroyed homes, he sensed their expressions were dark for another reason. He then remarks that Hades himself seems unusually sharp and observant for someone who is supposedly just relaxing. Idiot's demeanor becomes serious. He reveals that there is something they cannot ignore, a matter of great concern for everyone. Seeing no reason to hide it, he offers to explain the situation to Takumi. His tale, recounting that several years ago, monsters started appearing frequently in the forest. A flashback shows a hulking, shadowy beast with glowing eyes smashing through a building. The danger grew so severe that the elves were forced to begin actively subjugating the creatures. He continues, explaining that they were on an expedition to the World Tree to pray for safety, when the arrival of unexpected visitors forced them to halt their journey. Hadid expresses grave concern that if the monsters are left unchecked, the forest will soon be completely overrun. The Kumi, now sitting with the elf leader, reacts with shock. Monsters? In his force, too. Hadea confirms this, stating that such an event is unprecedented, as the Great Forest has always been protected by the World Tree. He adds that some villagers have begun to whisper that the World Tree's power is weakening because of the outsiders. He listened as the youthful elf elder explained that while they had managed to annihilate the monsters, the recent ones were unusually troublesome. She believed their defeat would bring peace of mind, but Takumi questioned if it was truly that simple. The elf leader, Hades interjected, clarifying that on a larger scale, it was a minor incident. Idiot elaborated on the challenge, explaining that the forest canopy reached so high into the sky that ground-based magic was useless. Their flying spirits could eliminate the monsters with their own magic, but it was a difficult and inefficient method. Looking up in awe, Takumi expressed his shock at the sheer height of the trees. Realization dawned on him. He had been picturing a simple den for the monsters, but the situation was far more complex. Feeling indebted to the elves for their hospitality, he concluded that his own skills might be of use and formally offered his assistance. Turned to him, his expression softening. He appreciated the sentiment, but firmly stated that the forest was their ancestral charge. It was a responsibility they had to handle on their own. El's polite but firm refusal caught him by surprise. He lowered his gaze, processing the words and accepting their position. But as Hades began to walk away, another idea struck him. He called out to the elf leader, proposing an alternative. The idiot stopped, intrigued by the new suggestion. He remarked that it was a bold, even preposterous idea, just as he'd expect from Takumi, a concept the elves themselves would never have considered. Despite its unconventional nature, he conceded that the plan had merit. It was certainly worth a try, and he agreed to proceed. He clarified, however, that they must first discuss the matter and reach a consensus. He anticipated opposition to allowing an outsider to join them, but he also acknowledged the great care Takumi had shown for their plight. At that moment, the youthful elder, Seve, approached with a bright smile. She announced that there was no problem. A single word of approval from her had settled the matter. Furthermore, she declared that she would also be joining the monster subjugation operation. She leads the way, her movements swift and silent through the dense forest. The other elves follow with equal grace, their feet barely seeming to touch the ground as Takomi watches, impressed by their speed. They leap from branch to branch, a blur of motion against the foliage. Sev remarks on their innate skill, explaining that as people of the forest, they can traverse even its deepest parts without hesitation. Glances back at Takumi, impressed that he is able to keep up with them. For her people, she explains, this forest is a place they have known since childhood, as familiar as their own homes, so his ability to match their pace is unexpected. He agrees, but reflects on his own condition. Since arriving in this world, his body has felt surprisingly light, moving with more ease than he's used to. He considers that in a world with magic, it's possible his own body has been altered in some way. Suddenly her expression shifts to one of alarm. She halts abruptly, sensing an imminent threat. The idiot calls out to her in concern before turning to Takumi, gesturing for silence. Below their position, two dark, humanoid figures with stark white eyes rise from shadows. The elves recognize them instantly. The monsters have appeared. With a sudden burst of speed, one of the creatures lunges forward, snapping a thick branch in its path before vanishing into the dense leaves. He stares in disbelief. The vibrant green trees are withering and dying in a flash. He wonders aloud how the monsters can drain the life from the forest just by passing through it. He realizes that he'd only ever fought monsters in desolate places like wastelands and caves, never noticing such an effect. Haiti confirms his observation with a grim expression, explaining that these creatures drain the life from all living things around them, lamenting the defilement of their sacred forest. As he speaks, a shimmering rectangular distortion appears in the air nearby, crackling with an unseen energy. Takumi's head whips around, his focus immediately drawn to the strange sight. He watched as the shimmering rift in the air, a portal born from nothing, began to discord shadowy, bestial figures with glowing white eyes. They landed with unsettling agility, and he realized with a start that these must be the monsters they were warned about. He estimated its height, noting it was quite high, perhaps 50 meters up. Beside him, the elven leader, Hadiat, turned with a grim expression, asking if he was prepared for the fight ahead. Without waiting for an answer, he stomped his foot firmly on the ground. His voice rang with authority as he called upon the spirits of the forest to grant their blessing to its children. In response to his call, a female elven warrior loosed an arrow imbued with light. The projectile streaked through the air and struck one of the shadow monsters, erupting in a brilliant flash upon impact. With the first blow struck, Hades roared a command to advance. He led the charge, with Takumi and the other elves surging forward alongside him into the fray. As they ran, the elven archers in the rear drew their bows in unison, loosing a volley of arrows toward the encroaching monsters. The vanguard, led by Hadiet and Takumi, pressed on, their faces set with grim determination as the arrows flew overhead. Their volley found its mark, peppering one of the shadow creatures. Before it could recover, Hadid leaped through the air, closing the distance to deliver a decisive strike. He landed deftly, but the monster, the wounded, remained standing. It slowly turned its glowing eyes away from the elf and fixed its gaze upon a startled Takumi. Seeing the creature shift its focus, Haiti had immediately launched himself forward once more, his expression fierce as he moved to intercept the new threat. He turns to Takumi, informing him that they have reached the demon's hall and entrusting the next step to him. With a determined look, Takumi tells the assembled elves that he is going, then shouts a single word of power, "Create," in response to his command. A colossal structure begins to materialize from thin air with a deep grinding sound, a triumphal arch. The arch continues to form, its immense stone body solidifying in the clearing, dwarfing the surrounding trees. As the structure settles, Hades gazes up in awe at its height. He then turns to his warriors, commanding them to launch a simultaneous assault, releasing all their stored magic upon the demon's hall. Following his order, a blinding barrage of magical energy erupts in a massive explosion, the combined power of the elves striking its target. As the light from the blast fades, Hades begins a new incantation. He calls upon the raging king of wind spirits, asking the great entity to display its immense power and bring its wrath upon their foe. Nearby, the female elf warrior shouts a warning to Takumi and the others. She tells them to hold on tight and brace for the coming storm, which will reveal the divine punishment being unleashed. He then thrust his hand skyward, unleashing the full force of the spell with a roar, ruined tornado. The spell manifests as a colossal vortex of wind, swirling violently around the triumphal arch to come, and the others struggle to stand against the ferocious gale. When the winds finally calm, Hades stands with his arms still raised, the vortex dissipating into the sky. Takumi looks on in amazement, a smile breaking across his face as he realizes the spell was a success. With a focused glare, the elf archer leader, Hadid, extends his hand, his attack seemingly complete. A triumphant cry rings out. The demon beast has been annihilated, leaving the grand archway standing, with the threat seemingly neutralized. He turns his attention to the aftermath. He declares his satisfaction and issues orders. The ground troops will be supported while they hunt down the remaining monsters, and the wounded will receive treatment from the recovery mages. At his command, Furkarina begins her work. She chants an incantation, calling upon the pure water spirit to bring solace to the injured as a ball of light forms between her hands. The light intensifies, glowing brightly as she channels her healing magic. She gently applies the healing energy to a wounded elf. Takumi watches, observing that this must be another form of spirit magic. He recalls that Furkarina had used the talisman of the blue wolf before, and muses the hill have to ask her to use her recovery magic if he gets tired. The moment of calm is violently shattered. A massive glowing sigil slams down from above, striking the top of the archway and cracking the ancient stone. Structure groans and collapses into a pile of rubble. Takumi and Furkarina stare in disbelief at the sun destruction. The Komi cries out in shock, asking what just happened. An elf warrior points frantically towards the dust cloud, yelling for the captain to look. Amidst the debris, a figure undergoes a monstrous transformation, its body contorting and growing. The dust emerges a new foe, a powerful lion-headed beast man. He crouches, radiating immense power. His muscles bulging as an aura surrounds him. The lion-headed beast man crouched low, a grin spreading across his face. He mused aloud that he had simply struck at something small he sensed, surprised to find Els hiding in such a place. Komi's stare bewildered. He identified the creature as a monster, but its ability to speak was astonishing. The beastman casually confirmed his intelligence, finding Komi's surprise unwarranted. He then deduced their plan aloud. The monster he had just obliterated was a decoy, a lure to expose his own attack. He mockingly called their effort pitiful, yet conceded it might be worth a moment of his attention. As he spoke, the grim truth was revealed. He held the limp forms of Furkarina and another female elf warrior in his grasp, a sight that made Takumi's blood run cold. Takumi's mind reeled, realizing the ground troops must have been annihilated. The beast man sneered, promising that their suffering was far from over. He declared his intent to make them all scream at the roots of the world tree for his own entertainment. The creature's cruel monologue continued, questioning if his interrogation was over. He spoke of the evolution of monsters, noting the high level of the elves he'd captured. He promised that after they had experienced sufficient despair and terror, they would become worthy food for his own kind, addressing Takomi with a mocking, "Your Excellence." Taunts were cut short as Hades and the other elven warriors emerged from above. The elf leader roared with defiance, proclaiming their pride and vowing not to let their comrades be defiled. The beastman merely smirked, pleased that they had finally come down from their hiding place, making them vulnerable to attack. Without another word, he thrust his hand forward, roaring as a massive blast of energy erupted towards the elves. Takumi cried out a desperate warning to Hades as the warriors froze in shock. The beam of raw power slammed into a grand archway, the force of the impact sending the elven warriors flying through the air. Both Takumi and the beastman watched the devastation unfold. When the dust settled, the result was clear. The elven warriors, Hydeate among them, lay scattered and motionless on the ground, utterly defeated. As the elven leader and his warriors lay defeated, Takumi leaped down from his hiding spot. He rushed to their sides, checking on the leader and urging everyone to hold on. He quickly assessed their condition. They were still breathing, but their consciousness was fading. He knew that if things continued this way, they would all be lost. His attention snapped back to the beast man who spoke with casual cruelty. The creature identified him as a mere human, not an elf, and mused that the building Takomi had been standing on had vanished, questioning if that was some kind of skill. He responded simply, telling the beast man to be quiet. The creature's eye twitched in irritation, its clawed foot digging into the ground as it growled, questioning who Takumi thought he was speaking to. He repeated his demand with more force, shouting that this was no time for idle chatter in the presence of the demon lord Sarginius. The beast man seemed amused by his audacity, but concluded that since Takomi was only a human, there was no reason to let him live. With that, the creature lunged, declaring that letting a human witness this would be a poor offering for the black coffin, Gierskogel. He swung a massive clawed hand, roaring for Takomi to die. The blow descended with incredible speed. Takumi raised a hand, still trying to insist that the beast man be quiet, but he realized his words were useless as the massive claw struck with overwhelming force. But instead of flesh and bone, the beast man's claw met a blinding explosion that erupted with a deafening roar. The creature recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected blast. As the smoke cleared, the aftermath was revealed. Takumi knelt amidst the devastation, his expression grim, surrounded by the still forms of the defeated elven warriors. He cursed his own limitations. He knew this was the moment his all-creation skill should be put to use, but his mind drew a blank. He couldn't think of anything that would be effective for healing them. He desperately recalled the recovery magic the elves had used earlier. If only he could use that, it would be the perfect solution, but he was at a complete loss. His attention snapped back to the elf leader beside him. He shook Hades, urging him to hold on, but the elf remained limp and unresponsive. A cry of pure desperation tore from his throat as he threw his head back, calling out to the spirits. He settled onto the ground, sitting cross-legged amidst the fallen, and continued his plea, begging them to lend him their power, pleaded with them, explaining that the elves were dying, and that he needed the spirit's power to save them. His words were met with silence. He sat in the quiet clearing, surrounded by the still forms of the elves, as a single mode of light appeared and vanished. Then, without warning, a torrent of energy erupted from his body, swirling around him and engulfing him in a column of brilliant life. He looked up, his expression one of utter shock, completely unaware of how he had produced such a phenomenon. Staring into the aftermath of the battle, Takumi's eyes widen in shock. He stammers, trying to comprehend the scene before him. Before he can finish his thought, a brilliant white light erupts, engulfing his vision with a deafening roar, fades, revealing a desolate landscape. The ground trembles as rocks and debris fall from withered trees. A stark reminder of the destruction of monsters had left. He turns to Hades and the other elves, calling out to them with concern. But Hades doesn't respond. His gaze is fixed upwards, his face a mask of pure astonishment. Follow his gaze to see a radiant figure materializing in a soft glow. Hades' voice is filled with reverence as he identifies her. The spirit, the founding queen. Her eyes remain closed as she speaks a single phrase with serene authority. Full recovery. A wave of life surges through the forest. The dead withered trees begin to grow and mend, their branches stretching out with impossible speed. The restoration continues, the once barren ground, now covered in lush, vibrant green. The Kumi and the elves look up in silent awe as the forest canopy completely reforms above them. The forest is whole once more. He stares into the renewed woods, his mind racing. He wonders if the elves' wounds were healed, and the forest regenerated, all because the spirit queen responded to his call. He watched as the elf archer leader, Hades, stared into the distance, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Breaking to silence, he asked about the monster, but Hades seemed confused. The beast man had been standing right there, yet the elf claimed he had no memory of exchanging words with him. As they walked, he noticed the other elves glancing at him furtively. A strange, awkward atmosphere had settled over the group, making him uneasy. He looked towards the great tree, realizing their gazes weren't meant to avoid him. Instead, they seemed to be looking at him as if he were something fragile, something to be handled with care. The memory of what had just happened startled him. But then he understood. The kind spirit had simply answered his desperate, loud call for help. Meanwhile, Hades was lost in thought. Try to recall the name of the spirit. He remembered the founding queen. He mused that she must be quite famous in the spirit world. Their thoughts were interrupted by a joyous roar from the village ahead. A crowd of elves, their faces bright with relief, shouted a unified welcome. The returning warriors were immediately enveloped in tearful hugs. A cheer went up as it was announced that everyone had returned safely. Takumi watched the emotional reunions, a gentle smile on his face. He thought to himself that there is no need to worry about differences between races when witnessing such genuine care for one's own people. His reflection ended as he turned to Hades, suggesting they go see Seve. The elf leader agreed, stating that in a situation like this, there was no other place for him to be. In a distance, the elder, Seve, was already walking towards the great tree. He stands before a colossal tree, its trunk and roots sprawling across the landscape. Its sheer scale is immense, dwarfing him as he gazes up at its ancient bark. Beside him, Seve explains that this world tree was the very reason they came to this world, the catalyst for their village. She had with a gentle smile that the other child she wanted him to meet is also here now. Takumi wonders who she could be talking about. He reaches out, his gloved hand pressing against the rough bark of the world tree. As he closes his eyes, a sense of homecoming washes over him, and he murmurs, "I'm home." His consciousness is suddenly pulled elsewhere. A young man who looks just like him stands alone in a vast, grassy field, the wind gently sweeping past. The young man looks down, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he lets out a questioning sound. He finds himself in a boundless meadow, wondering how he got there. The scenery is hazy, like a dream, yet it stirs a strange sense of nostalgia within him. From nearby, the happy babbling of a small child reaches his ears. He turns surprised to see a toddler sitting in the grass, reaching out and calling to him with simple repeated sounds. The young man kneels with a gentle smile, apologizing to the child. The toddler, however, beams and corrects him, stating, "I'm not Papa." His eyes widen in surprise. He lifts the laughing child high into the air as the toddler joyfully shouts, "Your Papa." He watched as the toddler, beaming with pure joy, reached out for him with a happy cry. He remarked on the child's beautiful blonde hair, though he admitted it seemed to be glowing, so he couldn't be entirely sure of its true color. Overcome with affection, he lifted the laughing child high into the air. An unseen woman's voice noted that it was an elf child, and that the man's face softened with love whenever he was with the boy. The tender moment faded as the child drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, the vision shattered and he was jolted back to reality, his eyes wide with shock. He looked up, realizing the world tree was now glowing with an intense, brilliant light. He understood then that it had once been known by another name, the Golden Tree. As this realization dawned, his gaze fell upon the elves. Hades and every other warrior had knelt as one, their heads bowed. He turned to Seve, utterly confused. He asked what they were all doing, questioning if they were kneeling to the world tree. Sev calmly corrected him, stating that they were kneeling to him, to Komi, to show their gratitude and reverence. He can only stare at Seve, the name she called him echoing in his mind as he tried to process her words. He gestured toward the great tree, protesting. He asked why they would do such a thing, insisting that the spirits were the ones who saved everyone, and that he had done nothing to deserve their gratitude or reverence. She listened, a thoughtful expression on her face. She remarked that his response was very typical of him, but admitted that such excessive modesty, while a virtue, could also be quite troublesome. She explained to the bewildered Takumi that it was thanks to him that the world tree had regained its power. The statement only deepened his confusion, prompting him to question if she truly meant him. Continuing her explanation, she confirmed his involvement. She then revealed that it had been a long and difficult 1,500 years since the world tree had lost its life. Her expression softened with profound gratitude. Clasping her hands before her, she formally addressed him as Lord Takumi, thanking him deeply for saving both her people and the forest itself. This earnest declaration of thanks did nothing to clear his confusion. He could only stare blankly, the weight of her words and the title of Lord leaving him utterly bewildered. Beneath the glowing boughs of the great tree, A young man and an elven woman stand before a gathering of kneeling figures. As luminous spores drift through the air, the woman observes that the night has deepened. She turns to the young man, her expression warm, and announces a celebration for the world tree regaining its true power. She suggests they host a feast following the customs of the world below, much to his surprise. This is confusion. The elf woman looks at him gently, acknowledging his thought, but noting that time is slipping away faster than he realizes. Aggression grows serious as she delivers a stark warning. Now that the world tree has regained its power, the forest will be completely sealed off within a day or two. If that happens, Takumi Dono will be unable to leave. With stunned disbelief, she acknowledges that many lands still need someone like him, but confesses her personal wish that he would stay in their village forever. He begins to protest, but trails off, processing the weight of her words and the choice before it. She continues, explaining that the forest has been transformed into a sacred realm blessed by the world tree's power. Because of this, dangerous distortions like the treacherous abysses will no longer appear. After Elf remarks on mourning Lord Takumi's potential departure, the woman assures him that within this sacred realm, no scoundrel will ever be able to harm him again. She then presents him with a glowing, gnarled piece of wood, which materializes in his hands. With a bright smile, she declares it a gift from the world tree, just for him. In the glowing staff he had just received, Takumi's thoughts drifted, his mind calling out to his father. Behind him, the elf guardian and her people smiled warmly, wishing Lord Takumi's safe travels on a journey. His path eventually led him away from a vibrant forest and toward the skeletal remains of a forgotten settlement perched on a desolate hillside. Within the ruins, a solitary woman sat in quiet contemplation, sensing a presence. She rose and spoke into the shadows, asking if the other had returned. From the darkness, a hunched form emerged, its voice laced with amusement. The figure remarked that she had noticed its presence after all. It continued expressing mock disappointment in its own stealth abilities, which were usually a source of pride. The shadowy figure mused aloud whether it should offer praise as was expected when dealing with the sword saint. The figure, Shadow, chided her for being so uptight, but the sword sank, cut the conversation short. She addressed him by name, stating there was no need for idle talk. She immediately pressed for information, getting straight to the point of their meeting. She asked what he had discovered. He reported that their long-laid traps had finally been sprung. He found it curious, given that the forest was supposed to be uninhabited for the sword saint. This was the news she had been waiting for. The target had finally emerged from the wilderness. Noticing her subtle reaction, Shadow commented that she seemed to be enjoying the news. The sword saint turned her head slightly, questioning if that was truly the impression she gave. She stood amidst the ruins as her companion, Shadow, remarked on her grumpy expression. He noted that despite her serious face, she seemed somewhat amused by the situation. Used aloud, wondering if her look was one of sympathy. He observed that their new target had burst onto the scene, drawing attention in a manner very similar to her own. The sword saint quietly acknowledged that he might be right, agreed, but clarified the terms of their partnership. The guild had ordered her to cooperate with him to tackle this mission, but they had not stipulated that she must remain until its conclusion. For the time being, their cooperation was sufficient. Shadow, however, was looking forward to the challenge, confessing he'd grown bored of his recent easy quests. He noted that their target was clearly special, having caught the eye of a legendary sword saint. She confirmed his suspicion, stating that the target was definitely human, though she also considered the possibility of a monster nearby. Her certainty prompted him to ask whether her convictions stem from her instincts as a swordsman or from a particular skill she possessed. He quickly dismissed his own question, deciding it didn't matter if the target was human or monster. Changing the subject, he asked if she knew that their target apparently possessed an astonishing nullification skill. Announcing his intention to leave, Shadow mused that adventurers with such rare abilities sometimes carry ancient relics. As he spoke, an image of a powerful orb-like artifact came to mind. Just as he was about to depart, she urgently told him to wait. A sudden energy flared around her as she focused, trying to identify what she was sensing. Shadow questioned her pause, asking if she was suggesting there were rules against taking shortcuts. He conceded that even if she lacked detection skills, the ability to track someone was a talent in itself. The sword saint agreed, but her expression showed she sensed something more. Her feeling intensified as a powerful, ominous aura erupted around her. With her hand resting on the hilt of her katana, she wondered aloud about the source of this unsettling presence. She had indeed sensed him. The shadowy figure, hidden from sight, marveled at her incredible instinct, noting that her sensitivity was admirable for being able to detect his complete stealth skill. He wondered if they had truly caught on. The opportunity, however, was too perfect to pass up. This was a chance to finally meet the legendary SS rank sword saint. He even entertained the thought that with a bit of luck, he might be able to defeat them. Before he could make a move, the air itself was torn asunder. In a flash, a storm of sword strikes erupted around her, slicing through the very space where the presence had been felt. The flurry of blades subsided, leaving her standing perfectly still from the shadows. The figure conceded that his probing attack was insufficient, and decided it was best to cut his losses. At the same time, another warrior, a man with long dark hair, stood poised with his own blade. He spoke to an unseen person, offering a token of his gratitude and telling them to hold on to it. Attention, however, was not on the retreating shadow. She remained focused, sensing the aftermath of a different, far more violent confrontation nearby. The source of the disturbance became clear as the very earth buckled and split apart with a deafening crack. It was the long-haired man. With a final, thunderous stomp, he unleashed a wave of power that pulverized the ground beneath him, concluding his battle. A faint smile touched the sword saint's lips. With the threats neutralized, she turned to her companion and suggested they set off. In a distance, the long-haired warrior walked away from the bloody remnants of his foes. The strongest assassin from the guild was now on his way. Takumi examines a peculiar branch, its twigs glowing with a soft light. He notes that the branches shine brighter when pointed in the correct direction, acting as a perfect guide. With this tool, he feels confident they can navigate the vast forest and reach Fultima without losing their way. Evidence, however, soon meets the reality of bureaucracy. Having arrived at a bustling town, he finds himself in a large crowd before a public notice board. An official announces that only travelers with specific ticket numbers can board the shared carriage to Fultima that day. A groan of frustration, joining a chorus of disappointed travelers. Around him, people complain about missing the carriage yet again and wonder aloud how much longer they will be forced away. Bottleneck is due to their location. They are in Mediska, a town situated just outside the sacred capital of Fultima. All roads to Fultima, and even to the royal capital of Caledonia, converge here, making it a mandatory checkpoint, because the flow of people into the sacred capital is so strictly regulated. The town of Mediska is perpetually teeming with hopeful travelers. The carriages only run 3 times a day, with each one holding a mere 20 passengers. Touches his chin deep in thought. He has already been stuck here for 3 days. All his effort to navigate the forest without getting lost will be for naught if he continues to face such a long delay. Seeking clarity, he approaches a registration desk. An official explains that the selection of passengers isn't based on who registered first, but is decided by a daily lottery. He adds that he personally saw someone register and board the carriage on the very same day. Just then, another traveler at the counter slides a hefty pile of coins across the desk, presenting it with a smile as an offer. The clerk clasps his hands piously, praying for divine blessings upon them. Takumi watches, and a realization dawns on him. Fultima is a city of faith, and it seems making offerings is a local custom in Mediska as well. He decides he should probably do the same. He places a single silver coin on the counter. He had thought it was a generous amount, but as the clerk continues his prayers, Takumi can't shake the feeling that his small offering is being judged and perhaps found wanting. Decide there's no point in rushing. Having secured lodging at a cozy inn, he resolves to wait patiently for the lottery results. With an entire day free, he thinks to himself that it would be a good opportunity to take a stroll around the town. He steps out into the streets of Mediska, observing that the town is bustling with people, likely all waiting for the carriage just as he is. While walking through the crowd, he feels something strange brush against his neck, causing him to pause in mild confusion. The contact was sharp and sudden, an unexpected jolt in the press of the crowd. Glances around, wondering what it was, and spots two hooded figures moving away from him. Elsewhere, the hooded assassins regroup. Their leader angrily demands an explanation, stating with certainty that the blow dart hit its mark. He fumes that the arrowhead was coated with a deadly poison, and even a graze should have been instantly fatal. One of his subordinates reports that the knife failed as well. It should have pierced the target's heart, but his body simply shrugged off the blade. The assassin can only wonder at the power of his nullification skills. Leader seats. For someone from the elite crows to fail in assassinating such a seemingly spineless fool is a deep wow into his pride. He reflects on the mission's origins, admitting to himself that he initially thought it was an overreaction for His Majesty to personally command the crows to deal with a man so blissfully carefree and lacking in any tension. To Shadows, a commanding figure addresses the assembled crows, acknowledging that their target, Takumi, is more formidable than initially assumed. He orders his subordinates to focus and get to work, declaring that no more failures will be tolerated, as the crow leader smirks in the background. Meanwhile, perched atop a city roof, another observer takes note of the recent events. A figure in a black bodysuit and a stark white mask muses that the crows of Kalitosania are finally making their move. He continues his thoughts, considering that his targets might have some tricks up their sleeve, specifically mentioning an ancient artifact's nullification skill. He questions whether someone with such an ability could truly defeat the rumored Takumi. His train of thought is interrupted by sharp pain. He clutches his side, wondering why the recovery items he used haven't healed him completely. Memory of a recent battle flashes through his mind. He recalls the formidable power of the sword saint, realizing her title was not just for show. A sinister smile spreads across his mask. He decides on a new course of action, declaring that he will handle the guild's request himself, taking the target off their hands. He will do this under the guise of shadow. The scene shifts to Takumi, who is walking down a street. He observes that the area, likely a tavern street, seems lively at night but is quite deserted during the day. Suddenly, a woman's shriek pierces the quiet as she begs two brutish men to stop harassing her. She pleads for help, but the men are undeterred. One sneers that they won't go easy on her just because she's a woman, while the other accuses her of messing with them. Takumi looks on, processing the situation. He steps forward, confronting the two men. They turn on him, one demanding to know what's going on, the other angrily telling him to get out of the way. The woman, now standing behind him for safety, recognizes him and calls out his name. Takumi looks back, slightly confused, scratching his head as he tries to place her. He faced the two thugs with a disarming smile, suggesting they all calm down and have a chat. While admitting he might not grasp the full situation, he pointed out that a confrontational attitude would do no one any good. Calm demeanor seemed to unnerve them. The larger thug stammered, while his companion noted that escalating the uproar could spell trouble, with a final, shouted threat. "Mark my words, you witch!" They turned and fled down the alley. They disappeared. Takumi felt a gentle grasp on his arm. He looked down to see the woman he had protected holding on to him, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief, believing they had narrowly escaped disaster for the moment. He turned to her and she thanked him profusely. She explained that she had gotten tangled up with those men in a real mess and that he had truly saved her. With a bright smile, she introduced herself as Elisha. Takumi returned the smile, telling her his name and expressing his gladness that she was now safe. Sitting together by a town fountain, Elisha shared her story. She worked as a server in a tavern, trying to earn a better wage to afford medicine for her sick father back home. She confessed that many men like the ones from earlier often approached her, trying to get too familiar. He listened with a thoughtful expression, nodding to himself. He acknowledged that it must be quite a challenge, and indeed tough for a young lady like her to be working all alone. She agreed, adding that in a bustling town filled with travelers, it was no surprise that both strangers and locals could be quite frosty. That she explained was why she felt so truly grateful when he came to raid. With a slight blush, Elisha then asked if she might be allowed to express her gratitude, so long as it wasn't too much trouble. Takumi's face lit up, and he replied that if he could be of any help, it would bring him joy. His earnest response seemed to catch her off guard. He quickly added that there was no need for thanks, insisting he hadn't done anything special, which prompted a flustered no way from Alicia. He is taken aback by her earnest plea. Alicia insists that her heart will not be at peace unless she can repay him. She offers to cook for him, admitting that while he may not enjoy her homemade dishes, it is the only way she can feel settled. The thought of a proper meal makes him reflect. He recalls the simple but welcoming fare of nuts and vegetables in the elf village, realizing he hasn't eaten well since leaving Adarasta in his effort to save money. Before you can give a proper response, Alicia cheerfully announces she will swing by him later. She dashes off with a wave, leaving him momentarily stunned. He walks through the bustling street, mulling over the encounter. He concludes that it would be rather rude to turn down someone's kindness so outright, and decides he should graciously accept her offer. Meanwhile, from the shadows, other eyes are watching. The leader of the crows observes Takomi, heading back to the inn, and offers a sincere apology to his subordinates. Apology is met with confusion. Inside, the leader's tone shifts to anger, as one of his men reports that he was tailing a woman, but lost her. The leader furiously questions his subordinate's competence, asking if a novice is even worthy of being a crow. He dismisses the failure, refocusing the group. The leader states that he has confirmed the woman is not a threat, so their sole target is now Takomi. The plan is to strike while he is sound asleep in his room. He warns that it will get messy, but for the pride of the crows, they must succeed. As the assassins finalize their plan, a visitor arrives at the inn. The door to a room creaks open and a woman steps inside. Speaking through the doorway, Alicia quietly calls out his name, her expression gentle and questioning. She steps fully into the room, a basket of ingredients in her hands with a slight blush. She quietly mentions that she's brought the food, but wonders if he has already turned in for the night. She enters Takumi's room, her heart fluttering. She tells herself she's over the moon. So flustered, she can barely speak his name as she begins to undress. Her cheeks flush as she continues, steeling her resolve with the thought that she would do anything if it was for Takumi's happiness. With that thought, she firmly places her hand upon his bed, but as she settles into the sheets, a dagger now in her hand, she realizes the room is empty. The presence she sensed isn't Takumi's after all. Expression hardens. Believing Takumi has finally returned to the room, she gives a sharp command to her hidden allies. All right, let's do this. Charge all at once. Meanwhile, far from the end, the wheels of a wagon rattle along a dirt road. Aboard the wagon, Takumi sits as a passenger. The driver turns to him with a grin, remarking on his incredible luck. He explains the situation. A passenger who was supposed to take the evening flight was suddenly struck by back pain. Fate, he says, plucked Takomi out of the crowd, as he was the next number, a stroke of luck as rare as a blue moon. Driver continues, noting that for emergencies, they in relays numbers throughout the town. Takumi recounts his own surprise, explaining that when he returned to the inn, he was shocked to find his number posted in the lobby. Driver smiles, impressed by the turn of events. He suggests that perhaps Takomi is carrying some kind of lucky charm to have snagged such travel fortune. Sits comfortably in a rattling wagon, a smile on his face as he reflects on his good fortune. Perhaps, he muses, the branches of the world tree are guiding his luck. His thoughts turn to his destination as the wagon rumbles on. They're finally arriving at the holy city of Fatima, where someone named Nine is waiting for him. He feels a pang of guilt for leaving Alicia so suddenly, but reassures himself that the message he left at the inn's front desk will suffice, far away. However, the consequences of his absence unfold in blood. A blade, clean and sharp, slices through one of the crow assassins, ending the conflict with brutal finality. Amidst the rubble and the bodies of the slain crows, Ilishin kneels, victorious but heavily wounded. Blood trickles down her face as she grits her teeth in pain and frustration. She curses Takumi's ridiculous luck for being absent during the attack. Her thoughts then turn to the battle. She just survived. She realizes that if it weren't for the debilitating wounds she'd already sustained from the Sword Saint, defeating these crows would have been effortless. Takumi reflects on his journey. It has been 2.5 months since he was summoned to this world. branded a summoned victim with the job of God and level 1 stats. Despite being unjustly accused of attempted regicide and banished from the royal capital, he has managed to navigate this new life, finding moments of joy by using his creation of all things skill. He recalls that amidst the chaos, his bounty was cleared thanks to the Saint Nene, who was summoned alongside him. To express his gratitude, he set his sights on the holy city of Fultima. Along the way, he encountered many friends from the elf village, the Adventurers Guild, and beyond. And now, at long last, they have all arrived together. Their wagon rumbles into view of the city. Takumi and his companions gaze out in awe. The magnificent architecture of Fultima stretches before them, prompting a gasp of wonder from the young man. He uses that it feels less like the towering temple atop a mountain he had imagined, and more like a full-fledged, sprawling city, looking at his companions. He sees they are equally moved by the breathtaking scenery. Some are even brought to tears by the sheer majesty of it all, overcome with gratitude. He is once again astonished by the power of humanity and the strength of faith, but his thoughts are abruptly cut short as a translucent panel materializes before his eyes. The panel displays a simple query. Do you want to approve NBS 097844434? Below the text are two options, IES and an O. Thank you. He closes his eyes for a moment, a weary expression on his face. He recognizes this prompt. It has appeared before. He thinks about how this plate-like message has been popping up for quite a while now. Unsure of what this approval entails, but figuring it isn't a big deal, he decides to simply select yes. Meanwhile, in a stark alleyway deep within the holy city, the scene is far from magnificent. Impoverished citizens huddle in the shadows, a grim contrast to the grandeur at the city's entrance. A woman with long, dark hair gently comforts a despondent child. The wagon rattles into a sprawling settlement of makeshift tents and crude buildings, a stark contrast to the magnificent fortress city they had just witnessed. Takumi observes the scene, wondering if this is a castle town or some other kind of settlement. He is taken aback by the sight. Elisha notes that while many people are gathered here, the atmosphere feels unnatural and different from the town of Mediska. Takumi silently agrees, a sense of unease growing within him. As the wagon moves forward, Takumi suddenly catches a glimpse of something and asks the driver to stop. Amidst a crowd of impoverished people, a woman in white clerical robes stands, emanating a gentle, glowing aura as the needy reach out towards her. Woman turns, her expression shifting from solemnity to wide-eyed surprise as she recognizes him, calling out his name, Yutakumi-san. His own face breaks into a wide relief grin. He confirms her identity, exclaiming that it really is her Nene-san, and that it has been a wife. She looks at him a bit taken aback. Takumi apologizes for intruding, explaining that he had just been thinking it was about time for her to head back inside the castle. She then comments on her outfit, admitting that he gets flustered when she looks at him like that, but says the attire suits her perfectly. Nina explains that it's like a uniform she's gotten used since arriving. She laughs, a little embarrassed, and thanks him for the compliment. She continues, saying it's wonderful to see him looking so well and at ease. She recalls that the last time they met was in the heat of battle against the Demon Lord's army, and at that time he wore a very tense expression. Our words trigger a powerful memory. Takumi suddenly bows low, his voice filled with emotion as he shouts his gratitude, thanking her profusely for rescuing him back when he was on the wanted list. Neen is completely startled by his sudden, intense display. She waves her hands dismissively, insisting it was no big deal and urging him to lift his head. Despite her words, her flustered expression reveals her complete surprise at his heartfelt thanks. Flustered state was met with even greater formality from Takumi, who bowed low before the crowd. He insisted that this was not how things worked. Even among close friends, proper manners must be upheld, especially since this could have been a matter of life and death. Her face flushed red as she clasped her hands together, shouting that she understood and had already accepted his gratitude, pleading with him to stop. She sighed, remarking that he was being far too much, that he was always so dramatic. Takumi simply smiled, thanking her once more for truly saving him. Her expression softened, and she told him that honestly, she should be the one showering him with gratitude. She reminded him that he had saved her life on the battlefield, and because of that, it was only natural for her to stand up to the king on his behalf. After all, he was the reason she was there at all. It was comforting, she added, to see he hadn't changed a bit. Alicia, overhearing the exchange, laughed and questioned the term human sacrifice. Takumi turned to her, explaining that Nene was essentially serving that role in the current situation, which was the very reason they had to relocate from the capital to the church. Words alluded to the tense political climate back in the capital where powerful figures conspired. One noble admitted to another that he too had wanted to escape, having seen the king's true colors. The other agreed, stating that he truly did not want to be around the king, who gave him the creeps. Back in Shantytown, Nene seemed to understand Takumi's unspoken concerns. She gave a knowing wink, saying that it all made sense, and in that regard, she owed him her gratitude for giving her a reason to be there. As they walked through the settlement, he reflected on her words. He knew her kindness came from the warmth of her heart, but he also understood the grim reality that no one truly wanted to stand against those in power. Changing the subject, Neen asked what brought him to Fultima, joking that he hadn't converted. He responded with a bright, earnest smile, stating plainly that of course he hadn't. He came specifically to express his gratitude to her. The simple declaration left Neen utterly stunned. She exclaimed in disbelief, asking if he had truly come all this way just for that. Beside them, Alicia stifled a laugh, while Takumi, slightly perplexed, could only confirm that it was true. He looked on, slightly puzzled, as Neen burst into laughter, telling him he was as charmingly ridiculous as ever. Her laughter subsided into a warm smile as she sincerely thanked him, expressing how glad she was that he had come, smiled back, explaining that he had been captivated by the view of the city from the carriage. Seeing his interest, Neen offered to show him around, an offer he gladly accepted. She declared it settled, promising they would take their time and enjoy the sights, though the city's poorer outskirts were visible nearby. She stretched languidly, confessing that she'd had to maintain a facade the entire time, like a cat hiding its claws. Takumi asked if this was part of her duties as a holy maiden. Nene admitted that being brought there under that pretense meant she couldn't afford to act the fool, which it kept her on edge. But now, with his arrival, she felt a profound sense of relief. She confirmed that she had been trying her best to put on a show, which had been quite the challenge. Takumi crosses arms, conceding that the title Holy Maiden did indeed conjure a rather stiff and serious image. She pondered what she had been up to since they last met, concluding that despite a few hiccups, her time must have been peaceful and calm overall. She quickly refuted this, insisting that he was far more impressive than she was. Nene mused that she needed to take a page out of his book, believing that his natural charm was a true reflection of his character. She continued, explaining that even in another world it was still a human realm with all sorts of things to deal with. As they approached a guarded entrance, 2 armored sentinels straightened up, welcoming the Holy Maiden back and thanking her for her hard work. The guards asked for permission to let her pass. With a confident smile, Neen informed them that Takumi was a friend of hers. The guards enthusiastically granted them passage without a moment's doubt. She then gave Takumi a playful wink as she led him past the attendant guard, leaving him slightly taken aback by the gesture. Smiled to himself, a quiet realization dawning on him. So this was what Nay Sin meant by acting like a cat. His brief reverie was broken, as Neen, with a beaming smile, spread her arms wide to present the magnificent cityscape before them. She grandly welcomed him to Fatima, the renowned heart of the world. Her tour continued as she directed his attention to a towering structure. She explained that the very gospel bell, said to be crafted by the divine hands of God himself, has been ringing from this sacred ground for 2,000 years. Takumi marveled at the grand tower, finding it even more impressive up close. She added that the bell is a symbol of the church, with legends revering it as a sacred instrument that once heralded the arrival of God. Takumi, lost in thought, found it astonishing that something from 2,000 years ago could still exist, possessing a certain romantic charm. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the city, causing them both to look up in surprise. It was the gospel bell tolling loudly from its high perch. Takumi laughed, delighted by what he saw as perfect timing. Nine, however, was stunned into disbelief. She stammered that she had heard it hadn't rung a single time in 2,000 years, making this the first time she had ever heard its chime. Throughout the city, citizens stopped in their tracks, their faces turned upward toward the source of the impossible sound, a shared look of bewilderment spreading through the crowd. Her initial shock gave way to amusement, and she laughed alongside him. Takumi, grinning, suggested that this might just be their once-in-2,000 years lucky day, a true windfall. In the city of Fultima, the holy maiden Nine is greeted by an adoring public. The citizens murmur in awe, declaring her a divine sight and feeling their souls cleansed by her mere presence. One man, looking on, wonders how he could be so blessed to witness her. As she proceeds, Takumi follows a few steps behind, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation amidst the crowd's reverence. Presence does not go unnoticed. The onlookers shift their attention to him, whispering among themselves. One woman remarks that he doesn't seem like a complete stranger, but a man beside her adds that, when compared to the saintess, Takumi feels utterly inadequate and out of place. He feels the weight of their strange gazes. He understands their suspicion. After all, he isn't even a believer. Yet he walks alongside the revered holy maiden. Sensing his unease, Nin turns to him and apologizes, acknowledging that she has likely drawn this unwanted attention upon him. She sighs, accepting that as a saintess in the heart of the church, being in the spotlight is simply unavoidable. He reassures her with a smile, insisting that he is perfectly fine. He tells her that, saintess or not, she shines brighter than anyone else in the city, so it's only natural that she would draw attention. His words make her genuinely happy. Nin confesses that while she has grown used to it, she was a bundle of nerves at first, and the feeling of emptiness upon returning to her room was often overwhelming. Takumi listens, acknowledging the hardship she has endured. They continue walking, entering a different part of the city. Takumi looks around at the buildings, remarking that it has the distinct feel of a residential town, and Nini confirms that it is. She gazes at the people of Fultima with wonder. She finds it incredible that with very few exceptions, almost everyone living in the city is either a believer or is connected to the church in some way. He finds this revelation astonishing. Then an entire vast city is so deeply tied to religion. As he processes this, Nin informs him of their next destination, the central district where the main facilities of the church are gathered. As they approached the central district, Nin was immediately beset by a crowd of officials and citizens, some pleading their case while others presented documents for her attention, leaving her momentarily flustered. She pointed out a long queue of robed figures to Takumi, explaining that the central district enforces strict entry and exit controls, forcing even the most devout believers to wait in line to get in. He internally noted the unfairness of receiving a free pass thanks to Nini. She, meanwhile, reflected on her own situation, summoned to this world by chance, and made a holy maiden, and felt that seeing the believer's earnestness was a sign she needed to take her role more seriously. Putting those thoughts aside, she turned to him with a bright smile, encouraging him to simply soak up all the sights and sounds now that he was here. Taking her advice, they stepped inside a vast, magnificent hall. Both looked up in wonder at the high, arched ceilings and a prominent star-shaped monument at its center. Takumi let out a gasp of awe, remarking on the magnificence of the buildings. He found it intriguing, however, that certain familiar elements from his original world seemed to pop up here and there. Nene chuckled softly in agreement. She found it fascinating how, even across different worlds, some things could end up feeling so similar. With a playful wink, she offered to take him to a truly unique spot, one unlike anything from his home. They continued down the wide, paved avenue. They walked. He turned to her with a question, admitting that he never truly understood what the role of a saint is entailed within the church's structure. She explained that in terms of hierarchy, if the high priest is the president, the saintess is like an advisor operating on the same level, but independent of the typical pecking order. Takumi processed this, realizing Nini's position was far more important than he'd thought, prompting her to quietly shush him as they proceeded through the grand corridor. He watches the worshippers noting their fervent prayers and asks if it's some kind of special prayer. Nene clarifies that it is a ritual known as the oath ceremony. She corrects him, saying it's not quite a prayer, and then asks if he has ever heard of divine magic. Before he can answer, she tells him to simply watch for a moment, cupping her hands. She begins to pray, offering her wish to her god. She asks for holy light to illuminate the dark shadows, and as she finishes her incantation, a glowing orb of light materializes between her palms. She presents the simple orb of light to him, explaining it as a taste of holy magic. He finds it fascinating, remarking that it resembles the magic he saw in Elphas previously. She confirms his observation with a smile, explaining that while the names and methods may differ, the resulting effects are often quite similar. The light in her hands fades away. They observe a group of priests and an elf. She elaborates further. She explains that spirit magic is primarily used by elves and demi-humans, whereas holy magic is the specific domain of priests who serve the divine. The difference, she notes, is largely a matter of terminology. What others call a spell, they refer to as a prayer. The distinction is fundamental. Spirit magic is wielded by borrowing power from spirits with whom one has made a pact. In contrast, holy magic, a form of divine magic, is performed based on vows made to the gods one reveres. This ritual of oath is precisely that, a ceremonial binding, a promise made to the divine. The practitioner pledges unwavering faith and worship, and in exchange for this devotion, they are granted a measure of divine strength. Nene observes that the ceremony appears to be reaching its climax. Takumi, surprised, asks if it's true that the gods actually respond. She confirms that she is beginning to hear their response, adding that she has never performed this ritual herself, having been a saintess from the very start. Watches the supplicant, struck by the incredible focus of the prayer. The intensity is so palpable, he realizes that it can be felt even without hearing the words. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he clenches his fist, caught up in the tension of the moment. He is suddenly startled as a familiar interface appears before him. Neen, noticing his distress, asks what's wrong, but he can only exclaim in frustration, wondering why this is happening again at such a moment, sighs with weary resignation, deciding that, as usual, he'll just have to select yes for now. Nene watches him, remarking that this is yet another perplexing twist. Suddenly, a nearby man with a powerful build throws his arms wide in celebration, roaring that he has received the voice of the divine. He expresses his gratitude that the process concluded safely, startling both Takumi and Nene. The priests nearby congratulate Nene, observing her proud expression now that she has a divine contract and a saintly blessing. Takumi, however, blushes intensely, wishing he could have shared in that feeling of awe, even just a little. Nene explains that by making a pact with the divine, she is able to wield sacred magic. She admits to feeling a bit guilty, as others must build up their virtue to perform the ceremony, whereas she could use the magic from the very beginning. Turns back to Takumi, who is still flustered. He laments that if he could meet a real god, he would have loved to experience that feeling at least once. He points out that the little plaque asking for approval just appeared at that moment. Nina, concerned, asks him again what is wrong. He asks if she hasn't heard from the others who were summoned, thinking they were all in the same situation. Neen looks back at him, completely baffled, asking what plate he is talking about. She confirms that she has never had such an experience, though she isn't sure about Aiki or Kenjan. Takumi then asks what happens when one picks an option. Nine explains that choosing yes makes you vanish immediately with nothing happening afterwards. She presses further, asking what happens if you choose no. Nine's expression turns serious. She admits she has never been in that position and doesn't know what the approval process is like, but she believes yes is the usual way to proceed. He considers this thoughtfully. Neen voices her concern, questioning if choosing no isn't dangerous, especially when dealing with something they don't understand. Takumi confesses that if it were him, he would be too scared to say anything but no. He continued to ponder the glowing prompt, his brow furrowed in thought. It reminded him of using a computer with its constant requests for yes or no for updates and installations. So far, he had always just clicked yes on everything. His thoughts were interrupted by Neen's voice. She apologized but urged him to hurry, acknowledging that while the status bar did have a strange feeling to it, they needed to move. Before he could reply, she suddenly dashed forward, moving swiftly past a pair of priests who stood watching nearby. She stopped before the priest with a serene smile, her entire demeanor shifting to one of graceful composure as Takumi watched from behind. She called out, asking if she was working. Nene turned her head slightly, confirming with a bright expression that this was her duty as a saint. A moment later, she was back at his side, laughing cheerfully. She apologized for the trouble, admitting with a grin that she actually loved showing people around. Leaning closer, she put a finger to her lips. She whispered that she couldn't let anyone see her like this, asking him to keep it their little secret. He smiled, assuring her he wouldn't breathe a word. Their conversation ended as they arrived in a quiet corridor, stopping before a large set of double doors. She turned to him with a determined smile, said, "All right," and began to push the heavy doors open. As the way opened, she explained that her task would take about an hour, and suggested he find something to do to pass the time. He cheerfully assured her that it was no problem, and that he would wait patiently. With a final, apologetic smile, Neen closed the door behind her. Left alone in the hallway, he stood for a moment, wondering what he should do with himself now. Inside the room, Neen had resumed her solemn duties as the Holy Maiden. With eyes closed in concentration, she channeled a radiant divine energy towards a kneeling follower, curiosity getting the better of him. Takumi found a nearby window and peered through. He watched the ritual unfold, realizing he was witnessing how divine magic was bestowed upon the faithful. In the middle of the rite, Nine's focus seemed to waver for an instant as she glanced towards the window as if sensing she was being watched. Startled, he quickly ducked away, thinking to himself that he shouldn't intrude on such a sacred moment. From within, Neen allowed herself a small, knowing smile. Deciding to give her space, he turned his attention elsewhere. The ritual continued inside, with a muscular man kneeling before a glowing font, flanked by two priests in prayer. The recipient of the blessing was clearly under immense strain, his face taut with effort and slick with sweat. To pass the time, Takumi wandered down a nearby corridor, his gaze drawn to a large mural depicting a deity-like figure watching over a crowd of followers. As he studied the artwork, a towering, shadowy figure with glowing white eyes materialized behind him, its sudden appearance causing him to flinch. Inside a grand building, Takumi stands before a large, arched mural. The artwork depicts a powerful, bearded figure seemingly protecting humanity from a monstrous, dragon-like creature. He thoughtfully strokes his chin, surmising that since the mural isn't a church, the central figure must be a guy. Is gazed and shifts to the grotesque entity, noting that while the god appears to be offering protection from it, the creature is undeniably a monster. Suddenly, an elderly man in ornate clerical robes speaks from beside him, startling him. The man explains that the mural represents a verse from the Holy Scriptures, telling of a compassionate deity who descended from the other world to save children in peril. The priest continues, his eyes closed in reverence. He recounts how this omniscient God shielded humanity from extinction by other races, bestowing upon them the power of skills and granting them salvation. Takumi listens, wondering who this person could be. With hands clasped piously, the cleric passionately declares that fragile humans thrive entirely due to the will of the Almighty, and that one must never forget to express gratitude to the divine at all times. Takumi manages a slightly strained smile in response. At that moment, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns to see Neen, who looks relieved to have found him. She explains that she had been searching everywhere for him and apologizes for his tendency to wander off. Their reunion is cut short as Nene suddenly gasps, her eyes widening as she recognizes the man standing with Takumi. He looks back at her, confused by her sudden reaction. Maine's mind races with disbelief. She stares at the elderly cleric, thinking to herself, wait, is this really the high priest? Mortified by her outburst, Neen squeezes her eyes shut and offers a deep apology for her undignified behavior. After apology trails off as Takumi, covering his mouth in shock, realizes he is standing before the high priest, the church's big boss. Nene quickly corrects herself, clarifying for Takumi that the man is the most esteemed person in the entire church. The cleric acknowledges this, noting that Takumi must be an acquaintance of the Holy Maiden. With a nervous smile, Takumi confirms and apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. He repeats the name, Takumi, as a look of recognition crosses his face. He understands now who this young man is. Expression softens. The high priest explains that he was simply responding to the Holy Maiden's heartfelt wish, and that there is no need for thanks. He adds that he heard Takumi even helped to lift his bounty, expressing sincere appreciation for his efforts, but his tone then becomes sharp and accusatory. He demands to know what an outsider is doing in an area off-limits to non-believers, questioning if he intends to convert. Takumi internally flinches at the sudden hostility, though he reasons it's a natural reaction, given his past as the would-be assassin of a king. Before he can respond, Nina steps forward, taking full responsibility. She insists that she brought Takumi there by her own volition. The high priest considers this, concluding that it is unthinkable to blame the saint. He declares that the will of the saint is akin to that of the god of saint, a divine decree that must be accepted. Therefore, in his capacity as high priest, he will permit Takumi's presence. With his permission granted, Nin bows deeply in relief, thanking him profusely. The high priest calmly reassures her that all is well. In turn, scratches the back of his head with a sheepish grin, and apologizes for the trouble he has caused. He found himself sweating under the scrutiny, reflecting on the vast difference in treatment he received compared to Nene, like the scorching desert day versus the freezing night. Considering her importance, he thought it wise to try and leave a good impression, however small. His thoughts were interrupted by the sheer beauty of their surroundings. He remarked that the architecture was breathtaking, wondering aloud if this too was a gift from the divine. The high priest agreed, stating that while he may be far from the deity's glorious radiance, he has been graced with profound blessings. He found the atmosphere quite pleasant, and, with a cheerful smile, asked the high priest what the esteemed name of this divine being was. He added that it must be something truly majestic. High priest's expression tightened. He explained that there are no mundane names for the divine. The only fitting term for the great deity is simply God. Takumi realized his enthusiasm had waned, acknowledging that distinguishing this deity from others might prove to be a challenge. His tone then shifted, becoming sharp and forceful. The high priest declared that there is no God but the one they revere. God is the one and only. He lamented that other nations had the audacity to call their own gods, viewing them as nothing but mere unworthy imitations. The sudden intensity of the priest's sermon struck Takumi with the force of a physical blow. A nervous sweat broke out on his face as he realized with dawning horror that this was a disaster. He had completely dug his own grave. Then Nine stepped forward, bowing deeply. She cried out Takumi's name in alarm before turning to the high priest with a sincere apology. She explained that Takumi was still getting used to the customs of this world, just as she had when she first arrived, and begged forgiveness if he caused offense. High priest raised a hand, telling her to stop. A saintly figure like herself, he insisted, should never have to bow to others. He dismissed Takumi's words as the foolish prattle of an ignorant fool to which he paid no mind. Takumi could only grimace, thinking it was quite a harsh label to bear. With the matter seemingly settled, he turned his attention fully to Nin. He mentioned that he had heard from the guards that she was still venturing outside the city gates. Nin looked up, surprised by the sudden change of topic, looked down, quietly asking if her actions were not acceptable. The high priest's stern face broke into a wide, benevolent smile. He reassured her that, no, of course not. Even the lowliest of souls are touched by the depth of her compassion. Despite his words, Nin's expression remained troubled and uncertain. She listened as the high priest spoke, his tone a mix of piety and warning. He suggested it was time the faithful also felt her mercy, then bid her to take care of herself. With downcast eyes, she quietly promised to do her best. As the high priest departed, she and Takumi turned and walked deeper into the city. Its grand, domed buildings rising before them, immediately began to apologize, his face etched with regret. He felt he had blundered and made things worse by saying too much. expressing his sincere remorse for the trouble he caused. She then noticed her subdued demeanor and asked if she was all right, pointing out that she seemed downcast. Nin forced a smile, reassuring him not to worry. She explained that the high priest is an incredibly devoted and passionate believer, which makes him particularly sensitive when it comes to matters of faith and doctrine. Her expression grew more serious as she changed the subject, asking Takomi what he thought of the village just outside the city. He answered honestly, observing that despite its proximity to the elegant capital, the settlement felt rather shabby. The buildings, the people, everything seemed to lack a certain spark of light. As they walked along a manicured path, Nin explained that the settlement is under the high priest's direction. It serves as a refuge, gathering orphans, the homeless, and those who have lost everything to bankruptcy from across the nation, providing them with support and food. Takumi thought that sounded wonderful, but he wondered why a separate settlement was necessary when there appeared to be plenty of room in the city's residential areas. Nin's expression became somber as she revealed the truth. The capital is strictly reserved for the faithful. Reason that, in that case, people could simply join the faith and become believers, regardless of their personal principles. Nene shook her head slightly, explaining that to officially become a member and reside in the city, one must make a donation of 10 gold coins. Takumi's mind raced, calculating that 10 gold coins was equivalent to about 100,000 yen from his world, a substantial sum. He deduced that the people in the outer village must first work in the capital to earn the funds for their residency. However, Nin added a critical detail. In the capital, only the faithful are allowed to work. Pieces clicked into place for him. To escape the village, one must become a believer and pay 10 gold coins. But to earn the money, one must work, and only believers are allowed to work. He voiced his sudden realization. The entire system was strange, a paradox with no apparent solution. He listened as Nin asked him to stay at the church, explaining that a room was being prepared for him. She then requested that he accompany her for a short while, her gaze falling with a hint of melancholy. She led him out into the settlement that huddled against the city's towering walls. The streets were filled with people in worn clothes, living in squalor. As they walked, a child spotted Nin, and a cry went up through the crowd. The holy maiden had arrived. The residents gathered around her, their faces filled with hope. Nin moved among them with a serene grace, offering blessings and gentle touches. A young girl beamed with pure joy as the holy maiden's hand rested upon her head. Afterward, she and Takumi began distributing food. Nine served bowls of stew with a warm smile as the hungry citizens, young and old, ate with gratitude. As they walked away from the crowd, Nin turned to him with a serious question. She asked what he thought of the way those people lived, and whether he felt a twinge of sympathy for their pitiful state. Acknowledge her sentiment, admitting he could understand why she would feel that way. Nin pressed further, wanted to know his thoughts on being thankful for not having to live in such conditions. He trailed off, admitting that he hadn't really considered it from that perspective. They continued their walk in a moment of silence. Nene then revealed her own inner thoughts. She confessed she was pondering her own fate. How? If she hadn't been given the role as Saint-Apon arriving in this world, she might have been cast aside like refuse, forced to endure the same kind of life. Reflected on her own fortune with a cynical edge, musing on how lucky she was to be a saint, as if she had simply hit the jackpot. Cynical remarks startled him. Nin then revealed a startling discovery she had made. The entire village, she explained, was apparently crafted just to create that specific impression. Struggled to process the revelation. The poor were merely a backdrop for the faithful, their hopes and lives completely disregarded. And a mastermind behind it all was the Grand Priest himself. As he stood in stunned silence, Nin spoke with a bitter, self-deprecating tone. She found it laughable that she, a pampered saintess, had fallen right into this web of schemes. She confessed that she had tried to atone by visiting the lowly, only to realize she was being used as a pawn in the church's propaganda. He looked at her, his expression softening. He understood that as a saintess, she had been swept up into the colossal machinery of the church. Yet despite that, she still strove to change the status quo. He acknowledged that she had been working her hardest all along. A gentle smile touched his lips as a single thought solidified in his mind. Nene-san was truly magnificent. His words struck a chord. She clenched her fist, her face contorting as she fought back a wave of emotion, tears welling in her eyes before she managed to regain her composure. Her expression then broke into a radiant, grateful smile, waving a hand. She thanked him profusely, dismissing her earlier vulnerability as just a little one. She quickly covered her mouth, a flush of embarrassment spreading across her cheeks from her sudden outburst. Turning back to him with a playful wink and a thumbs up, she apologized, admitting that he had distracted her for a moment but assuring him she was all right now. Resolve returned in full force. She declared that she was not one to simply accept the status quo. She was determined to shake things up from the inside. Hearing this, Takumi laughed, expressing his absolute confidence that she would succeed. Moment of levity passed as he grew pensive. He acknowledged that with the high priest as their opponent, it wouldn't be a simple matter of just toppling something. He concluded that they must first gather more information before finding a solution, a way to take a scalpel to the twisted structure of the holy city. Within a grand city of towering, domed structures, Utakumi walks along a stone street, a satchel slung over his shoulder, blending in with the other inhabitants. He considers his next move, realizing that simply wandering through town to gather intelligence won't be an effective strategy. As he mulls this over, a loud, enthusiastic voice suddenly calls out his name, exclaiming that they have finally found him. Takumi turns, startled by the unexpected call. The voice belongs to the Sword Saint, who points directly at him from a nearby table. She is seated with the elf guardian and a spiky-haired warrior, all enjoying a meal in a bustling courtyard. The Komi approaches with a friendly smile, greeting the fabulous crew from the mane of the Blue Wolf. He remarks on the delightful coincidence of their meeting and asks how they have been. The Sword Saint violently grabs the spiky-haired warrior by the face, her expression furious. She pointedly asks him if he has been around, her tone dripping with accusation. She continues her tirade, shaking the day's warrior and declaring that thanks to Takumi, everything has become a complete mess. The warrior's head spins from a rough hand. Suddenly, the warrior bursts into tears and lunges for Takumi, crying out that they've finally met. As he tries to embrace him, the Sword Saint holds him back, demanding to know what is wrong with Laline and Carrots. To quell the chaos, the elf guardian calmly raises her hands. She invokes a spell, calling on dreamy little folk and beckoning slumber with their tiny spirits, casting a sleep cloud. Spell works instantly. The emotional warrior collapses to the ground, fast asleep. Takumi stares down at the scene in stunned silence, flanked by the now composed swords, saint, and elf guardian. She watched as the elf, looking weary, apologized for the abruptness of their reunion. She asked if he could lend a hand with the other two while she filled him in on the situation. Moments later, they were all seated at a table in a nearby establishment. The spiky-haired warrior, now conscious, bowed his head low in shame, offering a sincere apology for showing such an embarrassing side of himself. Listened, surprised as the Sword Saint then explained that their presence wasn't a coincidence. They had been actively searching for him, having heard that Fatima was his destination. She leaned against him, a blush rising on her cheeks as she elaborated. Their time in the holy city was limited, as they were not believers, and this was their final day. She confessed that she had simply lost herself in a moment when they finally met. As she composed herself, the warrior leaned forward again, his expression grave. He addressed Takumi directly, urging him to first accept what he was about to offer. He then placed a large, heavy sack on the table with a thud. Takumi stared at it, confused, as the warrior emphatically pleaded for him to accept it. The bag was opened, revealing a glittering mountain of gold coins. The warrior declared that this was Takumi's rightful share, a total of 1,000 coins, causing Takumi's eyes to widen in disbelief. His shot quickly turned to frantic refusal. He waved his hands, protesting that there was no way he could accept it, but the warrior forcefully pushed the bag toward him, demanding he take it without any fuss. The elf interjected, trying to calm the escalating situation. She explained to him that their leader was simply overexcited and a bit anxious. Still flustered, He argued back that there was no way he could accept a mountain of gold coins without any explanation. She then turned her gaze to the sword saint, who was blushing and pointedly looking away. The elf sipped her drink and told Rena to stop pretending to be grumpy, understanding that seeing her again so suddenly must have been jarring. The sword saint stammered, flustered, insisting that wasn't her intention. She remains flustered as Takumi speaks, thanking her for her help the other day. He apologizes for disappearing so abruptly, but she confesses that she's been wanting to thank him as well, admitting that her mind went completely blank when she saw him. The personal moment is interrupted as the party's leader presents the large sack of gold again. He insists that the money is all Takumi's, a reward from the Adventurers Guild acknowledging his impressive monster hunting. He looks at the bag, then back at his former comrades, completely bewildered. He wonders aloud why the guild would have any reason to involve him in their affairs. Thought suddenly strikes him. He realizes this almost has stemmed from that moment when he carelessly touched the card. Seeing his confusion, Rena elaborates on the consequences of that action. She explains that his impressive hunting achievements caused their party, the Blue Wolf's Mane, to jump from rank E to the highest rank of SS overnight. The guild is now concerned that an external evaluator could grant such a high rank, which threatens to undermine their entire system. The elven woman adds her perspective with a frown. The guild's solution, she explains, was to simply make him an official member, believing it would resolve the bureaucratic mess. The leader continues, telling Takumi that he heard the entire guild was mobilized in the search, even dispatching high-ranking adventurers. He assumes it must have been a difficult ordeal for him. But Takumi, taking a sip from his glass, casually denies this, stating he didn't encounter anyone of the sort. His casual dismissal leaves the warrior stunned. He relays the dramatic rumors he'd heard that Takumi had broken through a guild blockade and engaged in complex information warfare to escape. With a wide, innocent smile, Takumi dismisses the tales, insisting it was a perfectly smooth and laid-back journey. Studies Takumi's expression and has to agree. It seems he genuinely had a fantastic adventure, completely different from what they had heard. Takumi enthusiastically confirms this, saying he had many wonderful encounters and that it was a truly fulfilling journey. Weight of the situation returns to the warrior. He bows his head low, apologizing profusely for any further trouble this might cause. Then, with desperation in his voice, he begs Takumi to officially join the Mane of the Blue Wolf. In response to the heartfelt plea, Takumi smiles warmly and agrees, stating that he would be happy to. It's simple. Yes, send a wave of shock for the party. The Blue Wolf warrior is stunned, stammering wait, while Aline asks if he's certain, admitting she knows she shouldn't be saying this. Overcome with gratitude, the warrior bows his head deeply, expressing that Takumi's agreement is more than enough. Takumi, looking slightly uncomfortable, clarifies his position. He's not an adventurer and isn't suited for rough situations, but he's willing to lend his name. After he clarifies his position, Rena thanks him but quickly shifts the topic, directly asking who exactly he is and if he'd spill some secrets. Takumi is flustered by her forwardness, but she simply states that she couldn't help but be curious. He considers her question, admitting that he can't promise how far he'll be able to meet everyone's wishes. He then explains with a smile that he's just an ordinary human, not a hero or a sage, and was simply summoned to this world by chance. His statement is met with disbelief. The Blue Wolf warrior is shocked at the mention of the fourth hero, while both he and Rena exclaimed that he must be a hero after all, with Rena adding that her guest was spot on. The revelation seems to solve a puzzle for the Blue Wolf warrior. He remarks that this new information clears things up, as he had been wondering where Takumi was when he took down all those monsters during the Demon King's army's attack on the royal capital. Modestly deflects the credit, explaining that it was only thanks to his skills that he managed to pull through. Beside him, Rena thinks to herself that, just as she suspected, Takumi is indeed very strong. As the conversation continues, Laline brings up his create skill, noting its convenience. The Blue Wolf warrior adds that it must have taken him quite a while to travel from the royal capital and asks if he had any trouble with a ferry in a bustling port town in Misantos. He touches his chin thoughtfully, looking at a mental map of his route. He admits he might have taken a significant detour as he passed through the port town of Adirast on his way from the royal capital. He continued his explanation, clarifying if the great forest he mentioned was the one containing the world tree. The elf guardian, Laline, confirmed this, her expression thoughtful as she pieced together his journey from Atarasta, across the strait, and through the very same forest. Her composure shattered in an instant. She jolted forward, her voice rising in shock as she demanded to know how on earth he could possibly know about the world tree. Unfazed, Takumi simply explained that the elves in the village he visited had shared their stories with him. She couldn't comprehend it. Elves from the village? A sudden realization struck her. There was a barrier there. Humans shouldn't have been able to enter. Shrugged, admitting that it seemed he had just stumbled upon the village by chance. Even after leaving the woods, he confessed, he felt lost, but it was as if something had guided him along the way, prove his point. He presented a small, leafy branch, explaining that an elder's sap had entrusted it to him. Laline's eyes widened in disbelief, a blush rising to her cheeks as she recognized the impossible item, a branch from the world tree itself. The shock was too much. Laline's strength gave out, and she collapsed backward as both Rena and Carrots cried out her name. Fairlena sent an alarm. Moments later, she recovered, apologizing for getting so flustered. Carrots, however, emphasized the gravity of the situation, explaining that the forest of the world tree is a sacred realm for the divine descendants of high elves. The mere fact that an ordinary human could set foot there was shocking enough, let alone meet the legendary elf queen. Rena, observing quietly, remarked that Takumi's adventures were clearly more profound than he had described. She then turned her attention to the next step, outlining their plan, to make him an official member of their party that would need to head to the guild's branch office and have him formally registered as an adventurer. He looked away, expressing some reluctance. He explained that it was a bit of a hassle, as he still had some things to wrap up and couldn't move just yet. Parrots, overhearing this, questioned his use of the word hassle. He reminded Takumi that their stay was only for the day, but earnestly offered his full support if there was anything he could do to help. He smiles warmly, declaring that they are all comrades in the same party. The elf guardian concurs, suggesting that it's only natural they share the details of the situation. Overcome with gratitude, Takumi thanks them all profusely. As the group considers their next move, Reina mentions that she has heard whispers around the guild concerning the high priest, though the details remain unclear. She then reveals a change of attire, a frilled dress and apron. With a flourish, she announces her readiness and asks Carrots if he is prepared, catching him off guard. She explains to a wide-eyed Takumi that her thief skill is most effective for gathering information when she is dressed this way. With the plan set, Carrots shakes Takumi's hand, wishing him success in his own endeavors. Later, by a horse-drawn wagon, Takumi thanks Carrots for the gathered intelligence, assuring him that he will make good use of it. He apologizes for not being able to assist them directly, but Rena reassures him, arranging to meet later in the town of Lawland. The elf guardian adds that she will be waiting for good news from him. Before they part, Carrots offers Takumi a pouch of money, insisting he take a share of the party's rewards. He explains that it is their rule to divide all earnings among the members, as Takumi is one of them. The elf guardian chimes in, agreeing that it's best to accept the money to keep things simple, as financial disputes are a common reason for parties to disband. With that, their wagon begins to pull away. He sat alone in his room, arms crossed as he mulled over the information his party had gathered. It seemed the cult was paying a bounty for those who brought in a certain number of the less fortunate. The gravity of the problem had become increasingly clear as they dealt deeper. The party concluded that the entire system was designed to support the cult itself. The settlement for the poor existed either to remind the faithful of their own divine blessings or to allow them to satisfy their pride through the act of giving. Faced with this grim reality, his gaze fell upon the heavy sack resting on the floor, the funds he now possessed to confront this injustice. Inside a quiet room, Takumi stands with his hand to his chin, lost in thought. He recalls something that Nene had mentioned to him. Her words echoed in his mind. Only the faithful were permitted to reside in the holy city. To become a true believer, she had explained. One was required to donate 10 gold coins. His gaze falls upon a heavy sack on the table before him. The guild had paid out 1,000 gold coins, a substantial sum. A smile spreads across his face as a plan begins to form. Even if it doesn't lead to a complete resolution, he realizes this might be the very spark needed to break the current deadlock. He resolves, he heads to the central church. As he arrives, a voice from within cries out in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? First is his own. He stands before a clerical desk, demanding to know what the church means by accepting donations, but refusing to acknowledge the villagers' faith. The female cleric, taken aback, pleads with him to lower his voice. He refuses to be silenced, slamming his fist on the counter and declaring the entire situation utterly ridiculous. This commotion draws the attention of others in the hall who quietly ask him to step aside with them. Outburst leads to a private meeting. Seated across from a male cleric, he listens as the man explains the church's perspective. To gather 100 souls, he states, is madness, reminding Takumi that, technically, it requires a donation of 10 gold coins to become a believer. He counters, stating he is well aware that the people are being kept outside the city without any hope of salvation. The cleric calmly sips his tea, acknowledging the situation. He points out that these people were brought from all across the nation and mentions Takumi's acquaintance with the saintess. He muses that while talk of saving the poor sounds noble, it creates a predicament for the church, leaving Takumi speechless. The female cleric continued her explanation, her tone patient and instructive. She argued that it is precisely because there are unfortunate souls that the faithful can cultivate compassionate hearts and truly embrace the teachings of their sacred texts. Without the impoverished to inspire them, she questioned, how could anyone show pity or give alms? Then turned to Takumi, acknowledging that he seemed to be a wealthy individual. However, she requested that he keep his charitable pursuits in check, warning that if he were to swoop in and save everyone himself, he would leave the other faithful without a chance to give. Such an act, she concluded, would be quite the inconvenience. His disgust was palpable. The realization struck him with force. These people didn't care at all about the suffering of the poor. They shamelessly intended to use the faithful as mere tools to satisfy their own desires. He reached out abruptly, taking back the bag of coins. He stated that in that case, he would return the money himself, telling her there was no need for her to do it. The cleric's expression shifted to surprise, questioning if he was serious and remarking on his generosity. Her expression quickly brightened into a wide, cheerful smile. With the gold coin now in her possession, she declared that she would simply treat it as a donation, if you didn't mind. In a background, Takumi turned and began to walk away. She offered a parting blessing, wishing for divine grace to shine upon him. Without turning back, Takumi shouted that he would pass on any such blessings, adding a curt thank you. He walked away from the grand church buildings, his face set with grim determination as he moved through the city's populace. His thoughts churned with disbelief. For a priest whose duty was to guide others, to act with such brazen cynicism was astonishing. He had moved past anger and landed squarely in a state of profound incredulity. He understood then that for the clergy this behavior was an aberration. It was perfectly normal. This realization laid bare just how deeply rotten the church's system truly was. Fixing it would be a monumental task, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Elsewhere, in a sun-drenched hall, the high priest's mourning began. It was a sacred worship, a hallowed ritual of unspoken communion with the divine, untouched by mortal hands. He knelt in solemn prayer before rising, adjusting his mitre, and preparing to begin his day. He's informed by an aide that a sermon is scheduled for the day at the Grand Cathedral, its magnificent dome structure standing ready to receive the faithful. With a serene expression, he inquires about the expected number of attendees. Is subordinate. A younger cleric reports that they anticipate around 300 souls. The high priest beams, declaring its splendid news, and certain that the divine will be pleased by such a devout gathering. His pleasant demeanor shifts to one of keen interest. He presses the cleric for an update on the investigation into the gospel bell that rang the other day, asking what he managed to find out. The cleric's confidence falters. He looks down at his notes, hesitating before admitting that the findings are not what was expected. He reports that, unfortunately, there were no signs of any divine intervention, cautiously suggesting it might have been a simple natural phenomenon, like a sudden gust of wind. The high priest's expression darkens. The cleric's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the gravity of his words. The high priest erupts, accusing him of speaking blasphemy. He bellows that the scriptures are clear, that Bel heralds the arrival of the divine. Therefore, he insists a divine manifestation or a miracle of similar grandeur must have occurred. Terrified, the cleric throws himself to the floor, apologizing profusely and promising to continue the investigation. The high priest looms over him, declaring that if he cannot find the evidence, it simply means his faith is lacking and that he should know his shame. After a moment, the high priest's anger subsides into weary resignation. He brings a hand to his forehead, stating that as long as the cleric understands, that is sufficient, and asks him to handle the matter. He listens as his subordinate continues the report, this time concerning a request from a Lord Coraldo for personnel. The Lord is asking for 20 men as laborers and, if possible, 10 young women. He considers this, recalling that just the other day, some villagers were clamoring for more help. Acknowledging that Lord Coraldo is a devoted believer who donates a great deal of money, he decides they cannot simply dismiss the request. Instead, they will bring some people from the village of Heretics. A cruel smile forms on his lips as he details his true plan. He will send the band of thieves they employ to raid the village. The young villagers will be captured alive while the rest are annihilated, serving as a grim lesson to other villages that believing in heresy leads only to doom. The cleric, sweating, stammers his assent. The high priest declares that even the despised heathens, if they can be of service to the devout faithful, will surely bring joy to their God. With that settled, the cleric announces he will now report on the saint's activities. A female cleric then provides a meticulous minute-by-minute account of the saintess's day. She rose at 3 a.m., spent 22 minutes preparing, had breakfast, and 14 minutes later joined her acquaintance Takumi. She then walked to a nearby village, arriving after 25 minutes and spending 58 minutes there before heading to the chapel at 10. The healing rite concluded at 11:15, and she shared lunch with the faithful at 12:03. The report continues, detailing even her bathing times, restroom visits, and bedtime. The high priest looks pleased, remarking that it is a blessing their beloved saint passed through the day without a hitch. His throne. He gives a final order to the cleric. He is to ensure that nothing befalls their beloved saint, and to continue watching over her and reporting every single detail. The high priest reflects on the scriptures, which proclaim that God descended from another realm. He connects this to the woman summoned from beyond, who was blessed with the role of saint. Nen, listening, thinks to herself that it cannot be a coincidence that God has sent a saint for their congregation. Later, in a moment of private prayer, Nin's thoughts reveal a deeper conflict. While she believes serving the exalted saintess is the ultimate joy that allows one to touch the divine will, she questions the timing. Of all the high priests who have walked this path, why must she be the one to witness this event now? Standing before the gospel bell, her questioning continues. Why was a woman, a saintess, sent instead of a man, a saint, believing that everything God does must hold significance? She wonders what hidden divine purpose lies behind this. Within the hallowed halls, the high priest clasps his hands in fervent prayer. He questions the divine, asking if this is a test of his faith and what it is that God truly desires. He pleads for guidance, proclaiming himself a wretched soul unworthy of such a burden. He kneels alone in this vast empty chamber, bowing his head. He reaffirms his belief that in times of uncertainty, the divine illuminates the path, and so he once more seeks that sacred guidance. Suddenly his head snaps up. His eyes widen in astonishment as a realization strikes him with the force of a physical blow. A manic grin spreads across his face, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He declares triumphantly that he has received a grand revelation. The divine will have been revealed to him. With arms outstretched in zealous acceptance, he addresses the heavens. He understands now that it was God's desire all along, and he vows to humbly submit and align his heart with that well this very night. The grand, domed architecture of a holy city stands silent under the sky, unaware of the momentous decision just made within its walls. Elsewhere, Takumi sits by his window, lost in thought. He flops onto his bed with a sigh, reflecting that their actions have only highlighted the gravity of the situation, yet they remain completely at a loss for a solution. He rolls on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. The disheartening thought settles upon him. This might truly be a situation beyond his control. A sudden, sharp knock at the door breaks his reverie. Startled, he sits up, wondering who could be visiting at this hour, and calls out for them to wait for him. Before he can move, the door bursts open. Nin stands in the doorway, her face a mask of terror. She shouts his name, crying out that something terrible has happened. The Komi's eyes widened in shock at her sudden appearance, his voice cracking as he stammered her name. She seemed taken aback by his reaction, questioning what was wrong. He fell silent, his gaze distant as he sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating what she had just proposed. It was, he had to admit, an interesting point. She voiced his concern, however, worrying that such a plan would only add more pressure on her. Nin quickly refuted this, insisting that she had told him this was their chance. She argued that it was a challenging but necessary opportunity to finally break free from the deadlock they found themselves in. She then made her true intentions clear, admitting with a hopeful smile that she would be thrilled if he could join her. The directness of her personal request caught him completely by surprise. Leaning forward, she clasped her hands together, her eyes squeezed shut in a heartfelt plea, begging him to agree. Her earnestness left him speechless. He brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought as he weighed her desperate request. Under the cloak of night, a city of grand, domed structures rests, its streets aglow with scattered lights. Within this city stands a particular multi-story building, its windows warmly lit against the dark sky. Inside, in a sparsely furnished room, the holy maiden Nene sits at her desk, diligently writing by the light of the window. Elsewhere, Takumi crouches hidden inside a closet. He flinches, having accidentally made a noise, and realizes the moment is drawing near. This is with a bead of sweat on his face, bemused by the thought of waiting in a closet like this. The plan has been set in motion by a simple query. Did the high priest have something to discuss with Ms. Nene? Her room. Nene explains this to Takumi. She had decided to take the plunge and appeal directly to the high priest, which is why she arranged for his people to come to her room that very night. She beams, telling him she'd be thrilled if he would join her. Takumi considers her words, acknowledging that this could be a challenging opportunity to break the deadlock they find themselves in. A valid point. If he's in the room when they arrive, won't they just turn around and leave? Nene winks, proposing a better idea. Takumi should hide somewhere nearby and make his entrance just when her story reaches its dramatic peak. Considered the situation, concluding that it might not be so bad to help Nini after all. If they were in the middle of a conversation, the high priest couldn't simply flee. With his decision made, Nin cheerfully declared the matter settled, and so they found themselves in her room, ready to enact the plan. Now, stuck hiding in the closet and holding his breath, he felt less like a strategic ally and more like a peeping Tom or a secret lover. Suddenly, a sound from the main door startled them both, their expressions instantly turning to ones of tense alert. As Nin stared intently at the door, he watched from the narrow opening of his hiding place. She gave him a final look, telling him not to worry as she was opening the door now. From the closet, he gave a silent nod of confirmation just as the latch clicked open. The door swung open to reveal the high priest, his face alight with a broad, joyous smile. "Oh, what a delight to see you, my dear saintess," he butted. Nene, momentarily surprised, recognized her visitor. The high priest bowed deeply, offering a sincere apology for disturbing her at such a late hour. As she invited him inside to come, he peered out from the closet, noting with curiosity that the high priest had come without any attendants. This solitary visit was unexpected. He reasoned that if the matter was so urgent that others couldn't be involved, perhaps it was not something he should be eavesdropping on. Inside the room, Nin asked what brought him there. With his hands clasped earnestly, the high priest announced that a prophecy had been delivered. A divine revelation. He clasps his hands together, a saintly expression on his face as he makes a startling proposal to Nin, that they must unite to bring forth the divine child. Shocking implication of his words registers instantly. From within the closet, Takomi and Nene can only stare wide-eyed, their mouths agape in shared silent disbelief. The high priest elaborates, explaining that he had been relentlessly questioning his god about this very matter, wondering why, oh why, their beloved saint had been sent as a woman instead of man, then reveals the answer he received. Today he heard the divine voice of God, a prophecy bestowed upon him. The reason the holy maiden was sent to them, he declares, is so that they are meant to bear children together. Nene, appalled, immediately objects. She reminds him that the marriages of the clergy are regulated by the church's own guidelines, and that relationships between unmarried men and women are forbidden as acts of fornication. Calmly dismisses her concerns, stating that the sin of fornication mentioned in the scriptures applies only to the general congregation. As the foremost servant of God and the apostle, he claims such rules are rendered invalid between himself and the holy maiden, leaving Nene speechless. Finding her voice, she firmly rejects his twisted logic, stating she has no intention of doing that, and graciously declines his offer. From his hiding place, Takumi sees that the man's outrageous and selfish theory. Refusal does not seem to bother him. He lets out a soft, condescending laugh. Remarking on the perplexing thing, she says before calmly asserting that the matter has already been decreed by the divine. It is a subtle decision. He suddenly rises from his chair with a sharp clatter, proclaiming that their meeting was fate, a necessity crafted by the heavens and intertwined with a miracle. He insists she has descended for this very purpose. His voice rises to a fever pitch, cupping his hands through his ears. He shouts ecstatically, asking if she can hear the divine echoes. He bellows that their divine one desires it so. She commands Nene to offer herself and bear the child of God. But Nene, her face contorted in distress, cries out that she hears no divine voice. She insists that what he perceives is merely an illusion, flatly refusing his demand. Refusal hangs in the air. Alone in her chambers, a sudden creak from the door startles her, her head snapping towards the sound. She watches the door, her breath held in tense silence. As it slowly swings open, she closes her eyes, a sigh of resignation escaping her lips. But it is not the high priest who enters. Takumi bursts into the room, shouting for all to stop right now. She moves to stand between her and the doorway. Nene cries out his name in shock and relief, while the high priest, thwarted, seethes with fury. You dare? He enraged priest struggles to comprehend what is happening, questioning how anyone could lurk in the holy maiden's chamber and dare to obstruct him, a man who has received divine insight. His fury builds as he declares that to defy him is to defy the will of the gods themselves. Takumi holds Nene close and retorts sharply. He accuses the high priest of using talk of divine revelations and celestial prophecies as nothing more than a shield to justify his own selfish desires. He broadens his accusation, stating that this hypocrisy extends to the treatment of villagers beyond the city walls, who are oppressed and exploited under the same divine banner. He challenges the high priest directly, asking what kind of god would ever wish for such cruelty. His accusations were met with a chilling declaration from a high priest who proclaimed himself a divine messenger. The cleric asserted that his every action was in perfect harmony with the Almighty's grand design, a design far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. His will, he insisted, was completely intertwined with that of the divine. The young man vehemently rejected this, shouting that no true divine teaching could ever lead one astray from the path of humanity. He accused a priest of trampling upon the very divinity he claimed to revere, suggesting his actions were merely a reflection of his own corrupt nature. Defiance sent the high priest into a rage. "How dare you!" he bellowed, before a sudden chilling realization crossed his face. He declared that he now understood the situation, lamenting his mistake and trying to reason with those who could not grasp the divine's teachings. Takumi and Nene could only watch, confused by a sudden shift. Eyes narrowed as he articulated this newfound understanding. He identified Takumi as an individual summoned from another world, just like the hero. However, he claimed that Takumi's true identity, that of a devil's disciple seeking to defy him, had just been revealed by God himself. He continued his public denouncement, branding Takumi a devil's envoy sent to seduce the saintess with sweet words. The accusation left both Takumi and Nine utterly stunned. Finding the claim utterly ridiculous, Takumi was left speechless. But the high priest, now pointing with righteous fury, accused him of a devious plot to prevent the birth of a holy child between himself and the saintess. His judgment declared. The high priest's face contorted with malice. He announced his intention to bring about Takumi's doom, his hands beginning to glow as he beseeched his god for a sacred cage to vanquish evil. As the cleric began to channel divine power, Nine cried out in fear, begging Takumi not to engage him. But Takumi stood his ground, his expression grim and resolute. Warning came too late. A powerful, oppressive energy descended upon them, enveloping both the young man and the holy maiden in its ominous light. A cage of crackling light erupts around Takumi. He recoils, feeling a powerful shock like high-voltage electricity. Nene cries out his name, recognizing the spell as the high priest's sacred magic. He cautiously approaches the shimmering wall, confirming his suspicion is a form of binding magic, a veritable prison of energy, resolving to break free. He materializes a sledgehammer and swings it with all his might at the magical barrier. But upon impact, the hammer is violently repelled, sending a jolt through his entire body. The created weapon sailed through the barrier, but disintegrated into crackling energy the moment it touched. Watching this, Nine clasps her hands together, beseeching the gods for aid. She then takes matters into her own hands, gathering divine power into a glowing orb. She invokes a sacred light to banish all restraints, casting the spell Holy Dispel. Her spell, however, fizzles out before it can take effect. She stares at her hands in shock, unable to comprehend why her magic failed to activate. The high priest's voice cuts through the silence. He informs the saint that her efforts are futile, explaining that her sacred magic cannot cancel his because they are of the same divine attribute. Turns to him, pleading for him to end this madness. She questions if he is truly willing to defy the sacred teaching of preserving life, arguing that using such destructive power against a human is utterly excessive. Glares past her, dismissing her plea. "Do not be fooled, saint," he warns. "This creature is a demon in disguise." From his cage, Takumi shouts back, confused, insisting that the spell is only meant to immobilize and questioning what more the priest could possibly want. Ignoring the boy's words, the high priest raises his hands, gathering immense power. He calls upon his god to obliterate this wicked presence, declaring that for the audacity of standing against the divine, Takumi will be reduced to dust by the highest form of sacred magic. As the spell neared its target, Nine cried out in horror for Takumi. He, in turn, could only stare wide-eyed as the destructive energy closed in. He was suddenly startled by a strange, luminous panel that materialized before him. It beeped insistently, displaying a message. "Backdoor activity detected. Would you like to lift the restriction?" The unexpected message gave him pause. He wondered why this particular alert would appear now of all times. The wording felt different, and even the alarm's tone was unfamiliar. He questioned if this was some kind of betrayal, knew that in any other situation he would simply respond with a quick yes, as he always did. But with his life on the line, he felt he had no luxury to ponder the implications. As he hesitated, Nine's voice echoed in his mind, a memory of her once saying that if she were in his shoes, she'd be too scared to say anything but no. Her words seemed to guide his hand, and he moved his finger towards the no option. Just as he was about to press it, a powerful intuition seized him. He realized that this choice, for some unknown reason, felt of the utmost importance. While the high priest roared, unleashing his ultimate attack, Saint Nova, Takumi made his decision. He pressed yes. The moment his finger made contact, the sacred cage, imprisoning him, dissolved into nothingness. The high priest's final spell was complete, but its target was now free. The high priest stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Takumi, equally stunned, found himself standing completely unharmed. He was immediately enveloped in a relieved embrace by Nine, who joyfully exclaimed that he was amazing. She pulled back, eagerly asking how on earth he managed to dispel the high priest's sacred magic, still processing the event himself. Takumi could only explain that a strange plate with yes and no options had suddenly appeared before him. He explains to Nin that the prompt he saw was about confirming or lifting the approval of a forbidden act, though the phrasing was unusual. Nin, still processing the sudden turn of events, asks what happened next and what he means by the play. He continues with a cheerful demeanor, stating that he simply pressed yes, as he always does, recalling that doing so would break the spell. His words trigger a sudden, shocking realization in Nin. The phrases backdoor action and revoke the approval echo in her mind, leading her to a startling conclusion. Meanwhile, the high priest is in a state of panic. He questions why his sacred arts, Saint Nova and the Cage of Purging, are failing to activate. More importantly, he is certain he just heard the voice of a divine. The horrifying implication dawns on him, the potential consequence of breaking his sacred vow with the divine. He clutches his abdomen in disbelief, finding the situation utterly absurd. He desperately tries to summon his power, calling for holy light, but his pleas go unanswered. His desperation escalates into a frantic prayer. He cries out, questioning why his God would abandon him after so many years of loving and dedicated service. He begs the divine presence for an answer, his voice filled with anguish. In the next moment, the high priest collapses to the floor with a heavy thud, leaving Takumi and Nin staring in stunned silence. As the fallen priest's hand twitches feebly, Takumi asks for clarification about the vow. Nene, her expression grave, explains that it appears the high priest's sacred pact with the gods has been completely severed. Takumi questions if this means the high priest has lost his ability to wield sacred magic. Nin confirms his suspicion, elaborating that holy light is a fundamental spell learned through this ceremony of vows, a ceremony Takumi himself witnessed. For the high priest to lose access to even this basic power signifies a change that is beyond her comprehension. The very idea that a sacred vow with the gods could be broken was unheard of among the populace. For the high priest, the reality was a crushing weight. He realized with horror that he had been completely cast aside by the deity he served, falling below the rank of even the most ordinary believer. Watching the man's spiritual collapse, Takumi was lost in thought, wondering how someone who had served God so devoutly could stray so far from the path. Nina, observing him, remarked that this was something only an individual with his unique perspective could truly comprehend, as his own piety was so deep that every thought felt like a divine message. The political fallout was swift, reduced to a shell of his former self after the scandal. The high priest stepped down from his position. From the faction that had opposed him, a new candidate would soon rise to take his place. Power shift did little to quell the immediate turmoil. The fall of the high priest exposed a cascade of corruption and wrongdoing, throwing the entire church into chaos and pushing it to the brink of collapse. Amidst this crisis, however, a new pillar of support emerged. The presence of the saintly Nene became a beacon of hope for both the struggling church and its faithful followers. She stood before the masses, her voice clear and steady. Regrettably, she announced, the high priest had strayed from the path. Sermon continued, resonating with the crowd. While the teachings of the divine are magnificent, she proclaimed, one must never invoke the name of God to justify their own righteousness. There can be no divine path that veers away from the way of humanity. She spoke with unwavering conviction, declaring that these were not her own words, but revelations she had received directly from the Almighty. These teachings, she insisted, are what guide humanity to live rightly. After her address, the two walked through the city streets. Takumi praised her, calling it a bold and truly impressive sermon. Nene smiled wryly, admitting that she might have borrowed a line from what he had told a high priest. Her expression then turned serious as she looked at him. With the immediate crisis handled, she asked what he was planning to do next. She listened as Nin formally asked if he would consider staying by her side to lend his support. She explained that with the coming church reforms, things were about to become hectic and having a familiar face around would be a great comfort. Just his presence, she insisted, would be enough. He was touched by the invitation, but had a decline. He told her that he had prior commitments, explaining that he really needed to head back to the town of Lawland, chuckled, lamenting that he'd been turned down, but quickly assured her that she would see him again. He promised to visit and say hello as soon as things settled down, and that he would be sure to give her a heads up before he swung by. Nene accepted his decision, saying that it was fine. She noted that since there was no such thing as a phone, a letter from him would probably arrive well after he did. She looked out over the holy city with a confident smile, adding that she believed she would know right away the moment he arrived. With a final wave, she watched him depart for Nini. This marked the end of her first great adventure in this otherworldly realm. The Komi, for his part, reflected on the journey. It had been an experience far richer than a number of days could account for. He had set out simply to express his gratitude to Neen, but it had become so much more. His thoughts drifted as he began the journey back to Lolet. He had met so many fascinating people and gained a wealth of experiences. He found himself wondering how Cassary and Kathy were doing, hoping they were well as memories of them and his other companions flashed through his mind. As his carriage rolled out of the city gates, a single, eager thought consumed him. He couldn't wait to meet them all again. Little did he know, the next time he visited the holy city, a fated encounter awaited. A horse-drawn carriage rumbles along a dusty road, beginning a new chapter in the journey. The God's Gate is in the fog. Inside the jostling carriage, among other passengers, Takumi is fast asleep, his mouth wide open in a deep slumber. A sudden violent lurch of the carriage throws him forward, startling him awake with a jolt. Awakening draws amused looks from his fellow travelers. A man in a cap grins while a young woman beside him covers her mouth, stifling a laugh at his expense. Settles back in his seat, reflecting on his purpose. Having left the sacred city of Altima, he is now on his way to fulfill a promise to the Blue Wolf's Mane, an adventuring party he met in the village of Pennant. He is Takumi, or Saki Takumi, at their service. The carriage continues its leisurely journey, rolling steadily along the road that leads towards the town of Laran. Arriving at a way station in a town called Norat, Takumi consults a route map. He determines that to reach Laurent, he must board another carriage departing from Terminal 3. We find a place to wait, sighing as he notes his departure time is still a while away. A figure in a deep hood approaches, kindly pointing out a nice spot to sit. Takumi thanks them, and as the figure turns to leave, they murmur a quiet prayer. "O divine spirit of this world." The figure's quiet words don't fully reach him, leaving him puzzled. He wonders aloud what they just said, unable to quite catch the phrase. He turns to look, watching with a confused expression as the mysterious hooded person walks away, disappearing into the bustling terminal. He sits on a bench in a quiet, park-like area of Norad, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice nearby makes him turn, his eyes wide with surprise as he questions if he just heard someone mention a sword. The speaker is a figure cloaked and hooded, their face obscured. They ask him where he plans to go next. Takumi observes that the spot is quite peaceful, and that it's rare for anyone to stop there. He answers cheerfully, explaining that he is heading to Lariat. He has a promise to keep with some fellow adventurers he needs to meet there. The hooded figure correctly deduces that he must be an adventurer. Takumi confirms he plans to register at the Adventurers Guild in Laurent, though he admits it's not his usual sort of activity. When a figure asks if he isn't an adventurer yet, he clarifies that no, not yet, but he intends to be soon. He asked if they were inquiring about his job. The figure murmurs that they understand the situation now. And with that, their task is complete. They rise from the bench with a sudden rustle of cloth. The figure stands, the hood falls back, revealing a woman with long dark hair tied by a white ribbon. She introduces herself as an adventurer, the legendary sword Saint Israut, and states she was sent by the Adventurers Guild with a request to bring him to them. She smiles, noting that since he's already heading to the guild, her request will simply vanish into thin air, meaning her work is done. Takumi's jaw drops, his face a mask of pure astonishment, immediately bows low in a profound apology, realizing he has caused a great deal of trouble. The Sword Saint adds that the members of Blue Wolf's Mane even traveled all the way to Fultima in their search for him. Ernest's apology is met not with acceptance, but with a sudden, hearty laugh from the Sword Saint, which only serves to confuse him further. She regards him with an amused expression, calling him an intriguing fellow. She tells him not to stress over it, dismissing the entire affair as the guild simply making a mountain out of a molehill. She turned to Takumi, explaining that Izurut was not her true name. With that clarified, she stated her intention to indulge a personal curiosity. Her true name, she announced with a bright smile, was Yuto Isuri. She then revealed the most surprising detail of all. She was Japanese, just like him. He reeled from the revelation, stammering in disbelief and asking if she was a summoner as well. She calmly corrected him, explaining that while their origins were similar, her situation was different. She had been summoned to this world a whole 50 years ago. Time frame struck a chord within him. He pieced it together, wondering aloud if she could be the Utoku, and from the infamous, mysterious disappearance incident. She confirmed his suspicion, adding that despite her youthful appearance, she was already past the ripe age of 60. His eyes widened as the memory solidified. He exclaimed that back then, the news of a young boy's sudden vanishing was all over the newspapers and television. He remembered it vividly. He explained because he had lived nearby and was even in the same grade. She acknowledged the coincidence of them sharing the same age and hometown, noting that she had expected it, yet was still surprised by such a monumental event happening there. In response, he formally introduced himself as Seiki Takumi. She then looked back at her, remarking on how remarkably youthful she appeared for someone over 60. She confirmed this must be true for him as well, explaining that ever since she obtained the Sword Saint class, her status ailment nullification V skill had activated, completely rejuvenating her body. The concept began to click into place for him. She elaborated, crossing her arms, that in this world, the process of aging is simply treated as another status ailment, one that can be nullified. He asked for clarification, and she explained that when aging is nullified, the body reverts to its physical prime. In her case, she appears to be around 18. While she acknowledged the perks of looking young, she added with a sigh that being treated like a child isn't always a blessing. The implications of such a power hit him all at once, his face contorting into an expression of pure, unadulterated awe. He stammers in confusion, demanding to know what she means. Isiri calmly explains that he has just perceived and dodged the trajectory of her fastest sword technique, a feat belonging to the greatest adventurer, the Sword Saint herself. Continues, revealing that her eye of true skill allows her to perceive an opponent's abilities. While she had already suspected his immense physical prowess, she now believes his body simply reacted on instinct. Takumi, however, remains bewildered, insisting he did nothing at all. A small, knowing smile crosses her face. The fact that he doesn't even realize his own capabilities is, to her, simply amusing. She decides it would be cruel to leave him in the dark and proposes they look at a status. He questions this, pointing out that only the individual should be able to see their own status screen. She corrects his assumption, explaining a simple rule of this world. If their bodies are in contact, even a stranger can view another status. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she instructs him to first look at hers. With a firm command, she calls forth her status screen. For them, the information materializes. Her class is listed as Sword Saint, and her level is an impressive 298 with correspondingly high attributes. She asks if he understands now, seems to grasp the general idea, cheerfully assuming that a higher level must be better. At her prompting, he agrees to show her his own status and calls it for it. Status screen appears. His level is a mere 2, but his class is listed as God. Every single one of his attributes, HP, MP, attack, defense, intelligence, and agility, is maxed out at a staggering 999,999. He looks at the screen with a sheepish grin, thinking to himself that his level 2 seems utterly embarrassing after seeing Isiri's high number. It has been some time since he last checked, but it remains a baffling jumble of 9s. She's taken aback as Isiri grabs him, demanding to know if he's joking. She explains that level is merely a benchmark. A low level can still mean high abilities depending on one's job, declaring him the perfect example. Her thoughts clarify the point further. The true measure of ability isn't level, but individual stats. However, she muses, if those numbers aren't displayed correctly, the entire assessment is meaningless. He dismisses her theory as absurd, cheerfully insisting he doesn't possess such abilities. Iseri sternly refutes him, stating that the numbers are accurate. She theorizes his stats are simply exceeding the display limits, causing them to appear as a string of nines. Frustrated by his disbelief, she strikes him soundly on the head, calling him a fool. He helps in surprise, asking if she just hit him with her drawn sword. Unfazed, Iseri asks if he's injured and where, noting that a real injury would be quite dangerous. Touching his head, he realizes with confusion that he doesn't feel a thing, not even a dull impact. Iseri confirms she swung with the sharp side of the blade, yet he remains completely unharmed, without a scratch or a hint of pain. As he puzzles over the incident, she states plainly that he simply lacks awareness. His ability scores, however, reveal the undeniable truth of his power. He remains skeptical, suggesting there must be a mistake with his status. He questions why a deity would even have a job or occupation. The concept is explained. The occupation category on a status screen is merely a remnant of an old, popular spell once used to assess career suitability. He considers this, proposing that if one thinks of God as a position like CO, it doesn't seem so strange. Iseri agrees, adding that profession is just a convenient label. It could be replaced with role or status, and the essential meaning would remain the same. Her expression becomes deadly serious. She concludes that regardless of a name, the essence is unchanged. With absolute conviction, she declares that he is undoubtedly the deity of this realm, the supreme being of this world. Her words hung in the air, heavy with conviction. Takumi remained silent, his gaze fixed forward as he absorbed the weight of her claim, the god of this world. He felt a sudden, intense pressure from behind. Iseri leaned in close, her eyes wide and unwavering, her presence seemingly filling the entire space around them with an overwhelming force. Before he could fully process her intensity, her hands clamped down on his shoulders. The sudden physical contact jolted him, and a strangled, questioning sound escaped his lips as he stared forward in utter shock. With unwavering certainty, Iseri declares that regardless of how one might name it, the essence remains unchanged. Takumi, she insists, is undoubtedly the supreme being of this world. Her assertion is met with a loud outburst from Takumi, who finds the idea utterly impossible to accept. Exasperated, Iseri grabs him, demanding he be quiet, and questioning who in their right mind would believe a random person appearing from nowhere could be a guy. Her anger subsides into confusion. She admits that she cannot begin to fathom why any of this is happening or why they were summoned to this world in the first place. She can only speculate that, as cliché as it sounds, perhaps this was simply Seiki's destiny. Her words hang in the air, followed by a heavy silence as Takumi stares at the ground, processing the immense weight of her theory. Looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. He concedes that she has a point, admitting that now that she's mentioned it, there are certain hints he can no longer ignore. He continues, explaining that while the idea of being a god is wild and he isn't fully convinced, he started to wrap his head around it. He recalls the time spells had no effect on him, and he was left completely unharmed, realizing it must all be connected. As he speaks, Iseri comes to a halt. She turns to face him, her expression serious, ready to ask a pivotal question. She then poses it directly. With an indomitable strength and an immortal body now at his command, the world itself will bend to his will. What, she asks, does he wish to do from here on out? The question leaves Takumi momentarily speechless. He looks away, a bead of sweat forming as he begins to truly contemplate the possibilities while Iseri watches him intently. He considers Iseri's question about his future, his gaze distant. After a moment, he gives his answer, specifically nothing at all. His response hangs in the air between them. He clarifies that he means it literally, explaining his intention to continue living freely just as he always has. He elaborates with a gentle smile, reflecting that while his younger self might have chased ambitions, age has brought him wisdom. He knows his own limits now, and believes it's far more enjoyable to share life's joys with others than to dwell in lonely, pretentious solitude. He adds a caveat, however. He will still lend a hand to those in need and feel anger towards wrongdoers. But he stresses that this will be based on his own judgment, not some divine standard. His expression firms with conviction. He declares that just because he happened to become a god doesn't mean he has to act godly. He fully intends to live joyfully as an individual as Takumi Saki. Izurut processes his heartfelt declaration, a thoughtful expression on her face as she murmurs to herself. She then says she understands and will give him a token, one different from what she offered before. Her hand begins to glow as she warns him to brace himself, stating that no master can avoid it. She is taken aback by her sudden cryptic words, stammering in confusion and asking her to wait. Before you can get another word out, Izurut moves with blinding speed, dropping to one knee and drawing her katana in a single fluid motion. The motion ends not in an attack, but a solemn gesture. Takumi stares, wide-eyed with shock, as Izurut kneels before him, holding up a lock of her own dark hair, severed by the blade she now holds steady. She remained kneeling as Izurut spoke, her voice low and serious. She identified her technique as the secret blade, Godslayer, warning him that even for an invincible one like him, its touch would surely sting. She elaborated, naming the skill Godslayer 5. It was an unavoidable technique whose invisible blades rendered her own range ineffective. The name she mused had proven to be a misnomer. Her gaze remained fixed on Takumi. She admitted to being impressed by his desire to live a simple life despite wielding such extraordinary power. But she also noted that humans were creatures prone to changing their hearts. Turning to leave, her long hair flowing in the wind, she gave a final piece of advice. She warned Seiki to ensure he didn't force her to take down a fellow classmate from their shared hometown. Elsewhere, a young man with spiky hair let out a massive, shuddering sigh of relief, stumbled back, clutching his chest and panting. The experience, he gasped, had hurt like crazy. He tried to process what happened. He hadn't died, but contrary to what he'd been told, he had felt it. The technique had hit him hard, and he finally understood the power of the legendary Sword Saint and her Godslayer ability. A lesson had been learned. Even gods have their limits, and to forget that is folly. He resolved to engrave this lesson in his heart. He thought of Izer Yuto, the Sword Saint, Yuto Isiri, and mused that their paths might cross again. With that, he noted it was nearly time for his carriage to depart. His journey did not proceed as planned. A heavy iron door slammed shut, trapping him behind bars with a look of utter disbelief on his face. Standing alone in the dark cell, he stared out into the gloom, wondering how his smooth journey to developing his talent had ended up like this. He stands in a dark, stone-walled dungeon, gripping the bars of his cell. Down the long, bleak corridor, he calls out, asking if anyone is there. His plea is met with aggression. A guard slams a gauntlet hand against the bars, shouting for him to be quiet. Startled, the young man asks for an explanation, insisting he has no memory of committing any crime that would warrant imprisonment. The guards are incredulous. One scoffs, questioning if he's truly feigning ignorance after committing such a grave sin. The young man presses them, asking what crime he is accused of. The guard's answer is chilling: high treason. He reels from the accusation, shouting in disbelief, treason against the state. The guard notes his audacious claim of innocence, remarking that the prisoner doesn't seem to feel even a hint of guilt. He falls silent, lost in thought. He wonders if this charge stems from his past as a would-be assassin of a king, reflecting that he has grown accustomed to facing charges for crimes he didn't commit. The guards turn to leave. One informs him that his fate is to be sent to the royal capital, but until then, he will remain in the cold confines of the cell. The other guard offers a sarcastic farewell, hoping he can stay in one piece. It watches them depart, puzzled by the strange warning. As their footsteps fade, a new voice emerges from the shadows of his own cell, remarking on the arrival of a fresh face. He turns to see a massive, shadowy figure looming over him. The imposing man cracks his knuckles, the sound echoing in a small space as the chain on his ankle clinks. He menacingly notes that for a newcomer, the young man has some nerve not even offering a greet. Within the confines of a prison, a new inmate arrives. Takumi steps into his cell, his expression neutral, only to be met by the sharp-toothed grin of a massive, intimidating prisoner. The man leans forward from his own barred enclosure, demanding to know who this newcomer thinks he is, waltzing in without a proper greet. The large man rises to his full imposing height, towering over Takumi. He cracks his knuckles with a sharp snap, a smirk spreading across his face as he comments on the newcomer's apparent nerve. Unfazed, Takumi simply offers a polite bow, apologizing for his delay and introducing himself by name. His courtesy is met with aggression. The large inmate roars that he's late and swings a powerful fist directly at his head. The blow never lands. With impossible ease, Takumi catches the massive armored fist in his open palm, stopping its momentum completely just inches from his face. His attacker cries out in pain, recoiling and clutching his hand. The surface of his armored gauntlet appears to crack and crumble from the impact. Takumi watches a hint of confusion on his face. From nearby, the sword saint observes the scene. She notes wryly that it must hurt for the one throwing the punches. Takumi seems to have a moment of realization, thinking that if he can casually slash with an unsheathed sword, then this is hardly a big deal. The large man, nursing his throbbing hand, quickly changes his demeanor. He dismisses his own actions as pathetic bullying and, with a newfound respect, asks Takumi what kind of crime landed him in prison. He smirks, guessing it must be something boring given Takumi's scrawny frame. He suggests petty theft, or perhaps running from a bill after a meal. Takumi answers plainly, treason against the state. The revelation stuns the other prisoner, who erupts in disbelief, questioning how someone could admit to such a grave offense so casually. The shock gives way to a serious tone. The large man explains that while he doesn't know if Takumi is aware, in a place like this, the hierarchy needs to be made crystal clear. He begins by laying out the rules of the cell. First, he demands money as a fee for using his turf. He explains the hierarchy is simple. As the newcomer, Takumi is below him, and the lower ranks must show absolute obedience. Furthermore, any food served in the cell must be offered to him first, their self-proclaimed supreme lord. Takumi, however, remains unfazed. He calmly refuses, stating that he sees no reason to comply with the demands of a complete stranger, calling the entire proposition absurd. The larger man is left sputtering in disbelief at the blatant defiance. His shock quickly turns to rage, his face contorting as he growls at the young man. But instead of cowering, Takumi simply sways on his feet. He feels an overwhelming drowsiness he can't shake off, wondering if it's just one of those days. Decides that at this rate, he'll be late to reunite with everyone from the Blue Wolf's mane anyway, so he might as well take a break. With that thought, he lies down on the hard floor to sleep, completely ignoring the fuming inmates. He drifts off. His last thought is a faint hope that he can somehow get in touch with his allies, though he knows it will be difficult. Sure, disrespect is too much for Akari to bear. Roaring for the boy to wake up, he raises his heavy boot, preparing to stomp down with full force. With a furious cry, he brings his foot down again and again, stomping violently onto the prone figure. Violent assault has an unexpected effect. In his sleep, Takumi perceives the rhythmic pounding and vibrations as a soothing lullaby, pulling him even deeper into slumber. A faint smile crosses his lips as he sleeps soundly, deciding to put off any thoughts about the future for the time being. Elsewhere, atop a castle tower, a cry of disbelief echoes through the air. Inside a grand hall, a richly dressed noble sits upon his throne, enraged. He shouts at a subordinate kneeling before him, demanding to know how the crows could have been wiped out and, worse, how the incident has become public. The subordinate apologizes, clarifying that only the 30 members sent to Mediska have perished. The rest of the crows are still active. His superior retorts furiously that the number of casualties is irrelevant, slams his fists down, roaring that the real problem is that their secret unit has left traces of its existence for all to see. In the face of this rage, the subordinate remains kneeling in silence as a small, fiery spirit crackles into existence beside him. He then speaks, stating he will graciously accept any reprimands. He explains that Mediska is under the influence of a powerful church, which rendered their attempts at a cover-up ineffective. The subordinate continues, assuring his lord that the identities of the fallen have been erased from all records, eliminating the risk of their connection being discovered. The noble listens, his expression thoughtful. Having processed the information, the noble seizes a nearby bottle and begins to drink from heavily. He lets out a satisfied sound, a smug grin spreading across his face. He dismisses the crows as nothing more than a ragtag bunch of criminals he overestimated, despite their supposed loyalty. Subordinate interrupts, adding a crucial point of clarification. According to the one survivor, the crows were meant to ambush their target, a man named Takumi, while he slept. Instead, they were the ones who were ambushed. The noble, smug expression vanishes, replaced by surprise. Listened as his associate continued, explaining that according to reports, their target had fought alone, yet possessed unfathomable strength. Moreover, there was another detail mentioned. The older noble's eyes narrowed in thought. He wondered if it was possible that this person was also a trained assassin. Reasoned that it wouldn't be surprising for such an individual to possess exceptional assassination skills. After all, the crows were a ruthless unit, their schemes rivaling even the finest assassins, yet 30 of them have been ambushed and met their doom. The implication of facing such a foe sent the crown noble into a panic. He shouted that this was no joke, terrified that the scoundrel Takumi would now come for his life. Believing the failed attack had earned him a bitter grudge, he frantically ordered his guards to be doubled, even tripled, ignoring his associates pleased to calm down. However, the older noble clarified a key detail from the crow's report. The figure they fought was described as rather petite, with a physique that could even be mistaken for women. He concluded that the one present at the ambush was likely a different person from. As his companion processed this, the older noble laid out his theory. Takumi must have sensed the ambush and hired a skilled ally to set a trap for them. The crown nobles stammered in agreement, but his associate quickly warned that they could not let their guard down. He reminded him that this Takumi was the legendary figure said to have repelled the Demon King's forces and defeated the Kraken. He grew concerned that if left unchecked, such a person might soon raise banners in rebellion. As he contemplated this, his associates stepped forward, announcing he had a brilliant plan. With a look of cunning resolve, the older noble declared that they would turn this very situation to their advantage. Laid out his scheme, they would officially declare the crows a unit acting under the king's command. By doing this, the one who annihilated them, Takumi, would be deemed a grave criminal. His actions would be elevated from a mere hindrance to an act of high treason against the state. His co-conspirator, the noble Augusta, stroked his chin with a smug grin, agreeing with the assessment. He confirmed that it certainly appeared to be the case. The elder and noble elaborated on their newfound advantage. Previously, they had been forced to drop the charges of attempted assassination against Akomi due to pressure from the church. However, with the high priest's recent resignation, the institution was in chaos, its power greatly diminished. The church could no longer meddle in their affairs. He added that they had received word that the Adventurers Guild was already hunting the rascal, a development that would serve as an excellent deterrent against others. Augusta's eyes widened with delight, declaring the situation splendid. From his throne, Augusta lamented the church's history of meddling in state affairs under the guise of divine authority. He complained that their power had been growing each year, along with their demands for special privileges for adventurers. Counterpart thanked him, calling it a brilliant plan to keep both the church and the guild in check. Filled with glee, Augusta ordered his subordinate to immediately draft a wanted poster and distribute it nationwide. He clenched his fist, vowing that this time he would deliver the final blow to the wretched Takumi. Far from machinations of the royal court, a dark stone corridor lined with prison cells lay silent. Within one of these cells, Takumi stretched with a wide, contented smile, finally waking from what he felt was a deep slumber. He rubbed the back of his neck, realizing he had lost track of time. He guessed he must have snoozed for about 45 hours. His eyes then fell upon his cellmate, a large, muscular man sitting silently across from him. He offered the man a cheerful greeting, apologizing for whatever had just happened, seemingly referring to his long sleep. The man's large, scarred hands rested on his knees in response. The large prisoner bowed his head, sweating profusely. He apologized earnestly for his own earlier rudeness and begged forgiveness for his impudence. He laughs heartily, dismissing the concern. Takumi, however, points to the man's hands, noting they are covered in bruises and asking what happened. Young man ponders this, wondering if he could somehow be at fault. He considers it a case of reaping what one sows, but feels it would be truly unfortunate if his presence led to the man's injuries. He looks over at his cellmate, suggesting that at the very least it would be wise to get some treatment for the wounds. His cellmate sighs, pointing out the obvious challenge: they're stuck in a cell with no medicine or tools. The mention of this limitation sparks a thought into Komi's mind. If only he could wield magic, the situation would be entirely different. The thought of magic brings to mind a lesson he once received. A cleric had explained that divine magic is a sacred art, a form of sorcery that allows one to mend wounds and cure ailments by making a pact with the gods. This memory sparks a profound question within him. Could it be that he is also capable of wielding the divine magic of this world's god? He voices his confusion to Akari, explaining that the traditional prayer, beseeching a divine being for healing, feels strange. He posits a theory. Perhaps when the people of this world mention God, they are unknowingly referring to him. If so, he wonders, shouldn't he be able to simply chant healing directly, rather than asking himself for a favor? Deciding there is nothing to lose, he resolves to give a try. He extends his hands forward and with a quiet focus utters a single word: healing. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupts from his outstretched hands, startling him. Inside a dark cell, a brilliant light erupts from Takumi's hands as he holds them over Ikari's injured fist. Both men stare in astonishment. Ikari's eyes wide with shock at the sudden surge of power, gasp and disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses the impossible. The light intensifies around his hand, and the deep, bloody gashes begin to seal and vanish as if they were never there. Takumi watches, a bead of sweat trickling down his own face, as he realizes the extent of his power. Ikari confirms what he's seeing, exclaiming that the wound is disappearing right before his very eyes. He looks down at his perfectly restored hand, flexing his fingers with a wide, joyous grin. He declares an incredible, completely healed. Takumi, looking slightly flustered, admits to himself that it was improvised but worked out perfectly. Akari's excitement turns to suspicion, gripping the bars of their cell. He questions the speed of the recovery, wondering if it was high healing and if Takumi was a high-ranking priest all along. Takumi turns away, quietly stating that he is not a priest. The large man presses further, marveling at the use of holy magic without priesthood, or even a prayer to the gods. This gives Takumi pause as he wonders if his divine profession is sufficient, even if he cannot call himself a deity. He observes that Akari doesn't seem like the devout type, yet he isn't particularly astonished by the display of power. Considering this, Takumi concludes that it would be best to keep his divinity a secret. Decision is immediately tested as Akari leans in close, a mischievous grin on his face, loudly asking how he pulled off such a trick. The commotion draws unwanted attention, and Takumi quickly tries to silence him, explaining that this is a predicament and he'd rather not prying eyes on them. Then two wardens appear at their cell. One shouts at a shout time. A moment later, Takumi holds a bowl of simple soup and bread, remarking to himself that while it's simple fare, it's free, leaving no room for complaints. And his cellmate Ikari eat their meal in silence, flanked by two prison guards. Having finished his food, he politely offers his thanks for the delicious meal. A guard collects their empty bowls, the cell door clanging shut behind him, leaving Takumi to his thoughts. He turns to Akari with a question, startling the larger man. Takumi asks if there's an adventurers' guild in this town. Takari confirms that there is indeed a guild, located just a stone's throw away on the west side of town. The news is clearly fortuitous for Takumi. Mind now on escape, he inquires about the guards' patrol intervals. Ikari explains that with dinner over, there won't be any patrols until breakfast. The jail is considered so sturdy that no one believes an escape is possible. Hearing this, Takumi smiles, finding the situation to his advantage. He casually informs Abu Wilder to Kari that he's just going to step out for a bit. Before Kari can react, Takumi grips the thick iron bars of their cell. With a grunt of effort, he effortlessly bends them wide open, leaving his cellmate utterly stunned. He then pushes the bars back into their original position. He remarks that they feel a little warped now, but decides it's best to put them back just to be safe, much to Akari's continued disbelief. He reflects on his own power, realizing he had always perceived the things in this world as oddly soft and fragile. It seems his strength is more than just a matter of flexing his muscles. Meanwhile, Akari clutches his head in pain, his mind reeling from the display. Elsewhere in the city, cloaked figures move through the streets. Having left the prison, Takumi walks through a bustling city street as twilight descends. He resolves to wrap up his business quickly, not wanting to cause any trouble for the diligent officials while he is temporarily free. He moves through the crowd, taking into sights of the unfamiliar city. As he continues, a thought strikes him. He is technically a wanted criminal, so would be best not to show his face. The loud clanking of a heavily armored man passing by reinforces his desire to avoid drawing attention. He mulls over his options for a disguise. A balaclava would only make him look more suspicious. He reasons, so perhaps a simple mask would be the safer choice. His thoughts drift to a full coverage style, something that wouldn't slip off easily. An image of a costumed squadron flashes through his mind. With a confident smile, he settles on an idea. He needs a simple, sleek design, something universally familiar, even in this other world. A solid image begins to form in his mind. Arrives before a large building. The Adventurers Guild, Nordbranch. Raising his hands, he begins to magically create the mask he envisioned. Object materializes in a flash of light. Observing the steady flow of hardened adventurers entering and leaving the guild, he confirms this is the right place and prepares to step inside. As the guild door swings open with a rattle, a group of 4 adventurers seated at a table abruptly stop their conversation, turning in unison toward the entrance. Stare at the newcomer, a figure now wearing a plain white mask. They wonder aloud who this person could be, recognizing him as an adventurer but certain they have never seen him before. Suspicious whispers followed the masked man as he stepped up to the reception desk. He noted to himself that the guild in Norad was far more lively than the one he'd visited in Adarasta. The clerk offered a polite welcome, and he excused himself to get her attention. She apologized for the interruption and cheerfully asked what brought him there. Her question seemed to catch him slightly off guard. Quickly composed himself and stated his purpose. He wished to send a message to an adventurer party in another town. Internally, he realized his mask made his voice sound muffled and oddly menacing. The clerk, though momentarily flustered, confirmed that communication between guild branches was indeed possible. Following her confirmation, she politely requested that he present his adventure card. The request made him tense up, as he had not yet registered and possessed no such card. She asked if the card was an absolute necessity. The clerk's professional demeanor cracked under stress as she profusely apologized, explaining that the guild's communication services were reserved exclusively for adventurers. Understanding the situation, he immediately requested to register. The clerk informed him that while he could register on the spot, delivering a physical letter would incur a fee and take longer than their usual magical communication methods. He readily agreed. She thanked him for his understanding and directed him to a nearby table to write his letter. As he turned, he recalled the promise he'd made to the Blue Wolf's main party to register as an adventurer in the town of Laring, sat down, and a small, glowing, butterfly-like familiar materialized to carry his message. As he began to write a formal greeting, the other adventurers in the tavern jolted in surprise, startled by the sudden appearance of the magical creature. His pen continued to move as he wrote that he had just been found guilty of treason on 200 counts. The onlookers were gassed. He paused, considering that perhaps this approach was a bit too direct, deciding it was best not to cause unnecessary worry. He resolved to be more concise. His change of heart did little to calm the room. As one of the adventurers shot to his feet, shouting that this was a matter only a high-ranking adventurer, Barank or above, could handle, a demanding that someone do something. The commotion in the guild hall drew the ire of other patrons. An orcish adventurer, trying to enjoy his drink, grumbled that making a ruckus was unacceptable. Nearby, a hooded figure stood, calmly observing the noisy atmosphere. He turned his attention to the source of the disturbance, identifying it as a pesky bee or fly buzzing erratically around the panicked adventurers. He sighed on his breath, finding it utterly ridiculous for grown men to cause such a scene over one little book. As the insect flew past the terrified faces of two other adventurers, he strode forward, announcing his intent to craft some newspaper magic as a rolled-up paper materialized in his hand. With a swift, decisive motion, he brought the newspaper down, swatting the insect out of the air. The buzzing ceased, leaving only the flattened insect and the newspaper resting on the stone floor. Out a quiet sigh of relief as the other adventurers stared on in stunned silence. The immediate panic finally quelled. With the distraction handled, he returned to the guild counter. The female clerk, looking flustered, nervously agreed to his suggestion to use the name Law Ent as he prepared to write his message. She then clarified the issue at hand, explaining that since the name Takumi was on the wanted list, using it was definitely not an option. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a bare skull underneath. He pointed a bony finger forward, decisively declaring, "I'll take skull mask, please." Calm demeanor did little to quell the shock rippling through the guild hall. The nearby adventurers stared, their faces pale and jaws agape, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. They remained frozen in disbelief. He turned his back to them and addressed the guild clerk. He explained that the letter should be signed with the name Takumi, a detail that would ensure his own true identity remained a mystery. The adventurer's shock was well-founded. The insect that had been so casually dispatched was, in reality, a formidable B-class monster known as the Killing Bee. This creature boasted an exterior tougher than steel, high magical resistance, and a venomous sting capable of felling the mightiest of beasts. Legends even told of entire towns falling to ruin from the invasion of just a handful of these monsters. The tale of such a swift victory brought to mind another legend whispered among adventurers, the story of the man they called the Golden Skull Mask. It was he, they said, who once shattered a fearsome beast with a single, decisive swing. So, the name of the Golden Skull Mask spread far and wide through the whispers of adventurers. Elsewhere, a different adventurer, his face hidden by a simple helmet, turned to his companion and suggested it was time for them to return to the dungeon. Inside the prison cell, Takumi addresses the imposing figure before him with an unexpected term of endearment, calling out, "Welcome back, my dear husband." He then prostrates himself on the floor, his voice filled with a mix of desperation and respect. Stuttering slightly, he acknowledges the gravity of his request, but begs Akari to teach him the secrets of wielding holy magic. Takumi explains his familiarity with the subject, revealing that although he is down on his luck now, he once aspired to become a priest himself. This revelation prompts Ikari to share his own story. He begins by mentioning his younger sister, recalling a time after their parents' death when he worked tirelessly to provide for them both amidst crushing poverty. Expression darkens as the memory shifts. 3 years prior, his sister had fallen ill with a terrible disease, forcing her to rely on a constant stream of divine magic and expensive medicine simply to stay alive. He poured his heart and soul into his work, but the cost of healing potions and magic spells was astronomical, draining his funds faster than he could possibly earn them. Then, a thought struck him with the force of a revelation. If he became a priest himself, he wouldn't have to pay for healing. He might even be able to cure his sister's illness for good. Fueled by this desperate hope, he trained relentlessly, completing 3 years' worth of priestly studies in just 1. At long last, he was set to face the rite of oath to become an apprentice priest. But he admits his motives were impure, driven by personal need rather than faith. He supposes that gods saw through him, because on the very day of the ceremony, his sister's condition took a sudden, drastic turn for the worse, without a second thought. He abandoned the ritual and rushed to be by her side. He concludes his story, explaining that while his sister managed to cling to life, he was unfortunately caught by the visiting high priest and immediately excommunicated. This excommunication carried a heavy weight in a country where faith runs deep. He recounts how he's been let go from every job he's had, all because of rumors, trapping him in a relentless, vicious cycle. Takumi is visibly moved by the tale, admitting he's a sucker for stories like this, and never imagined such a caring brother existed beneath the tough exterior. Ikari sighs, lamenting that his life has gone downhill since then, reducing him to a mess who causes trouble for others in pursuit of his next fix. Changing the subject, Takumi asks about his sister's age, and Ikari reveals she is turning 9 this year. Boy processes this information, his expression pained as he reflects on how tragic it was. He then remarks on the significant age difference between the two siblings. Takari adds with a faint smile that despite the 10-year age gap, his own antics have put his sister through a great deal. Takumi looks up, puzzled by the number. He quickly does the math, realizing that if his sister is 9, then Ikari must be 19. The revelation shocks Ikari, who glares as Takumi exclaims that for someone so young, he's already become a nuisance to the world. Takumi admits with his sheepish grin that he had honestly thought Ikari was in his mid-30s. He muses that while the man certainly gives off a rugged vibe, there's no way he looks like a teenager. Surprised by the observation, Ikari listens as Takumi continues. The boy suggests that while it's wrong to judge a book by its cover, he suspects the excommunication isn't the only reason for Ikari's employment troubles. As a first step, he recommends shaving the beard and tidying up his appearance. The man seems to ponder the advice for a moment before steering the conversation back to its original purpose. He asks again for tips on using holy magic, acknowledging that perhaps his appearance isn't as strange as he thought, based on Takumi's reaction. Takumi snaps back to the topic, admitting he was so taken aback by the story that he completely forgot. He clarifies that when he asks for tips, he is more interested in Ikari's unique quirks and personal approach to the magic. Process the information, a simple solution forming in his mind. If mastering divine magic was all that was needed, he suggested, then they could simply complete the oath ritual right there in the cell. Ikari, however, offered a weary smile, remarking that life rarely provides such easy solutions. Takari explained the immense difficulty, stating that the ritual requires special sacraments and the attendance of a high-ranking priest. Furthermore, it must be held at the cathedral of the head temple, the place said to be closest to God. He apologized, acknowledging that it was an impossible request under their current circumstances. Takumi fell in a thought, stroking his chin. He mused that even if they couldn't gather the sacred tools and priests, perhaps the very cell they were in was for them, the place physically closest to the divine at that moment. Broke into a cheerful grin, suggesting they should just give it a shot anyway. After all, Trini wouldn't cost him anything. Ikari looked taken aback, then flustered by the simple, unwavering confidence in his companion's words. Takumi instructed him to close his eyes and make a wish. Following the direction, Ikari stood with his hands clasped before him, adopting a posture of intense concentration. But Kari squeezed his eyes shut, his hands trembling with effort as he tried to summon the magic. He muttered that it was taking its time to appear, sweat beading on his brow from the strength. He struggled. Takumi's mind drifted to the image of priests conducting a formal ceremony. He began to wonder if all that solemnity was truly necessary for the ritual to succeed. He continued to ponder, thinking that if all it took was granting approval, perhaps it would be fine to just jump in without waiting for some official sign or sanction. Deciding to act, he asked Ikari if they should give it a try, without waiting for an answer. Takumi thrust his hands forward, declaring his intent to bestow the power of the spirits. Ikari's eyes flew open in shock at the sudden intervention. Takumi looked confused, asking what was going on. Ikari, equally bewildered, let out a cry of surprise, wondering what was happening all of a sudden. He feels oddly refreshed, unable to pinpoint the sensation, but describing it as a beautiful chime resonating in his mind. Takumi, watching him, wonders with a smile if his impromptu ritual actually succeeded. Takari, still processing the experience, questions what the shining light was, perhaps holy light. Though he can't believe it will go smoothly, he declares he's definitely in the mood to try. Takumi agrees, telling him to give the magical world. He closes his eyes and concentrates, beseeching his divine one to illuminate the dark abyss with sacred light. As he chants, a swirling sphere of energy begins to form between his hands. Much to Takumi's excited surprise, the sphere of energy suddenly erupts in a blinding flash of light, catching Takumi completely off guard. As the light subsides, Ikari is overcome with joy. He tearfully celebrates that he wielded holy magic, and a powerful spell at that. He and Takumi dance around the cell in a moment of shared triumph. Celebration? Quiet. And Ikari turns to Takumi, expressing his hope that this new power might be enough to help his little sister. He starts to call Takumi boss, but corrects himself, asking to call him big brother instead. Takumi smiles, genuinely glad for him, and tells him to keep up the good work. But their heartfelt moment is shattered by the sudden arrival of 2 prison guards. They angrily demand to know what all the ruckus is at this hour, shouting for the rascals to be quiet. Guards peer into the cell, their eyes widening at the residual light. One exclaims in shock, asking what the glowing sphere is, while the other questions if it could be the work of the newcomer, realizing with a jolt that Takumi might possess magic. Seeing Takumi being blamed, Ikari immediately steps forward, insisting that his brother had nothing to do with it, and that he is the one responsible. Ignoring his plea, the guard sees Takumi, informing him that he's being moved to a solitary cell until he's escorted to the Imperial City. The guard scoffed at Ikari's confession, ordering him to shut his mouth. He declares that he already knows Ikari can't use magic and refuses to listen to what he calls a half-baked lie, leaving Ikari speechless. Watched as the guards led Takumi away. With a cheerful smile, Takumi called back, telling his big bro not to worry about him. More importantly, he urged Ikari to take his work seriously once he was out, and cheekily added a request for him to shave his beard properly. As Takumi was locked away, Ikari was overcome with emotion, weeping at the sacrifice. He saw his benefactor as a god among men, thinking to himself that his name was Akrates. He vowed to never forget this debt and to use the sacred magic he'd received for the good of the world. His mind, he pictured a glorious future. He imagined that Akarites would one day use his powers to cure Ikari's sister's illness. The 2 siblings would then set off on a journey to save those in need, and Akarites would be celebrated as a mighty saint of the frontier, his name etched into history. But that was a tale for another day. Meanwhile, Takumi's actual circumstances were far less glamorous, confined within the walls of state facilities. Inside, the sharp sound of snapping metal echoed as another set of restraints lay broken in a heap. The cause of the destruction was surprisingly nonchalant. Takumi clenched his fists with a bright expression, as if he'd accomplished something simple. Nearby, the noble Augusta looked on, sweating with disbelief. His frustration was shared by the facility's director, who finally lost his patience. He roared at Takumi, demanding to know just how many restraints he intended to smash before he would be satisfied. He explained that the restraints were specifically designed to be snug, so that even the slightest movement would cause them to crack and snap apart. Takumi listened calmly, flanked by 2 very nervous guards. The director continued his rant, calling Takumi's magic utterly useless. He complained that he had gone to the trouble of arranging a special carriage and restraints for the journey to the capital, but it was all absurdly pointless if Takumi could just break them. Just as the restraints on Takumi's wrists shattered once more, an assistant entered the room carrying a small chest. He announced to the director that the item they had been waiting for had finally arrived, bringing a look of relieved satisfaction to the director's face. Is presented with a special pair of handcuffs. The prison director boasts that they are crafted from pure silver steel, right down to the chains, possessing 10 times the hardness of steel and the ability to block magic. He declares with a grin that Takumi won't be able to escape this time. He calmly observes the new restraints, realizing the director must think he's using magic to break them. After all, he muses, it's not common for someone to shatter iron shackles with their bare hands. The director roughly shoves him forward, ordering him into the carriage. Sudden pull on the chains causes a sharp sound to ring out. Takumi yelps, pleading with the director not to pull so hard and strain him again. He looks down at his hands in surprise. The supposedly unbreakable chain has snapped, leaving the cuffs on his wrists, but his hands free. The director and his guards freeze, their faces a mask of pure shock as they stare at the broken chain. His hand trembles with frustration while Takumi can only offer a nervous laugh in response. He grits his teeth, sweating, and tries to reframe the situation, declaring that he'll count it as a win since the shackles themselves remain intact. As they walk away, he reflects that while this is achieving nothing, it's good enough if the person in charge is satisfied. His gaze becomes serious as he considers his next steps. It's a shame they're so close to Laurent. But he knows his first priority must be to quietly head to the capital and clear his name of the trees and accusations. He walked with a cheerful spring in his step, flanked by two bewildered prison guards. With a pleasant smile, he considered his next steps, thinking to himself that he had already arranged for the guild to send a letter to his companions at Blue Wolf's Mane. For the time being, he decided he would simply enjoy a leisurely carriage ride to the royal capital. The guards, however, exchanged confused and weary glances, one of them clearly questioning the prisoner's carefree attitude. A young woman with short, light hair stares a young man behind bars, her face a mask of exasperation. She demands to know if he was responsible, crying out in disbelief after all the trouble they had gone through. Frustration stemmed from what others had already discovered. In another time, a young wizard had complained to the same young man that binding magic and all sorts of spells simply bounced right off of him. Meanwhile, two senior students who had evidently been punished sat by with smug expressions, did little to comfort her as she sat in the rattling cage of a transport wagon. She sighed, realizing why everyone had been so hesitant about the mission. She had been left alone to escort a prisoner who could break mithril handcuffs, making her task seem impossible. She contemplated her predicament. Her prisoner spoke up cheerfully from behind her. He noted that she had been quiet as a mouse for the whole journey and suggested a little chat to pass the time, adding that he hadn't yet had the pleasure of learning her name. She turned away sharply, her voice firm. She had no intention of cozying up to a criminal. Her response, however, seemed to trigger a memory for him. He looked surprised for a moment before murmuring that her name must be Reina. Hearing this, she glanced back, a flicker of annoyance on her face. She turned around, flustered, realizing she had indeed asked for his name earlier. He smiled brightly and introduced himself as Takumi, thanking her. She then pressed on with a friendly grin, asking if he could call her an A. She simply turned away with a huff, offering no verbal reply as the wagon continued its journey. The wagon rattled along the path. He continued his one-sided conversation, musing that since fate had brought them together, they should embrace a friendly journey. After all, he added, journeys are best shared with companions. His cheerful persistence seemed to be having an effect. Reina let out a small sigh of acknowledgement. Takumi then complimented her, saying it was impressive that someone so young had been entrusted with a mission all on her own. She listens as the wagon rattles along, his escort Reina complaining about her assignment. She insists she's not at fault. As the youngest, the responsibility was simply dumped on her because everyone else wanted to avoid the blame. She looks over as she elaborates, her expression serious. If he were to escape, she explains, it would raise serious questions about their transport management, and that responsibility would fall on her. She closes her eyes in frustration, admitting that she doesn't want to be on this mission either. From her perspective, it seems doomed to fail from the very start. His response to her despair is to cheerfully phase right through the iron bars of his cage. He tells her not to worry, as he's there to help, but we're not erupts, demanding to know how he can just waltz through the bars as if they were nothing. His casual attitude only infuriates her more. As he stands beside her commenting on the heat, she shouts that his reckless behavior is precisely what worries her, exclaiming that she's done with the situation. The wagon continues its journey, rattling through a desolate, rocky landscape under the open sky. Inside, Takumi now sits beside Renault on the driver's bench. He turns the conversation to her, asking how skilled she is with the sword she carries. He justifies his question by stating that since he is technically a person of interest, it's only reasonable for him to inquire about his own safety. Renault looks away, slightly flustered, retorting that she doesn't think he needs to know. He presses further, asking specifically about the strength of someone named Ereji Senpai. After a brief pause, Rina quietly admits that in practice matches against Ereji, she can only manage to win 1 out of every 3 bouts. She continues, adding that against another senior, Karin-san Senpai, her odds are even lower at 1 victory in 4. Hearing this, Takumi smiles, wondering to himself just who this person is scouting him really is. He listened as the carriage rumbled on, processing the names of her seniors, Rapando, Zack, Shorin, and Mandu. With a slightly strained smile, he pieced it together. asking if this meant Renault was considered the weakest swordsman among the Naruto officials, puffed out her chest with confidence, telling him to rest easy. After all, she explained, the escort carriage proudly displayed the royal emblem. Her seniors had assured her that no one would dare oppose the kingdom. Smile faded. He wasn't feeling reassured at all. He mused that while the kingdom's authority might work on humans, he wondered what would happen when it came to beasts and monsters. The senior's confidence seemed wishful at best. As if on cue, a harsh voice bellowed from outside, calling for Rina. A large man with a mohawk and a jagged grin leaned in, demanding they hand over the bounty and keep their mouth shut. Bravado vanished in an instant. She became completely flustered, stammering that she was fine, though her panicked expression betrayed her words. His cage. Takumi watched a reaction with a sigh, waving a hand dismissively. He remarked that it looked like he would need to step in and handle this himself. Full scope of their predicament became clear. The carriage was surrounded by a group of bandits on horseback, swords drawn, led by the man with the mohawk. The horses pulling the carriage whinnied in terror as the attackers closed in. Momentum came to an abrupt halt. Inside the cage, both Takumi and Rana looked on in shock as their journey was forcibly stopped in the middle of the rocky plains. He decided to confront the leader directly. Pointing to the side of the carriage, Takumi challenged the man, asking if he saw the royal crest. He warned the infamous bounty that interfering with a state vehicle would get him in trouble. The bandit leader sneered, dismissing the threat entirely. He questioned what the kingdom's emblem mattered when Takumi was guilty of treason. With a malicious grin, he revealed that it was already decided. Takumi, a bounty worth 300 gold coins, was to come with him quietly. He leaned in, his sharp-toothed grin widening as he laid out their plan. They would simply stage it to look as if Takumi had been caught attempting to escape during transport. He added a pointed warning. If the officials were to take Takumi away, the bandits would lose their bounty. Takumi remained silent, his face tense. His gaze shifted towards Rina, who was visibly terrified and sweating profusely. He desperately wondered if she could offer any assistance if he made a move in her direction. The bandit leader, noticing the glance, let out a smug chuckle. He assured Takumi that he was the only one they had their eyes on, his cronies grinning in agreement behind it. His words confirmed Takumi's fears. He understood now. These people intended to silence Rina permanently. Turning to her, he apologized, explaining that he would have to break his promise just a little. With a surge of resolve, he clenched his fists tightly, even spraying atop the carriage wall, raising a hand to the sky. He called out to Rina, urging her to close her eyes for just a moment. The bandit leader could only stare, bewildered. A brilliant flash erupted from his outstretched hand as he invoked holy light, stunning the bandits who were coiled in shock. The bandit leader cried out, shielding his face. "My eyes!" he yelled, demanding to know what was happening. Unfazed by the light, Takumi declared his next move, casting a net forward with a shout. The net descended perfectly, enveloping the entire group of disoriented bandits. "A huge haul," Takumi exclaimed. "Please, they've caught them all in one go." The bandits now secure in a cage behind the carriage, Takumi turned to Reina with a cheerful smile. "Well then," he asked, "shall we set off?" Reina, still processing the sudden turn of events, could only stare back in stunned silence. She rode in the rattling carriage, her expression grim. Beside her, Takumi seemed to be enjoying himself, remarking that it was a relief and a delightful ride. She reminded him that they were simply being handed over to the officials in the next town. Laughed, saying he understood. Annoyed, she corrected him, pointing out that it was an escort, not a pleasure ride, and that he needed to remember that. Their transport rumbled on. Takumi's voice could be heard musing that while it was noisy, it was still a wonderfully peaceful journey. Renault's frustration grew as he once again mischaracterized their situation. Journey concluded at a checkpoint where they were met by an official with a prominent mustache. He thanked them for their hard work on the task and introduced himself as the director of the errant division. Peering past them to wonder aloud if the captured men were the notorious bandits. Of bandits, still ensnared in the net, were presented to the director, their expressions sullen and defeated. He turned his attention to Takumi, who was still behind bars, and asked if the skill used to capture the bandits was his. The director expressed his confusion, questioning why the one being transported as a prisoner was involved. Reina quickly interjected, explaining that the prisoner transport was the mission at hand. The director's expression hardened with suspicion. He noted that transporting a major criminal should raise serious security concerns, yet observed that Takumi seemed remarkably free despite his supposed bindings. She stammered, trying to salvage the situation with a nervous smile. She insisted that although Takumi appeared free, he was actually bound by restraint magic, and that there was absolutely no issue, while Takumi fidgeted anxiously behind her, remained unconvinced, narrowing his eyes as he considered her claim. He wondered if it was a simple binding spell, but then a more formidable possibility came to mind. He was conjuring up mithril chains. Seizing the opportunity, Reina quickly confirmed his unspoken thought. Takumi, now bound in shimmering mithril cuffs that had just appeared, played along with a broad grin, declaring that he was completely trapped with no freedom whatsoever. He explains to the pensive director that it was an emergency situation. His safety was at risk, leaving him no choice but to cooperate. Adds that the bandits were specifically demanding his capture. With a sudden burst of energy, he declares it's a shame the director couldn't see the magnificent battle Renault put on that day. The director turns to Reina, seeking confirmation. He asks if the claim is that she single-handedly took down all 6 ferocious bandits. Takumi, with a smug look, affirms this, embellishing the tale by declaring her swordsmanship worthy of the title Demon Swordsman of Norad, a true force to be reckoned with. His grand declaration sends a ripple of shock through the nearby soldiers, who murmured the legendary title in disbelief, or not. Mortified, quietly pleads with him to stop, fearing everyone will believe his outrageous story. But it's too late. The soldiers are already buzzing, with one noting her prowess, must be extraordinary, and another marveling that someone with such a childlike appearance could carry such a fearsome reputation. Renas sweats with anxiety. Takumi stifles a laugh, privately celebrating their successful ruse. The director smiles warmly, offering his pardon. He concedes that for someone so young, her skills are indeed impressive, and he was convinced by her abilities during what must have been a daunting solo escort mission. Within the Errant Division's office, a captured bandit with a prominent black mohawk struggles furiously against his bindings. He shouts curses at his captors, demanding they let him go. As he is being escorted from a transport wagon, an officer orders him to stop squirming and exit quietly. The bandit glares past the officer towards Takumi, taunting him for his earlier courage and remarking on how his group has now been captured. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he proudly declares that he and his men are members of the legendary Red Hair Brigade. Granted and bound before the Errant officials, he laughs maniacally. He reveals he is the brother of Captain Ball and boasts that his big bro will soon come to rescue them. The director and Renara react with shock at the mention of the infamous brigade to Takumi, asking who these people are. Takumi, however, seems completely unfazed, thinking to himself that the Crimson Hair Brigade sounds like a title from a classic literary masterpiece. But with a grim expression, Renault explains their fearsome reputation. They're a band of marauding thieves, leaving chaos in their wake. She adds that they earned their name because their hair is said to be perpetually drenched in the crimson blood of their enemies. The director listens intently, acknowledging that this group has even more allies lurking behind them. He states that the people of Arendt alone cannot stand against them, especially since their leader, Val the Berserker, is rumored to be as strong as a B-rank adventurer. Captured bandit scoffs at their concern. He dismisses the village office as a pathetic trifle, boasting that his brother could turn it all into a pile of dust in a single night. Now locked within a cell, the bandit rattles the bars in fury, his rage ignited by the sound of laughter from the onlookers. He screams directly at Takumi, who watches calmly as Rana flinches beside him. He glares through the bars, his face twisted with rage. He snarls that Takumi had the audacity to subject him to such humiliation and vows to personally make him pay for it in the most painful way imaginable. He leaned in close, his voice a low growl, promising not a quick death, but a slow descent into suffering and madness. In response, Takumi calmly held up a hand, cutting off the tirade. He announced that it was time for some educational guidance, as he simply could not allow such a vulgar statement against the youth to go unaddressed. His bizarre declaration prompted Rina to demand what on earth he was doing. With a placid smile, he simply told her not to worry, assuring her was just a little knock. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The bound bandits began foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back into their heads as Takomi coolly considered the possibility of a broken neck. He then held out a hand, a soft light gathering in his palm. Apologizing for the interruption, he cast a healing spell. The spell's effect was profoundly strange. One of the bandits' moments from death was now laughing and running as if through a sea of blooming flowers. The others could only stare, utterly stunned by the sudden reversal. Their shock turned to terror. The leader grappled with what he had just witnessed, a man who could kill and then resurrect his victims at will. He understood the true threat. Takomi could subject them to death over and over, healing them each time they resisted. Later, while speaking with the director of the errand division, Takumi listened as the official remarked on the bandits' audacity. The director noted they were prepared to kill, even in front of officials, a crime tantamount to high treason. Nearby, Rina and the now subdued bandits worriedly considered making a swift exit to avoid being implicated further. Takumi, however, perceived the situation differently, sensing an undercurrent of intimidation that even the officials felt in their presence. This realization settled upon him, and his expression grew serious. He was left with an unsettling sense of foreboding as he sat within the confines of a transport carriage. As he was being processed, the guards outside remained on high alert. One committed to his comrades that despite their readiness for the red-haired brigade's invasion, the village office's security still felt insufficient, just as a recently captured thief had mentioned. He, meanwhile, was confined within a cell. Though he was supposed to be treated like a deity, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that ignoring his worries would be a grave mistake. Decisively, he pulled on his gloves. As night fell, the town settled under a star-dusted sky, with sentries continuing their vigilant watch over the quiet streets. Inside a stable, a caged transport wagon sat ready, a horse waiting patiently in a nearby stall. Sometime later, Takumi's eyes snapped open. He found himself being jostled away inside that very same caged wagon, now in motion. Having slipped free from his confinement, he crouched atop a roof, surveying the darkened town below. He then launched himself into the air, bounding from one roof to the next with silent grace. A lone guard below was oblivious as Takumi flew past, a smile on his face as he felt he was channeling the spirit of a crafty thief in the storybooks he read as a child. His objective was clear. He scanned the building's windows, searching for the room where Rina was staying. Spotting her through an open window, he confirmed his target. Inside, Renaud is fast asleep, oblivious to the visitor just outside her window, slipped quietly into the room. He mused that since he was just a prisoner being transported, this situation didn't really involve him. But he couldn't help but think Renaud was being far too careless. Leaning over her, he gently tried to wake her. He quickly put a finger to his lips, urging silence. But Renaud was already flustered, protesting that he couldn't just decide things on his own again. Voice rose in alarm as she demanded to know if he was expecting an attack that very night. He calmly explained that it was only a hunch, but he felt it was better to be prepared for nothing than to be caught completely off guard. She considered his words for a moment, sitting up in her bed with her arms crossed. Setting aside the potential danger, she then questioned his presence, asking what brought him to her room in the first place. He smiled cheerfully, explaining that he thought it would be too risky for her to go off and do things without anyone knowing. So he had come to get her permission first. She pointed out the irony of his concern, given that he was already sneaking out of his own cell. He could only laugh sheepishly. With a sigh, she swung her legs out of bed, stating that she understood. Expression hardened with resolve. In that case, she declared she would join him as well. Her sudden decision caught him completely off guard. She clarified her reasoning with a determined look. She couldn't simply allow a prisoner to wander about freely on her own. She added with a knowing smile that since he wouldn't listen to her anyway, it was best for her own peace of mind to keep him under her direct supervision. He readily agreed. The matter settled. He announced it was time to leave, taking her by the hand to lead the way. She seemed momentarily taken aback, but followed his lead. As they were about to depart, he turned back and asked a critical question. Could she, Reina, actually sneak away from here without anyone noticing? The query stopped her in her tracks, her face flushing as the sudden crucial oversight dawned on her. Her concerns about being unable to leave were swiftly addressed by Takomi, who simply announced his departure and vaulted from the second-story window into the night. He landed silently on a nearby roof, now with Rena secured on his back, and immediately launched himself across the gap to the next building. They soared through the air, a blur against the starry sky. Far below, 2 city guards on patrol remained completely oblivious to the figures passing high overhead. He urged her to hold on tight as they bounded from roof to roof, rapidly closing the distance to a tall, distant tower. Flight across the city culminated in a solid landing, his feet striking the tiles of a high roof with a firm thud. Having arrived, he turned his head slightly and confirmed to Rena that it was time to proceed. However, the moment he set her down, the high-speed journey proved to be too much. Rena cried out, her eyes swirling with dizziness as she collapsed. Takumi watched, realizing with some embarrassment that he might have gotten a bit carried away. He left her to recover and walked to the edge of the roof, his expression growing serious. His heart was racing, not from exertion, but from a growing sense of dread. He could feel an ominous sensation creeping in from the direction of a nearby church steeple. He decided there was no use pondering it endlessly. The only way to know for sure was to head out and see for themselves. His resolve was immediately checked by a glance back at his companion, seeing Rena still completely overwhelmed by dizziness. He concluded that perhaps she should stay put and rest for a while, paused, realizing that for his own safety, it was crucial to keep his identity concealed while investigating. A disguise was in order. With that thought, a mass materialized, a stark white skull covering the right side of his face. He had crafted it himself, a perfect disguise for the task at hand. With preparations complete, he was ready to depart. Stumbling through the woods with a cheerful laugh, Takumi celebrates another day, Spin enjoying a good drink. He feels content if a bit unsteady on his feet. His drunken revelry is cut short as he stops between 2 large trees. In the distance, atop a rise surrounded by standing stones, he spies a lone figure. That figure, a skeleton, stands before an aggressive warrior. The skeleton advises the man to stop his nonsense and turn himself in, suggesting a confession might lighten his sentence. In response, the warrior roars in defiance, telling the bony figure to shut up, dismisses the warning with a savage grin, declaring that he'll kick things off by turning his opponent into a bloody spectacle. But in an instant, the tables are turned. The warrior is thrown to the ground, his massive axe clattering beside him as the skeleton stands over him, unmoved. He scrambles back to his feet, his face contorted with rage, gritting his sharp teeth. He grabs his axe, roaring for the skeleton to die. He swings the massive axe with all his might, aiming to cleave his opponent in 2, but the attack is stopped cold. The warrior stares in disbelief as the skeleton effortlessly catches the blade with his bare, bony hand. Before the warrior can process his shock, the skeleton delivers a swift, open palm strike to his side, causing him to cry out in pain, and feels a strange warmth spread from the point of impact. The skeleton has cast a spell, murmuring about using a little healing magic as orbs of light envelop the warrior's wound. The warrior he had just healed looks up, a dazed and blissful expression on his face. He can only murmur in astonishment at the sensation. His amazement is short-lived as he promptly collapses, unconscious, from the tree line. Takumi watches in shock as the warrior's companions cry out in alarm. Shock quickly curdles into fury. The 3 companions roar in unison, shouting for an attack on the one they deem a rascal. The skeleton adventurer moves like lightning. He darts between the charging warriors, delivering a precise pressure point strike to each, immediately followed by a small burst of healing magic, neutralizing them in an instant, stands over the now unconscious bodies of the companions. With a slight gesture, he remarks to himself that this non-lethal method is just right, not over the top, hiding spot. Takumi struggles to process what he's seen. He doesn't understand if it was a spell or something else, but he recognizes the sheer skill it took to take down so many ruffians in the blink of an eye. Skeleton turns his head slightly, his polished skull gleaming in the light. Takumi's mind races with a single pressing question. Who on earth are they? Elsewhere, the rhythmic rattling of wheels echoes through a hilly landscape as a horse-drawn prison wagon makes its way down a dusty road. Inside, a cheerful young man with spiky hair comments on what a beautiful day it is. His companion, a young woman with short bobbed hair, looks thoroughly annoyed, asking him why he's so carefree about everything. She continues, pointing a finger upwards. He questions her skepticism, noting the glorious weather and telling her that by frowning, she's just wasting the sunshine. She bristled at Takumi's suggestion to relax, her teeth clenched in frustration. She insisted that the current situation was entirely his fault. He seemed genuinely confused, asking if she was upset about him catching the band of thieves and stopping the raid on the office. Flustered, she quickly backtracked, insisting that part was fine and even thanking him for it. Her real complaint, she clarified, was that he had unceremoniously laid her down on top of the entire pile of captured sleeping thieves. He defended his actions, pointing towards a distant tower and explaining that he couldn't just leave her lying up there by herself. He continued his explanation, reasoning that simply leaving the defeated thieves would have caused a public uproar and endless questions about who was responsible. Therefore, he concluded with a cheerful smile, it made the most sense to credit the entire achievement to her, building upon her own accomplishments. She grabbed the bars, separating them, her face contorted in disbelief as she accused him of lying. He calmly stated that while he is only an apprentice, he is still a public servant and wonder aloud what might happen if the truth were to be revealed. He flashed a cheerful peace sign, telling her not to worry since he had been disguised with a mask the entire time. Overwhelmed by his nonchalance, she covered her face with her hand in utter exasperation. Frustration boiled over. With a menacing grin, she began to draw her sword, revealing that because of his actions, she had been saddled with the fearsome title Sword Demon of Nora. She pointed out from behind the bars that she could have simply denied the credit in front of everyone. Averting her gaze with a hint of a blush, she trailed off, admitting that waking up in that situation, there was a reason she could. She recalled the moment her fate was sealed. Lost in thought, she had barely registered the director of the errant division, giving her a thumbs up before she found herself instinctively mirroring the gestures. She explained to Takumi that by the time she came to her senses, a whole story had already taken shape around her, and it felt far too late to deny her supposed heroism, as their barred wagon rattled along the road. She resigned herself to the situation. Though it was a sad state of affairs, she decided there was no point in dwelling on it, and resolved to move forward. A few days later, in a tavern in Errant, a man animatedly recounted a tale to a captivated audience. He spoke of a mysterious golden skeleton-masked figure who appeared and took down thieves left and right while chanting bizarre incantations. He continued with wide-eyed wonder, telling the crowd he could hardly believe the figure was human at all. To him, it was the very embodiment of a wrathful spirit, perhaps even a god or a demon. Audience was completely enthralled. One patron declared it a rare and grand event for Errant, a story he could listen to 100 times. Another leaned in, begging the storyteller to tell them more. That moment, two new figures entered the tavern, their distinctive attire marking them as adventurers. One had short, dark hair, while his companion possessed long, light-colored hair that obscured one eye. The light-haired adventurer, assessing the room, called out generously to the tavern master, offering to buy a drink for everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers as he declared the round was on. His dark-haired companion leaned in, remarking that he'd heard a rumor that the infamous Spursiker Val and his red-haired brigade had been wiped out in this very town. The light-haired man coolly confirmed that was the gist of it. A storyteller chimed in, confirming that it was the Golden Skull Mask who did the deed. The dark-haired adventurer questioned his companion about the name, but the light-haired man simply smiled, claiming it was just curiosity. He admitted, however, that he was itching to know what kind of person could accomplish such a thing. Companion. The dark-haired adventurer presses him for details, asking if the rumors of him being a government official known as the Sword Demon of Norad are true. The light-haired man seems uncertain, admitting he was quite drunk at the time and can't be sure, though he doubts he was even carrying a sword. Tavern patrons, having enjoyed his stories, gather around. They thank him for the fascinating tale and plead for him to stay and share more, noting that visitors from outside the town are rarity. He, however, appears ready to depart. He turns to the tavern master, apologizing for being in a hurry. Before leaving, he tosses a coin onto the counter, instructing the man to make sure everyone gets another round of drinks when their cups are empty. The crowd erupts in cheers at his generosity, calling out to the two good-hearted brothers and telling them to be sure to visit again, as they walk through the quiet streets outside. The dark-haired adventurer questions their next move. He asked if they're really planning to scout that guy, expressing concern that the information they have is tangled and that they might need to investigate more deeply. Companion confirms it, a sharp look in his eyes. He reveals he had his sights set on that bounty for ages, only to have it snatched away, calling the current situation a fair trade. When asked what they'll do if their target refuses, he coolly suggests an alternative. Recruit him into their legion, the Black Iron Cross. She laughs, conceding it's a fair point. As they walk off into the night, the light-haired adventurer adds that it's simple. A skilled ally who isn't on their side is just a nuisance. On a desolate hill, a pack of snarling, shadowy beasts charges forward. Facing them is Rena, who meets their ferocity with cold determination, lunging with her sword drawn to intercept the monstrous attack. The beasts growl and circle her. Takumi watches from the safety of a nearby window, asking if she needs a hand. Rena, her gaze fixed on the enemy, dismisses his offer, telling him there's no need to worry. She firmly tells Takumi to keep his hands to himself, declaring with a determined flush that this is part of her duty. Her words are cut short as one of the shadow beast lunges. It's all wide open. She reacts instantly, her blade flashing to parry the attack. She pivots smoothly, her sword slicing through one creature while another closes in, its shadowy form marked by a glen of light just before impact. Watching from the window, Takumi reflects that while he was told not to interfere, a little covert backup from the shadows should be acceptable. He quietly gathers a small spark of energy in his hand. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he sends the energy forward. The two charging beasts suddenly trip and fall, much to Renault's surprise. Waste no time capitalizing on the unexpected opening, spinning around to deliver a powerful, decisive slash against the off-balance creatures. With the battle concluded, Rena reports to Takumi that it's all done. Exhausted, she takes a long drink from a flask as he congratulates her, offering to sneak in some healing to recharge those batteries. His strange choice of words leaves her looking at him in confusion. He sat quietly within the confines of a bar cage, flanked by two imposing guards. He mused internally that with monsters always lurking, the area was quite dangerous and noted the presence of two other prisoners already inside with him. The wagon rattled on. He watched Rena riding alongside on her horse. He reflected that perhaps because of the constant danger she had grown quite strong. He found it heartwarming to watch the young one strive and blossom. His thoughts were interrupted when Rena turned to him, asking if she could pose a question. He recalled how happy he'd been to level up to 2, musing that in this world, combat experience directly boosts physical abilities. Yet his own level remained stubbornly stuffed. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked directly, "So who exactly are you to come, he's saying?" Her question hung in the air as she continued, stating that all she knew was that his background and status were shrouded in mystery. She called him a treacherous villain, a notorious criminal. Takumi could only react with stunned confusion as she wondered aloud what kind of person he truly was and what he had done. He considered her words, his mind racing through the unbelievable truth. He was summoned from a place called Japan, possessed ridiculous stats, and held a profession simply labeled God. He concluded that explaining even one of these facts would be an immense task, and so he had kept his mouth shut, breaking his silence. He finally addressed her, protesting that to call him guilty of treason was a complete miscarriage of justice. He argued that proving his innocence was difficult, since all the accusations against them were baseless. She listened, her expression unreadable, before simply saying she understood. She then explained that, although she was only an apprentice, she was still a government official and therefore could not refute charges set forth by the state. expression softened into a gentle smile. He leaned closer and confided that when it came to his true identity, he might just let her in on the secret. Sabrina immediately recoiled, thinking to herself that she would pass on the offer. She had a feeling that asking would lead to something absolutely disastrous. As Takomi urged her to listen, promising to share, she shouted back that she really didn't want to hear it, her voice echoing as the wagon rumbled away. The scene shifts to a new location, a camp established within a town, its streets bustling with people. Elsewhere, the young man with spiky, light-colored hair covers his face, sighing. With the bandits handed over, he and his companions have some free time until their departure the next day. In the background, Takomi sits impassively in a caged wagon. He suddenly reveals his latest creation, a skull mask with a flourish. He suggests they should head out for an adventure. Wearing the mask, he leaps across the rooftops. He decides he should send a letter to the Blue Wolf Mane to update them on his journey, recalling that there is an adventurers' guild in this town. He walks through the streets, finding the mask surprisingly effective. He notes that in a small town, an outsider like him certainly draws attention. As he passes, a young girl points him out to her mother, who quickly shushes her and tells her not to make eye contact. Despite the stares, he feels the mask makes him invisible to their gazes. He continues on, overhearing two men whispering about him. He begins to wonder if a skull mask is just a common accessory in this world. He pushes open the door to the Adventurers Guild. As he steps inside, the patrons turn and stare, a hush falling over the room. He approaches the counter and asks the clerk if he can send a letter. The flustered young woman agrees, telling him to let her know when he's finished writing. He thanks her warmly. Holding the parchment, he reflects that the mask allows him to blend in at the guild without any unwanted chatter. He begins to write, pondering what recent news he should share. He regaled the other adventurers in the guild with tales of his recent exploits, recounting how he had found a lost child in a town and teamed up with them to search for their parents. He continued recalling another time when he was wandering through a forest and came to the rescue of an adventurer who was being attacked by a monster. His story is concluded with an account of tackling a nascent dungeon deep in that same forest, joining forces with a party of adventurers who would take on a quest. Bringing his tales to a close, he explained that he had only given them the gist of it. He then handed a letter to the guild clerk, asking if she could take care of it for him, to which she enthusiastically agreed. As he walked away, two of the adventurers who had been listening watched him go. One of them, filled with disbelief, wondered aloud if that could really be him. His companion confirmed his suspicions, identifying the figure as the enigmatic adventurer everyone had been buzzing about, the Golden Skull Mask. He marveled that someone so elusive would appear in a town like this, noting that the sheer mystery of the mask made it impossible to even guess where its eyes were looking. Unaware of the whispers he left in his wake, the masked adventurer walked through the town streets. A city guard watched him pass, but his own attention was suddenly drawn to a figure leaping across the rooftops. He glanced up, recognizing the agile warrior practicing with twin blades on a nearby roof. It was Renan. She stretched and shouted, "Here we go!" He watched for below. He mused to himself that she was quite the hard worker, exhausted from her duties as a driver, a guard, and a warrior, yet still training during the day. Later, speaking with Iseret, he mentioned that Reyna couldn't hide her envy when he brought up the legendary swordmaster, Iserlight. He then admitted to the sword saint that he would love to spar with her, but knew that with his current level of swordplay, it would hardly be a fair match. With focused intensity, Renaud practices her swordsmanship. Her blade held steady. She muses that if they keep pushing forward with such vigor, the legend of the sword demon of Norad might just become a widespread sensation. Scene shifts to the quiet rooftops of a town, marking the beginning of a journey. Soon, the rhythmic rattling of a horse-drawn wagon echoes along a dusty road as it travels away from the town. Within the confines of the wagon's cage, Renate gazes out at the passing landscape, her expression watch for her companion, the young man with spiky hair, looks out in astonishment at a long line of halted wagons clogging the narrow mountain road. Seeing the massive traffic jam, Rena informs him that she's going to investigate the cause of the delay. She returns shortly after, and he immediately asks for an update. Rena reports that the road ahead is impassable, blocked by what appears to be rock slides. She explains their predicament further, noting that if this path is truly blocked, they are in a bind and will have no choice but to take a detour at the next fork in the road. As they speak, a well-dressed man in a top hat approaches their cage, politely thanking the esteemed officer for hard work. Inside, the young man quietly considers the situation, thinking that it wouldn't look good for a supposed criminal to be seen chatting comfortably with his escort. The man in the top hat confirms Renault's conclusion, stating that it seems they will indeed have to take a detour and bypass the territory belonging to the Count of Ethel. Elaborates, asking if she was aware that the Count charges tolls at his checkpoints, a significant blow for a businessman like himself. He then remarks that while natural disasters happen, this particular road has been plagued by such convenient issues time and time again, planting a seed of suspicion. Expresses her frustration, questioning why the government can't sort out such a recurring problem. The man in the top hat replies with a knowing smirk, remarking that it's almost as if the incidents are timed to occur during the busiest travel seasons. Her expression hardens. She apologizes, explaining that as an official under the jurisdiction of Nallard, she is powerless to do anything here. The man offers a theatrical apology for his rudeness, stating he has little hope for the government anyway. He announces his intention to return to the previous town and try again tomorrow, bidding her to do her duty diligently as he turns to leave. As he departs, a voice from the barred wagon calls out to Reina. It is Takumi asking what the man meant and voicing the suspicion that someone is intentionally causing the rock slides. She looks down, a troubled expression on her face, and quietly admits that she has heard similar tales before. He clarifies that it is purely speculation without concrete evidence, but suggests the possibility that someone is orchestrating the rock slides to extort money from travelers through toll fees. His hand clenches the bars of the wagon. Takumi then asks if it would be futile to report this to the authorities. With a grim look, Reina confirms his fears, stating that without evidence it seems hopeless, especially if a powerful figure is behind it all. Having no other option, the convoy of wagons finally turns onto the side road, beginning the long and costly detour. Inside the rattling wagon, Takumi muses that he doubts all the travelers on this road are wealthy. He has heard that many who use the stagecoach are simply trying to earn a living. His foot taps impatiently as his expression hardens. He makes a silent vow against the perpetrators, thinking to himself that if they are truly causing these accidents on purpose, there will be consequences. Turned back toward his companion, his expression firm. He informed Reina that he was stepping out for a bit. The sudden declaration caught her completely off guard, and she could only stammer out of shock. "What?" As she wondered what he could possibly be planning with such a stern look on his face. Inside a moving carriage, Renault looks on with alarm, pleading with her companion to stop. She questions the wisdom of revealing himself in the middle of a busy street. Kumi, however, simply winks, reassuring her that he'll sneak out quietly and catch up with her before they reach the next checkpoint. With a grunt of effort, he bends the metal bars of the carriage window, forcing an exit as Reina cries out for him to wait. Following his escape, he leaps with incredible agility, bounding from one treetop to the next alongside the road. He lands softly, glancing around with a satisfied smile, confident that his departure went unnoticed. Nearby, the skeleton Lalint presents his handiwork to Takumi. He explains that he has crafted a skull mask, a precaution to ensure their safety. Wearing a mask, he leaps forward, declaring that they shouldn't leave the transport carriage waiting for too long and must hurry. Lands and immediately breaks into a run, moving with astonishing speed. The sound of his passage startles the horses of a nearby carriage, causing the driver to look back in confusion. Lalint, now a blur of motion, marvels at the scenery rushing by. He wonders aloud if this incredible velocity is what people refer to as subsonic speed. He and Takumi moved as a blur through the trees, but the skeleton suddenly paused, sensing something ahead. Their rapid advance came to an abrupt halt. Before them, a mountain pass was completely blocked by a colossal pile of rocks and boulders, where another small group of adventurers already stood in contemplation. The Kumi surveyed the scene, noting the mountains of dirt and rock piled high. He found it mysterious as there were no signs of a recent collapse from the surrounding cliffs, as he stepped closer to investigate. One of the other adventurers called out, warning him to be careful. Just then, Lawland approached from behind, observing that this was no mere rock slide, but a mountain of rubble made by human hands. The adventurer recoiled in shock, startled not only by Lull's sudden appearance, but by the sight of his golden skull mass, recovering himself. The men asked if they too had been hired to clear the rubble. He explained that his party had tried everything they could, but the task was far beyond what any ordinary adventurer could handle. Elaborated on the danger. Any attempt to clear rocks from the front of the pile only caused more debris to tumble down from above, making it too hazardous to even begin. The woman in his party concurred, adding that destroying something so massive all at once was impossible with average skills or magic. It seemed, she concluded, that they had no choice but to handle it with large-scale civil engineering. While I don't consider her words, such an undertaking would require significant time and effort. The woman sighed that it couldn't be helped. He then questioned who would fund it, the government through taxes or the local residents and travelers directly. Knew that either way, the citizens would bear the cost. To remove the obstacle, they would need powerful engineering equipment or explosive weapons. As Lalint contemplated this, Takumi's expression hardened. If this was intentional, it was nothing short of malicious. Listened as his skeletal companion, Lalint, voiced the group's predicament. Lalint concluded there was only one option left to clear the path, but worried that such a method might be too destructive, potentially wrecking the surrounding landscape, and stepped forward, addressing the onlookers. Apologizing in advance, he urged everyone to move back a bit. The other adventurers, perplexed, questioned his intentions. Without another word, he raised his open palm towards the sky. A massive dark sphere of material began to coalesce above his hand, held aloft by his singular effort. The sphere rapidly compressed and reshaped itself, forming a colossal metallic fist. He announced its creation with a declaration, "The Robot Punch." The other adventurers could only stare, their faces a mask of utter disbelief and shock. He prepared to launch the construct, muttering its name once more. With a final heave, he sent the giant fist flying forward. Soared through the air, a blur of black metal propelled by an unseen force. The robot punch slammed into the rock slide with devastating force, shattering stone and carving a path through the debris as the onlookers watched stunned. When the dust settled, a wide, clear path cut through the former obstruction. Standing before his handiwork, he declared the removal complete. Meanwhile, the adventurers who witnessed the spectacle were left staring in disbelief. Their leaders stepped forward, demanding to know the identity of the skeleton figure who stood before them. The skeleton, however, remained placid, simply stating that he was a mere passer-by and should be paid no mind. The event replayed in their minds. As Takumi lifted the massive stone slab, the skeleton had raised its own bony fist, which then manifested as the colossal mechanical gauntlet that smashed the obstruction to pieces. With a casual wave, the mysterious skeleton bid them farewell and quickly departed, leaving the stunned adventurers in his way. As he vanished, the female adventurer's eyes widened in realization. She identified him as the Golden Skull Mask, a figure of legend, remarking that the reality of his power was far more sinister than any of the rumors had suggested. Elsewhere, a cage transport wagon rattled along a mountain path. Inside, a young woman named Rena stared out pensively. She turned her gaze to her companion, Takomi, with a hint of accusation. She noted that he was late this time, questioning if he had somehow known something was going to happen again. He simply offered a bright, disarming smile, explaining that he had just taken care of a small roadblock. His casual attitude made Rena sigh in exasperation. She questioned why he always had to do things in such a flashy manner, especially when their situation was already complicated enough. She reminded him that he was supposed to be in transit. Takomi acknowledged that these were troubling times. Renault elaborated on the problem, stating that the detour had drastically altered their timeline and route, forcing them to make adjustments, even though the escort wagon's path was meant to be set in stone. He looked out at the passing scenery and suggested they push forward as far as they could while daylight remained. However, a rule lingered in the air. Traveling at night was strictly forbidden. He listened from the back of the wagon, arms crossed, and thought. The conversation he overheard was troubling. They were supposed to be on an escort mission, yet they were not following the plan. The prospect of camping out was deemed unacceptable. companion, Reina, made a decision. She declared that it couldn't be helped. They would head directly to the town of Saran Hill and await orders from the central office there. Following this new course, their wagon soon arrived at a checkpoint guarding the entrance to the town. Renault presented their credentials to a guard, who thanked them for their hard work on the escort mission and permitted them to pass. From his vantage point, Takumi watched a toll collector accept a pouch of coins from another traveler. The officials thoroughly inspected the traveler's belongings. Takumi remarked to Reina that the process seemed a bit excessive. She watched with a stoic expression, noting that it appeared everyone was being made to pay the toll. She then explained the local politics. Saran Hill was directly governed by certain Count Ethel, granting him the freedom to impose whatever tolls and checkpoints he saw fit. Takumi looked out from behind the bars of the wagon, unconvinced. He countered that while the Count might have the authority, the people arriving in town seemed to have been left with no other choice, as the other roads have been blocked. Their discussion was interrupted as they were met by a man with a grand, well-kept mustache and an air of authority. He introduced himself with a broad smile as Hazel, the director of the Saran Hill office. In response, Ranaf formally identified herself as Ranaf Norad, stating she looked forward to working with him. Director Hazel's smile grew wider. He noted that the illustrious name of Lord Reina was renowned, remarking that it was truly remarkable for someone so young. She placed a hand over his heart, declaring it an honor to meet her and offering a warm welcome. Flustered by the effusive praise, Renat could only stammer a response as Takumi looked on. A knowing smile spread across Takumi's face. He amused to himself that it seemed the name Sword Demon of Nord had managed to reach even this far-flung corner of the world. He watched as Director Hazel suddenly turned his attention to a subordinate, shouting the name Crankuin. Hazel admonished the man, questioning what his problem was and reminding him that he was still just a child. The man, Crank, merely scoffed, retorting that such talk was quite disrespectful to Lord Renat. Crank then turned his sharp, condescending gaze towards Takumi. With a smug grin, he identified him as the mass murderer charged with treason. Internally, however, Crank was taken aback by the boy's relaxed demeanor, finding his laid-back attitude to be almost disarming. Crank stands before a caged wagon, a smug look on his face as he addresses the prisoner inside. Takumi. The young man returns the gaze with a calm, closed-mouth smile. He considers the scene from a distance, watching the caged wagon as onlookers gather, a thoughtful from escaping his lips, to the bars. He remarks on Takumi's innocent-looking face, musing that with such an appearance he must have taken down dozens of foes. He asks if looks can be deceiving. His smile widens into a predatory grin as he presses further, asking Takumi what it's like to take so many lives and if he finds it fun. Before Takumi can answer, Reina's sharp voice cuts in, warning Crank not to recklessly approach the prisoner. Unfazed, he simply asks what the big deal is. Komi, with his eyes closed, calmly explains that since it's a case of wrongful accusation, he can't really say. This response seems to catch Crank off guard, while Director Hazel looks on with a stern expression. The director's patient snaps. He erupts, shouting, "Crank coin," in exasperation. Waving a dismissive hand, Crank tells his superior there's no need to shout, assuring him he gets the message. He then turns back to Takumi, announcing it's time to get back to the usual grind. Director Hazel turns to Reina and offers his sincerest apologies for Crank's behavior. He explains that Crank has a complicated backstory and that they are at their wits' end with him. Reina, however, smiles graciously, assuring him that she isn't bothered by it at all, grateful for her understanding. The director informs Ranag that he will promptly report to the capital that she will be stopping by his Saran Hill first thing in the morning. He adds that it will likely take a few days to receive further instructions and advises her to rest in the meantime. She spoke to Takumi through the bars of his cell, her expression firm as she instructed him to keep things calm and collected. He gave a cheerful thumbs up in response, assuring Reina that he understood and would be on his best behavior, promising not to cause any trouble. With that, he was led away from the cell. Meanwhile, at the grand manor of Earl Croissant and Ethel, a gloved hand meticulously swept across the surface, checking for any imperfections. Butler, a man named Celestin, held himself with an air of severe concentration. his standards for cleanliness appearing absolute. He addressed a pair of nervous maids, acknowledging that while his lord was a paragon of patience, he himself was not the kind of person to overlook even a slight smudge left behind. His voice rose with intensity, declaring that as long as he served as the butler, he would not tolerate any shoddy work. A true servant, he insisted, must execute their duties with precision and certainty. The maids could only stammer their frightened agreement, reflected on the nature of service. No matter the master, a servant's loyalty could elevate their status. He recalled the late Earl Ethel, an ordinary but by no means foolish man. With a knock, he prepared to introduce the current lord, Shreston. The man in the room, the current Earl Ethel, looked up from his drink with a bored expression, barely acknowledging the interruption with a grudge. Celestan's internal assessment of the current count was far from charitable. He saw him as nothing more than a pig, lounging about and doing nothing of consequence. Despite his private thoughts, he delivered his report with professional calm, informing the Earl that the debris which had been obstructing the valley was just removed. The news startled the nobleman from his stupor, who demanded to know precisely what his butler meant. He slammed his fist down, demanding to know what his butler meant. Celestin calmly clarified that the public road was now passable, which sent the Earl into a rage, shouting that they would no longer be able to extort tolls from the common folk. The butler adjusted his glasses, understanding the situation perfectly and already contemplating how to handle the mess. He internally sighed, realizing that with his master's limited intellect, coming up with a solution on his own was completely out of the question. His master began to panic, lamenting that he had paid a pretty penny to have the path blocked. He wailed at this rate, they would not even break even. The Earl trembled, clutching his drink as he muttered to himself about the dire consequences if things were to continue on their current course. Celestin knew his master's fears were justified. If this continued, the Count's household faced total financial ruin. They had only managed to scrape by temporarily thanks to a loan from a neighboring marquis, a shadowy figure who had clearly relished the transaction. But that money was being squandered. The Earl, like a pig, was spending it all on alcohol, and women without a care in the world, long before the funds would run dry and repayment would become a dire issue. The Marquis, however, had anticipated this from the very beginning. His true intention in lending the money was to eventually seize the Earl's territory. He held the loan agreement, thinking that fools who couldn't see such an obvious trap deserved to go bankrupt and die. But the real issue was something else entirely. Celestin reflected on his duty. His illustrious lineage had served the house of Earl Ethel for generations. He and his predecessors could not simply abandon their noble house in its time of need. Even if restoring its former glory proved impossible, their ultimate loyalty was to stand vigil over their lord's legacy. This resolve, he turned back to the sweating Earl. He noted that while one must act in a fitting way, they could certainly use a twist of fate to stir the pot. He then revealed a curious, unplanned event. A prison carriage had just rolled into town that very day. The Earl, confused, asked what that had to do with anything. Celestin explained that at the same time the road was opened, officials under the nation's control had arrived. He posited that there might be a link between the two events. The Earl panics, wondering aloud if the nation has discovered their scheme and sent someone to investigate. Celestin, ever composed, reassures him that the connection is tenuous. He reasons that orchestrating a landslide removal is far too conspicuous for a covert operation, especially for the notorious Crow assassins who would never operate in plain sight. He admits, however, that this is merely his own deduction. He then asks Celestin if the prisoner is genuine. The butler presents a document admitting that while he cannot fully comprehend its contents, it appears legitimate. The charges listed are severe treason and mass murder. He continues reading, announcing the prisoner's name to Comey. The name hangs in the air for a moment before the heavy sound of a door slamming open shatters the quiet, startling both men. In the doorway stands Elisha, her expression taut. She asked with urgency if she just heard the name Takomi. The Earl's alarm immediately melts into a doting fondness as he turns to her, asking what is the matter. He explains that it is simply the name of the prisoner being transported. Flustered, she presses him, asking for the significance of it, quickly composes herself. fabricating a story that the name merely reminded her of a childhood dog. The Earl laughs, relieved, concluding that the name must have brought back fond memories, while Celestin observes the exchange with a neutral expression. Once behind the closed door, however, Ilish's facade crumbles. Her body is rigid with fury, her hands clenched, revealing bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Her face is a mask of intense emotion, teeth gritted in cheeks flushed with a burning anger. Back in the study, Celestin adjusts his glasses, a thought crossing his mind. The door is as thick as a fortress wall. Overhearing a normal conversation through it should be impossible, and yet she had, while Celestine pondered Ilish's abilities. His master, Earl Ethel, was having his own doubts. Standing beside the woman, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. A suspicion stemmed from the unusual circumstances of their meeting. It had all begun when the Count, during his travels, happened upon a gravely injured woman near the town of Mediska. The Earl mused that even a known womanizer like himself would typically never go to such lengths for an injured stranger. And yet, despite this, the Count doted on her like no other. From a slightly ajar doorway, Celestin observed them, noting that while the lady was certainly lovely, there was nothing about her that seemed to justify such singular devotion. A seed of suspicion was planted. He decided he would need to keep a close watch on her. Sometime later, in a dilapidated part of the city, Ikari confronted Elisha as she walked down a desolate street. His face was cast in shadow as he demanded to know what she meant, complaining that events had moved too quickly and he hadn't received any word from her. He continued, a sharp grin spreading across his face, revealing that he had only learned of the situation after a certain group had stormed into town. She scoffed at the notion that the local bureaucrats could be behind it, calling it ridiculous and impossible even for them. Elisha, her face hidden by a veil, conceded his point but quickly changed the subject, stating she had a more important favor to ask. She wanted to have a word with the prisoner. Mikari's expression soured with skepticism, but she quickly clarified her intentions. She assured him she didn't need a formal meeting in a reception room. She would be perfectly content to speak to the prisoner through the iron bars of a cell. Her tone then shifted, becoming alluringly suggestive. With a sly smile, she promised Akari that she was planning to show her gratitude in a fitting way. The offer was clearly effective. A wide, satisfied grin spread across Akari's face as he raised a fist in triumph, eagerly promising that he would make it happen. With the deal struck, he turned to leave, seeking one last confirmation that he had her word. Elisha watched him depart, calmly stating that she would let him know once everything was set. Beneath her veil, a confident, knowing smile settled on her lips. She recalls a difficult past encounter, a memory of kneeling, bruised and exhausted over a fallen enemy. Even though she managed to escape, she acknowledges her opponent was formidable. She had to resort to her complete enchantment skill just to be rescued by an associate she disdainfully calls a pig. Her thoughts then drift to a more galling memory, being outsmarted by Takumi in Mediska. As one of the shadows, she had never imagined such a defeat was possible. That memory fuels a sinister transformation. A wide, predatory grin spreads across her face as she chuckles to herself. She had thought she'd let Takumi slip through her fingers, but now he is being delivered right to her. She wonders aloud if this could be the work of divine intervention, an opportunity she clearly relishes. Inside a bustling tavern, a mysterious woman in a dark hat and veil activates a stealth skill, suppressing her presence. Despite her efforts, 3 men seated nearby subtly react, their senses twitching at the sudden change in the atmosphere. She notices their reactions with a faint, knowing smile in the entire crowded room. Only 3 figures had managed to perceive the shift in the air. Attention turns to the first group. One of them has a knack for sensing the oars of those around him, but he shows a hint of unease. She finds his lack of composure unimpressive. She then assesses another man, one who looks to possess serious skills. He too showed a flicker of reaction, but was able to quickly mask it with a confusage. Gaze finally settles on the third individual. This one has been staring at her like a hawk ever since she stepped into the shot. Find this one delightful. He showed no reaction to her present suppression skill at all, instead projecting an unshakable confidence. Having made her choice, she walks purposefully across the tavern, the clicks of her high heels echoing faintly on the floor. She arrives at his table and gestures to an empty seat. "Is this spot okay?" she asks with a polite smile, inviting herself to join him. The man she addressed is revealed to be wearing a stark white skull mask. He sits calmly amidst the tavern's chaos and gestures for her to go ahead and take the seat. She sits, her mind analyzes her companion. The golden skull mask, a persona designed to play with perception. A mask that stands out so much naturally draws all attention, leaving nothing else in focus. It is a perfect misdirection. Once the mask is removed, the user's true identity remains a mystery. The skull evokes death, leading her to a single conclusion. This man must be an assassin, and there is far more to him than meets the eye. The veiled woman began her proposal with a smile, explaining that she was in a bit of pickle. A wild male boar had taken up residence in her family's fields, causing damage. She needed a hand to catch a lie. She then clarified the true nature of the request, stating that for someone in the underground business, he should understand she was asking him to kidnap a strange man. She promised to thank him properly for the ferocious target, proposing a 2-day job with meals provided, starting the day after tomorrow, considered her offer, acknowledging her predicament. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but his voice trailed off, hinting at some complications. His hesitation was misinterpreted as a negotiation tactic. Annoyed, the woman asked if he was trying to drive up the price and immediately offered terms. 20 gold coins in advance for breakfast, and a success fee of 50 gold coins for dinner. She questioned if he was unhappy with that. He corrected her assumption, explaining that he was simply tied up during the day. Seeing an easy solution, she amended the plan, suggesting they could catch their target at midnight. She confirmed the reward was fine. With the new terms agreed upon, the woman stood to leave. She told him they would meet again in 3 nights for a planning session. As she walked away, her expression twisted into a malicious grin. She thought to herself that she could finally settle the score, vowing, "Just you wait to come here." She departed. The man in the skull mask watched her go, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin amidst the tavern's noise. Attention then shifted elsewhere in the room. With a friendly tone, he called out, "You seem to be doing well, Alicia." Greeting was directed at 2 young women, one of whom was Alicia. She expressed her surprise, remarking how strange it was to cross paths in the town of Matiska after all this time. She admitted that she felt quite remorseful for having left without saying her goodbyes back then. He responded, impressed that she had recognized him even with his mask on. He recalled her mentioning that she worked in a tavern and surmised that she must be an expert at remembering people's quirks. He strode through the town, his stark white skull mask, turning heads and silencing conversations. The crowd buzzed with whispers, mistaking him for the infamous golden skull mask and speculating on what could bring such a notorious figure to their streets. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, a young man with spiky, light-colored hair stretched contentedly. Despite being confined to a prison carriage for over 10 days, he had slept remarkably well, finding a strange sense of comfort and home in his confinement. Peaceful moment was interrupted by the arrival of Reina. She greeted him as Takumi, remarking that he seemed as lively as ever, though her own expression was strained. Noticing her pale complexion, he asked what was the matter, admitted that she had gotten herself into quite a pickle. He looked at her, surprised by the confession, repeating her words questioningly. Mind raced. Try to guess the nature of her trouble. A sore match, he wondered. Reina elaborated on her predicament. While the event was framed as a guide to training, she explained they would have to face him afterward. The young man sighed, asking why things always turned out this way, recalling that Director Hazel had mentioned someone with a troubled past the day before. His thoughts drifted to the man in question, picturing Akari's smug grin as he struggled to recall the man's full name. Reina brought him back to the present with a startling revelation. She had heard that this person was actually the secret child of the Lord, Count Ethel. Apparently, he was using this status as an excuse to do whatever he pleased, a fact that left the young man wide-eyed with shock. The pieces clicked into place for him. He now understood why they were being forced into a match. Reina added another layer to the situation, explaining that someone apparently wanted to witness the true strength of the so-called sword demon of Norad. At the mention of the title, Rena's composure broke. She expressed her intense frustration, wondering aloud who on earth had decided to call her the sword demon of Norad, and worrying she would be embarrassed. Seeing her distress, the young man apologized sheepishly, admitting he had treated it as a light-hearted joke and gotten carried away. Laughs, dismissing her previous seriousness as a joke. With a bright smile, she explains that being around Takumi always makes her worries fade, so she considers this a bit of payback. From his cage, he can only look on in confusion. She then strikes a confident pose, flexing her arm. She acknowledges that her opponent is said to be quite formidable, but she's been honing her own skills with the sword. Her confidence wavers for a moment as she looks down, admitting that her own lack of skill is the true culprit. But she resolves to head into the match ready to borrow strength. His eyes sparkle with pure admiration. He exclaims how impressive she is, marveling at how much she has blossomed in just a few days like a child sent on her first adventure. He adds with a grin that even though he is stuck inside the cage, he will be cheering for her with all his might. Her expression softens with gratitude. She thanks him sincerely, clenching her fist with renewed determination and promising to give the fight her all to see just how far her abilities can take her. In response, he declares with explosive energy that he will lend his full heart and soul to support her. His sheer intensity leaves her momentarily speechless. A moment later, she seems to sense something strange, touching her ear as if she heard a distant voice. She wonders aloud if it was just her imagination, prompting a concerned Takumi to ask what's the matter. Clenches her fist again, a spark of energy visibly emanating from it. With a look of surprise, she remarks that she feels as though she has genuinely gained strength from his support. He watches from his cage, finding the phenomenon curious. With her confidence fully restored, she turns to depart. She admits that she had been feeling quite down, but their conversation has renewed her resolve. Waving goodbye, she announces that she is heading off, watches her go, a quiet, knowing smile on his face as she walks away to face her challenge. He shouts after her with a beaming smile, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. He tells her to go for it, certain that she has what it takes. As his words reach Reina as she runs toward her destination, she glances back, a look of surprise on her face as she feels the surge of power once more, wondering how it could be happening again. Watching her go, Takumi is filled with a profound sense of pride. He marvels at how much Reina has grown in such a short time, feeling like a proud grandparent watching over his grandchild. Unbeknownst to him, his support has fully awakened the power of the one known as the sword demon of Norad. A man with light, swept-up hair and a confident smirk holds a sword at the ready. He issues a challenge, eager to witness the prowess of the legendary sword demon of Norad and demanding to be dazzled. Across from him, Reina's expression hardens. She stares her opponent down, her resolve solidifying as a crowd watches the confrontation begin. She recalls the words from the Sarian Hill office, confirming that this person is indeed a master. His stance is relaxed, yet utterly unyielding, smirks. He knows that even with a dull replica blade, a direct hit would still carry significant force, reminding himself to stay on his toes. A sharp cry, he lunges, bringing the sword down in a swift, powerful arcana's eyes widen in surprise at the suddenness of the attack. The blow is intercepted before it can land. The challenger's sword is knocked from his hand, sent flying through the air before it clatters onto the cobblestones. The crowd, including the director of the errant division, stares in stunned silence. The challenger stares at his now empty hand, his smug confidence completely shattered by the instantaneous defeat. Silence breaks as the crowd erupts in applause, cheering that Lord Reina has taken the victory. From behind a curtain, the director of the errant division glares, his face twisted in silent rage. Watching from a distance through a pair of binoculars, the male classmate beams with pride. He celebrates Renault's total knockout victory. He steps back from his viewpoint, revealing he is watching from behind the bars of cell. He marvels at her impressive strength, left in awe and wondering what all the initial tension was for. In the dueling arena, it appears another match is about to begin. An observer notes that the challenger, Reina, seems unsatisfied, prompting a rematch. The opponent grits his teeth, cursing himself for letting his guard down in their previous encounter. He declares that this time will be different and warns Reina to prepare for the consequences. Reina remains silent, his expression hidden. With a shout, he charges forward, sword held high for a powerful overhead strike. The sidelines. A group of fellow students watches with mouths agape, one exclaiming in sheer wonder. Their astonishment is warranted as Reina meets the attack head-on. A rapid flurry of blows ensues, the sharp clang of their swords echoing through the arena. The opponent flashes a vicious grin, confident in his aggressive assault. Reina, however, remains perfectly composed, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He effortlessly dodges a wide swing, the blade missing him by inches. Seizing the opening, Renaud counters with a single decisive blow that sends his opponent flying backward onto the dusty ground. The director of the errant division bellows the official result, and with that, victory goes to Reina. The watching students cheer wildly, praising the skill of the sword demon of Nora. Observing from distance through binoculars, his classmates smiles. He notes that with this newfound speed and power, Reina is like a completely different person, one who could truly call himself the sword demon. His circumstances have changed dramatically. Now he sits confined within a wooden cage on a wheeled cart, looking out through the bars. A woman in a large, veiled hat approaches, her voice carrying a hint of amusement as she asks if he remembers her. He looks up, surprised, recognizing her as Elisha. She remarks on his enthusiastic expression, wondering aloud if something fascinating has caught his eye. Available men's tone hardens. She admits she had thought to catch him off guard, expecting him to be careless after his attempt to kill her in Mediska. However, she notes with some frustration that he doesn't seem shocked at all. She then questions his current situation, asking what his purpose is for being locked up in a cage. The scene widens to show her standing under a small umbrella, addressing him as he sits in the prisoner car. Replies that it's difficult to explain, given that he's in prison for treason. A thought suddenly strikes him, and he realizes that in his current state, it's doubtful they can fulfill their promise for the following day. He flashes a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He confidently states that he'll be able to get out in no time, explaining that he's working on a rough plan to lure her into a trap and capture her. His casual mention of a trap startles Elisha. She processes his words with disbelief. He wants to capture her alive, not kill her. He confirms that while he lacks specifics, that is indeed the general idea. The realization hits Elisha with force. She wonders how much he could possibly be underestimating her, suddenly fearing that he had already set a trap back in Mediska and that she had fallen right into his scheme. Her foot taps the ground impatiently. She scoffs at his audacity, muttering about how full of himself he is. Her confidence returns in a flash, a sharp, predatory grin spreading across her face. She declares that she will give the confrontation her all, swearing that this time she will be the one to take him down. He, however, dismisses her vow with a raised finger. He calmly tells her that while he appreciates her eagerness to help with the boar hunt, it would be best if she just backed off, thinking to himself that it's too dangerous. Elisha is left speechless, her expression shifting to stunned anger. Dismissive words echoed in Elisha's mind, her gloved hand clenching into a tight fist. The sheer audacity of the man was infuriated, her composure shattered. She decided she had her enough. With a snarl, she declared her intention to settle their score right then and there. Challenge went unheard. Elsewhere, a cheerful voice called out a name, Takumi-san. She stood before the male classmate's cell, a bright smile on her face. Renaud congratulated him, remarking on his spectacular and successful performance. He grinned, noting that her timing was perfect, allowing him to make an introduction. She demurred, suggesting that calling it a performance was a bit much, but thanked him all the same. Following his gesture, Renaud looked around the empty space, asking where this Takumi-san was. The male classmates stared bewildered at the spot where Elisha had just been standing. Confusion gave way to contemplation. He wondered aloud how Elisha had managed to slip in, given the security that should have been in place. Renaud agreed, her expression turning serious, as she noted that any intruder would signify a massive failure in their defenses. Meanwhile, outside the main prison building, near a simple wooden shed, the intruder had already made her exit. Elisha stood in the quiet yard, the cool air, doing little to quell the heat of a recent frustration. As she walked away, parasol in hand, she reflected on the encounter. It had been a close call. The fool's completely carefree demeanor had thrown her off balance, nearly causing her, an S-class adventure known as Shadow, to lose her composure and let her fist fly. Considered the boy, Takumi, her expression serious beneath her veil. The mystery surrounding him only deepened. Could he possess some unknown skill, one that even she was unaware of? She concluded that he was, indeed, not to be underestimated. Inside a rustic wooden structure, Renault stands before a large cage set upon a wheeled cart. Within the cage sits Takumi, looking out at her with a neutral expression, raises a finger. Her expression is serious as she begins to question him. She wants to clarify one thing. There was truly no one else there was there. He responds with a wide, cheerful grin, assuring her that it was just as she saw. There was no way, he insists, that anyone could have walked in on that. Gaze narrows, but he casually changes the subject, complimenting her on the spectacular display of fighting skill she showed earlier. He then leans back and begins to whistle nonchalantly. Clustered, she demands that he stop teasing, telling him there's no need to force the whistling. He continues anyway, suggesting that with this they can officially celebrate the birth of the sword demon of Nora. She then shifts topics again, asking if her performance isn't a sign that her level has gone up. Renee admits she was surprised by her own performance in the match, explaining that she feels unusually light, as if she can finally perform the moves she's always envisioned. Takumi posits that in this world, an increase in level also brings a boost to one's physical abilities. She considers this, conceding that he might be right. The feeling is strange, as if she leveled up suddenly out of nowhere. She recalls checking her status the previous night and seeing nothing different. To be certain, she raises her hand and invokes the system command. Status open. A translucent screen appears before her, displaying her attributes. She points to it, her confusion growing. Her status hasn't changed at all. She wonders aloud what this could possibly mean, turns to Takumi, asking him to take a look. As he peers at the screen, a thought occurs to him. He brings a finger to his chin, quietly wondering if he can see another person's status simply by touching them. He stared at his status screen, muttering that he wasn't sure if the changes were good or bad. Rena, however, pointed insistently at her own screen, drawing his attention directly to the skills section. She clarified that she wasn't talking about the main list, but the very bottom section. Takumi leaned in, surprised to see a whole array of options listed there. Swordsmanship, self-defense, investigation, and cooking. Surprise turned to shock as he read the details on his own screen. It listed 4 instances of blessing and 4 of protection. 4, he thought his stats for attack, defense, intelligence, and agility all reading 0. Still processing the strange status, he turned to Rena, asking if it was common for something like this to happen. She shook her head, admitting that she had never seen anything like it before either. She elaborated, explaining that blessing and protection were supposed to be skills unique to high-ranking clergy. More confusingly, she was certain those skills hadn't been there the day before. Thought suddenly struck her. Could these clergy-related skills, blessing and protection, somehow be connected to Takumi? She looked over at him. Her expression, a mix of excitement and disbelief while he simply looked on, perplexed. No way, right? He mumbled. As he tried to make sense of it, information suddenly flooded his mind. Blessing, a skill granted by the gods, a miracle that boosted all physical abilities by 20%. Another definition followed, divine favor, a skill that bestowed a miracle adding a flat 50 points to all physical abilities. The sudden influx of knowledge was overwhelming. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock, exclaiming that voices were echoing inside his head. Seeing his reaction, Renate calmly explained what had just happened. It was the effect of the investigation skill, a basic identification ability. She added with a smile that as one rises in ranks, they tend to uncover even more mysteries. She then grew thoughtful, concluding that it must have been thanks to the blessing and protection skills that they managed to win their match. However, she admitted honestly that she had no clue how any of it had actually happened. Inside a cage carriage, Takumi reflects on the recent turn of events. He considers the miracle bestowed by the divine to be his own doing, yet feels he can only offer simple words of encouragement. He muses that this perspective makes the situation sound far too easy. He recalls a warning from Ixari, realizing that they must proceed with extreme caution from this point forward. Meanwhile, within a grand estate, a different kind of observation is taking place. Celestine, the butler, stands alone with his thoughts, his expression grim as he contemplates his next course of action. His mind drifts to Alicia, recalling how even she, a woman of unshakable composure, faltered upon hearing that a certain prisoner was being transported, then considers the actions of the veiled woman, which were shockingly reckless and completely out of character. He admits to himself that despite using his shadowing presence skill while tailing her the previous night, he detected nothing unusual. Memory surfaces of our meeting with Crank. Celestin had long suspected or ties to him, but he knew the real concern lay in what transpired afterward. He recalls the report. She adventured to the Adventurers Guild and held a suspicious meeting with a skull mass figure. Using his eavesdrop and lip-reading skills, Celestin had learned they were plotting someone's abduction. The truth crystallizes in his mind. The veiled woman is no mere mistress. She is a key player operating from the shadows. A window? Celestin watches the scene below, connecting the facts. The woman was picked up in Mediska, the same town where an infamous massacring bounty head was active. The very next day, she infiltrated the town hall and met with a prisoner, Takumi. As Takumi smiles cheerfully from his cage, Celestin wonders if they're partners in crime, or if their strange obsession hints at a romantic entanglement. He stood with his back to his master, Sir Sheriston, pondering his next move. The problem, he mused, was that the veiled woman's current plans would not lead to the downfall of Count Croissant. He needed to find a way to turn this situation to his advantage. As he contemplated, a junior servant approached him cautiously, holding a small tray. The servant announced that a letter from the Marquis had arrived for him, took the letter, questioning why it was sent by express delivery. The servant explained that because of its urgent status, they thought it best to deliver it quickly. Celestin found it excessive to send a simple debt reminder with such haste. The servant then reminded him of his master's recent outburst. The Count had angrily stated he wouldn't even lay eyes on a letter from the Marquis, declaring that to act contrary to his wishes would be a betrayal of a butler's loyalty. Despite this, Celestin made a decision. With a sharp intake of breath, he declared that this matter should be handled appropriately by him. He held the crisp, sealed envelope, his mind racing as he wondered about its true contents. Sometime later, standing outside the Adventurers Guild, he read the letter. A slow, satisfied smile spread across his face as he chuckled. It seemed fortune was finally smiling upon him. Inside the guild hall, the air was thick with chatter and laughter. Amidst the boisterous crowd, a skeletal adventurer sat alone at a table, nursing a drink. He sighed contentedly. He was back at the guild again. After spending the day alone on a carriage's court mission, he found a lively atmosphere delightful, even if it was just for a cup of tea. His quiet moment was interrupted as a gloved hand was placed firmly on his table. A calm voice asked, "Is it all right if I sit here?" He and the other adventurers in the guild hall were taken aback by the sudden, grand entrance of a man in a flamboyant, masked costume. A skeletal adventurer found a man's attire utterly bizarre, while the newcomer himself privately wondered if such flashy outfits were simply the norm in this world. Their table became an island of spectacle in the bustling guild hall, with nearby patrons murmuring about the odd pairing of the golden skull mask and a mysterious butterfly mask man. The masked man then slid a letter and a small pouch across the table, explaining he was asked to deliver it on another's behalf. He mentioned the boar hunting issue as a sign of authenticity, which confused the skeletal adventurer who recalled their meeting was scheduled for the following night. He clarified that the person they were meant to meet couldn't make it, so he had come to deliver the message in her stead. He expressed his gratitude for Lalan's presence, leaving the skeleton to ponder the note. When pressed for more information, the man claimed ignorance, stating he was merely a messenger and would only understand the situation upon reading the letter himself. This vague explanation left Laland wondering what it could all mean. He unfolded the note. The message was from the authorities detailing a prisoner escort for an individual named Takomi. The event was scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow to take place at the estate of Count Ethel, with the message delivered and understood. The masked man tipped his hat in a gesture of thanks. As he walked away, leaving the guild hall behind, he mused that there was nothing more to say. After all, he had penned the letter himself. True intentions surfaced in his thoughts. The drop-off point after the kidnapping needed to proceed without a hitch. He smirked, confident in his scheme, hoping everyone involved would dance to his tune. The sinister plan of Celestin was now in motion. A man in a theatrical disguise, a domino mask, and a feathered top hat enters a dimly lit room, a faint smile on his lips. Below him, someone lets out an exhausted groan. Figure on the floor, Crank, glares up in frustration, cursing the newcomer as a little bastard. The disguised man, Celestin, simply looks down, feigning mild concern with an old deer, recognizes the man despite the costume, asking if he is the butler from his father's estate. Celestin confirms this, remarking that he heard Crank had a rough time during his training. Crank mutters that someone of such a pig's lineage is suited to rolling on the ground. Still fuming, Crane complains that the boss had the audacity to lecture him on etiquette. He vents his frustration, declaring the brat is getting far too cocky. Celestin listens, then calmly states that one cannot simply belittle someone from the noble house of Count Ethel, calling such an act downright unacceptable. Words stoke Crank's anger, who shouts that they should all fall straight into hell. Adjusting his glasses, Celestin coolly agrees, adding that such fools deserve divine retribution. Having gained his confidence, Celestin leans in to share some insider information he acquired through his own channels. He reveals that a daring escape plan is brewing among the transport prisoners held at the Saran Hill facility. Frank reacts with shock. Celestin continues, explaining that if an escape were to actually happen, it would undoubtedly lead to a serious accountability crisis for the officials in charge. Crank stares, stunned into silence. Celestin delivers the final piece of information with a knowing look. The director of the facility might face demotion, or perhaps even a transfer. With his task complete, the disguised Celestin adjusts his glasses, offering one last piece of advice. He suggests it would be wise to remind everyone at the office to tread carefully. Expression shifts to a confident smirk. He understands the value of the information and thanks the man for the intel. As he walks away, Celestin considers his next move. He has a strong hunch that Alicia is scheming to break the prisoner out, especially given her recent meeting with the Skull Mask. He decides he will make good use of her plan. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure in a horned helmet bows dramatically to an unseen master. He proclaims that he will finally be free from a wretched curse and begs his master, who is worthy of his service, to wait just a moment longer. Meanwhile, Takumi reads a letter from the authorities. It informs him of a prisoner escort scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow, which will take place at Count Ethel's estate. He recalls what Rana had told him. The Ethel Count's mansion is the estate of the Lord of Saran Hills. His thoughts turn to Alicia, who had mentioned something about the board or family home. He wonders if her family's home is, in fact, the Count's mansion. He remembers that Alicia, a noble lady, once worked in a tavern and speculates that some family circumstances must have led her to that path, setting that aside. He looks at the 20 gold coins she gave him. He had accepted them without his second thought, viewing the money as a simple token from her. He realizes it's a hefty sum, equivalent to about 200,000 yen. Recalling that Alicia mentioned breakfast and dinner, he visualizes a full meal and wonders if using the captured boar as an ingredient was part of her plan all along. If that's the case, he concludes, then the money must be for covering the expenses of cooking utensils and other necessary ingredients. He calmly suggests to a flustered Renaud that they should head out early for shopping, as it is the day of their promise. She ignores a suggestion, urgently informing him that he has a visitor, an appointment. He turns, surprised by her agitation, and asks what has her so flustered. His question is answered by the appearance of an elegantly dressed woman in a veiled hat. He wonders aloud if the meeting is for him, then silently considers that since he knows no one here, it might be Alicia. Before he can ponder further, Rena's sighs in relief, glad to see the visitor is an acquaintance of his. He then asks Rena if the woman is one of the noble ladies, realizes that in this world, with its rigid class structure, is only natural for an awe to feel tense at the prospect of meeting a noblewoman. Her relief is palpable as she confesses she had honestly thought he had caused some new trouble with the nobility, leading to more complaints. He listens with a strained expression. "They stand together," she remarks with some surprise that for someone like him to be acquainted with nobles, he must have quite a network. She asks her if the nobility is truly so different from the average person. She confirms this, explaining that for a commoner like herself, nobles are practically celestial beings. This prompts him to ask if she isn't from an earl's family herself. When she confirms she is, he grows confused, wondering aloud how the daughter of a marquis could meet such illustrious folks. His question leaves reticent. He quickly realizes his error, admitting to himself that he had been completely convinced she was Elisha and was mistaken about her identity. He stood there, processing his mistake, while a flustered Renaud began to wonder if he was involved in some new, troublesome scheme. Before he could respond, the door was thrown open with a crash. Rena, startled, immediately accused him, demanding to know if he had done something troublesome behind her back. "Now open doorway!" A bright, cheerful voice called out his name. "Big brother Takumi." The voice belonged to a young woman, her face alight with a brilliant, unrestrained smile. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace and exclaiming how much she had missed him. From the side, the veiled woman's voice cut through the darkness of her veil, questioning if the voice belonged to someone named Angie. He returned the greeting with a wide smile, recognizing her as Angie and expressing his delight at seeing her as lively as ever. She beamed, confirming that she had traveled all this way just for him. She clung to his arm. Takumi's expression shifted to one of slight confusion. The veiled woman then addressed the stunned Renaud, formally introducing the girl as Lady Angelina Alquan, the eldest daughter of the Marquis Alquan, and noting her close acquaintance with Takumi, smiled warmly at Angelina, remarking with genuine admiration how she had blossomed into a wonderful lady in such a short time. His compliment caught her completely off guard. A deep blush spread across her face as she stammered that such a surprise attack was simply cowardly. Regaining his composure, Takumi's expression turned serious. He looked at Angelina and asked her directly what had brought her all this way to see him. A small involuntary twitch runs through Lady Angelina's shoulders as she stands before Takumi. A man's voice cuts in with a laugh, addressing Takumi, familiarly, as Big Bro, and questioning his surprise reaction. Both Takumi and Renaud look on, their confusion deepens. Man, who appears to be her escort, elaborates on Lady Angelina's distress. He explains that ever since she heard Takumi was marked as a traitor with a bounty on his head, she had been so worried she couldn't eat a single bite. However, 3 days prior, a letter arrived from Takumi himself, stating he was on his way to Saran Hill. Upon receiving the news, she rushed to find him without a second thought. He continues, presenting an official-looking letter with a seal. He states directly that it isn't proper for Marquise's daughter to roam freely across territories, so they secured the approval of Count Ethel, the local lord, to legitimize their visit. The weight of the situation settles on Takumi. He understands now that his circumstances have caused them significant trouble. The man dismisses the trouble, explaining that the young lady's whimsical behavior is a regular occurrence he's well accustomed to. He then formally introduces himself as Danfield, her bodyguard, and offers his hand ingredient. The smile returns to Takumi's face as he introduces himself in turn, reaching out to accept the handshake. Their hands clasp, Danfield's friendly demeanor vanishes. With a sharp look, he apologizes for the abruptness but asks to take the lead. Before Takumi can react, Danfield yanks him into a tight headlock, the cold steel of a dagger pressing against his throat. The sudden, shocking act of violence leaves the reason for the attack a terrifying mystery. As Angelina and Elisha cry out in alarm for their brother, a man named Danfield holds a dagger to the young Takumi's throat. A sharp glint in his eye, Danfield internally scoffs, finding the entire situation far too silly. He presses the attack, a shimmering hexagonal barrier of light materializes around Takumi's neck, stopping the blade just short of his skin. The unexpected defense forces Danfield to recoil slightly. He realizes his opponent must possess a defensive skill, which explains why the young man made no move to dodge the sudden assault. The predatory grin spreads across his face, the challenge clearly exciting him. Wondering how to handle this new development, he decides on a different tactic, a powerful thrusting skill he calls Pierce. He lunges forward in a blur of motion, his arm extending in a piercing strike, and directly at Takumi's chest. Sheer speed and force of the attack caused Danfield, Angelina, and Alicia to grimace in anticipation of the impact. The blow never connects. Takumi stands perfectly still, completely untouched by the assault. He looks down at his own chest, a bead of sweat on his brow, and a look of utter confusion on his face. He hadn't consciously defended himself, he had just felt a strange surge of power flow right through him. The tension breaks as Danfield suddenly bursts in a laughter, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. He apologizes for his sudden aggression, much to the bewilderment of Angelina and Alicia. Explains with a friendly smile that since Lady Angelina is always bragging about her brother, he became curious and wanted to test the young man's skills for himself. He admits it's an old habit from his adventure days, as the other Takumi laughs beside him. He walks away, his large sword on his back, as Takumi asks if he was once an adventurer. The man confirms that he was about 10 years ago. After retiring, he sought out the previous generation, Angelina's grandfather, to repay a favor, which is why he now serves as a bodyguard. As he protests her rude comment, Angelina cheerfully adds her own commentary. She tells Takumi that while Danfield might seem like a dull old man now, he was once a legendary E-rank adventure back in his day, then asked for his thoughts on Takumi. Danfield smirks, admitting that while it was meant to be a skills test, he is completely blown away. He declares Takumi to be even more of a monster than a rumor suggested, finding it astounding that the young man could take a direct hit from his perforation skill and feel it less than a mosquito bite. He continues his praise, pointing out that any normal person would be in shock from such a wound. Yet, he notes, Takumi's body seems to be made of mithril, even while wearing those restrictive handcuffs. Young man looks weary from the ordeal. He acknowledges the monster moniker but expresses his wish that such dangerous skills wouldn't be used for a simple test of strength. His sister, however, is ecstatic, grabbing Danfield and exclaiming how truly amazing her brother is. The bodyguard sighs, conceding the point. He remarks that it's no wonder she speaks of Takumi with such dreamy admiration every day. Takumi laughs, clearly pleased to receive such high praise from his sister. Danfield pats Angelina's head, remarking with a smile that it makes him a little jealous, considering he's known her since she was a baby. The comment leaves Angelina blushing with embarrassment. He grows serious for a moment, contemplating the situation. He realizes that Danfield has now marked him as a person of interest, someone to be wary of. He concludes that this is only natural, given a man's position as Angelina's protector. The moment of quiet reflection is shattered by Angelina's outburst. She demands to know how they can all be so relaxed after the dangerous events that just transpire. In response, Danfield simply smiles, calmly stating that the commotion caused in the office was quite troublesome. He coolly refers to the incident as a most unfortunate slip from their young officials, explained that his actions were merely a little friendly greeting, and that he would be grateful for their understanding. Rina, however, looked on with a tense expression, having been told to be mindful from now on. Frustration then turned to Takumi, whom she chided for stressing so much over the incident, only to forget it immediately. Takumi could only laugh and offer a sincere apology, acknowledging that it wasn't the time for laughter. Angelina's expression hardened as she interjected, pleading with Rina not to be so angry and remarking that this was always how she acted. Still annoyed, she turned it to Komi and demanded to know who the newcomer was. Danfield took the opportunity to formally introduce her as Renikin, an official from Nord, also known as the Sword Demon of Nord. Takumi smiled, realizing that Rena must have come all the way from the distant land of Nur to escort him. Before he could elaborate, Angelina quickly covered his mouth, telling him to stop before he complicated things further. Words, however, had already been heard. Both Angelina and Rina turned on him in shock, shouting in unison to demand what he meant by escort. Angelina's protective instincts ignited. She pointed an accusing finger at Rina, declaring that if Rina considered herself an enemy of Takumi, she was mistaken because there was no way her big brother was a bad person. Takomi quickly intervened, urging Angelina not to say such rude things. He tried to defuse the situation by explaining that Reina was simply doing her job with serious effort. He continued his explanation, assuring his sister that Reina was a good person and not an enemy at all. He reminded her that, as he'd written in his letter, he was heading to the capital to clear up some suspicions and that they were traveling together peacefully. Though he told her to rest easy, a look of worry remained on Angelina's face. Seeing her concern, Reina gave Angelina a light, playful tap on the head, conceding that she understood and would let it slide. As Angelina beamed, Danfield watched them, thinking to himself that this overly friendly, buddy-buddy atmosphere was what he disliked the most. Angelina, with her eyes squeezed shut, sticks her tongue out childishly, declaring that despite the truce, she still can't stand Rana. Her outburst continues as she loudly reminds everyone that she is Takumi's fiancé. This prompts Takumi to explain to a sweating and uncomfortable Reina that they met during their travels and have grown close since their adventures in Atalasta, and he looks forward to working with her. This revelation sends Reina into a spiral of confusion. She internally processes the shocking news. Takumi, a lowly prisoner, is engaged to a young lady from a marquis family. As she reels from this twist, Takumi, oblivious to her turmoil, cheerfully tells her to hold it together, reminding her that he's still just a prisoner for now. Status as a prisoner is exactly what concerns Danfield, who turns the conversation to a more serious topic. He tells Takomi that overturning the charges against him won't be easy and points out that the Alquan family is now in a difficult position, having a potential criminal as a fiancé. He then asks Takomi directly what his plan is. He presses the point, but Takumi, still in his shackles, can only offer a sheepish smile, admitting that he just has a feeling things will work out somehow. Danfield looks skeptical, asking if that's really the gist of it. Just a hunch. Hearing this, Danfield's demeanor softens into a grin. He concedes that since Takumi's mind is made up, it's not his place as family to object. He adds that intuition is a vital tool for an adventurer, one he relied on often himself. Angelina chimes in enthusiastically, declaring her complete faith in Takomi. The encouragement offered, Danfield announces that it's time for them to leave. Angelina looks put out, questioning if she really has to go. Takumi smiles warmly at her, promising to visit again the next day. As they turn to leave, he calls out to them with one last question, asking where they are planning to stay. Angelina begins to answer, stating they will be at the mansion of the local lord, whom she mistakenly calls Count Croissant Milk. Danfield quickly cuts her off, correcting her with an exasperated tone. Their host is Count Croissant Ethel, the lord of the neighboring territory, and he insists she should at least remember his name. He watches them go, Angelina waving cheerfully as she departs. The name, however, sparks a memory for Takomi. He realizes he recognizes it. A thought surfaces. Count Ethel's mansion is the very place where a boar hunt is scheduled to happen that night. She stands by as Reina, bandaged and weary, lets out a sigh of relief. She confesses she was deeply worried about what might happen for a moment, but is glad everything went smoothly. Seeing her state, he offers a healing touch. A gentle light glows from his hand as she gratefully accepts, thanking him for his help. She then smiles warmly, admitting that with him around, things are never dull. Chuckles, remarking that her constant struggles are a sign of her considerate nature. Since they still have time before the boar hunt, he suggests they take a nap to recharge. After their rest, Angelina awakens feeling refreshed. Outside, Takomi is already preparing to leave, noting that while he usually waits until after sunset, he has preparations to make. He asked if it's time to go. His departure is halted as he notices something amiss. The lock on a nearby cage is undone. He stares, the realization sinking in. The cage is unlocked. Bernard joins him, equally perplexed. She explains that the key is normally kept in a government office's storage, making her wonder why someone would go to the trouble of removing the lock. He listens thoughtfully, a hand to his chin. He agrees, stating that leaving the cage open isn't safe, especially since he's about to leave. With a glint of light, he reveals a solution. He has crafted a new key for the cage. To complete the ruse, He explains he has rolled up sheets inside to serve as a decoy. With a solid click, he secures the cage with his newly crafted key. Elsewhere, a figure's hands begin to glow with a faint energy. He speaks with a sense of routine, stating that it is time to proceed just as they always do. Glow subsides as the speaker is revealed, the adventurer known as Skull Mask. With his hands still held forward, he turns to his unseen companions and asks if they are ready to depart. As the day's work concludes, a young woman in an apron bids her colleagues farewell. She realizes she's running late and must hurry home. Stepping out into the evening, her hurried thoughts are cut short by a sudden, piercing scream of terror. Source of her fright, a skeletal adventurer, lets out a weary sigh. He laments that, just like that, his prey has slipped away once again. He stands alone on the dark street, reflecting on the incident. He concedes that it's natural to be startled when someone calls out on a lonely road, but he can't help but feel her reaction was overly dramatic. He wonders aloud if there might be a madman lurking in the area, which could explain her heightened fear. Thoughts drift to his earlier errands. While he had successfully gathered ropes for catching boars and some new cooking pots, he had somehow managed to lose his way while wandering between the various shops. He recalls the map Reina had drawn for him. In his memory, Reina sternly tells him not to get lost, while Alicia worries that it's getting late and she has kept someone named Alicia waiting. The skeleton muses to himself how convenient it would be if a home center or a discount store existed in this world. Back in the present, his predicament is clear. He is completely clueless about geography, and with the encroaching darkness, he can't even see any landmarks to orient himself. He thinks about asking for help, but at this late hour, the streets are utterly deserted. Suddenly, the distinct clatter of wheels on cobblestone breaks the silence. He turns to see a horse-drawn carriage making its way down the empty street. He feels a slight hesitation to stop someone just for directions, but realizes he can't afford to be picky. With renewed purpose, he runs towards the approaching vehicle. Reaching the carriage, he knocks firmly on the door. His skeletal face, with its glowing eye sockets, looms in the dim light as he politely apologizes for the late visit and asks to intrude for a moment to ask for directions. "Is knocked!" sent the carriage driver into a panic, who begins screaming about a skeleton and ghost as his horse is bolted in terror. He stumbles back as the carriage lurches forward, admitting to himself that the sudden departure caught him completely off guard. Within the carriage, a man with a severe expression demands to know who the figure works for, questioning if the ruckus was caused by the carriage of the Marquis alchemist. The skeleton apologizes for the late-hour disturbance, addressing the man as Dunfield. In response, Dunfield retorts that he doesn't know anyone as glittery and twisted as a golden skeleton. With a soft click, the figure removes the skull mask. The smiling face of Takumi is revealed as he announces, "It's me." Young woman, Angie rushes to embrace him, chiding her big bro for scaring people with such a ridiculous mask. He apologizes, explaining that he must wear it to keep his identity safe. Inside the carriage, Danfield points out that since Takumi isn't a criminal, being a traitor walking around freely is a serious offense. Angie agrees, suggesting he find a less creepy disguise. She insists they're in serious trouble, especially with the young lady being the notorious criminal mastermind of the Marquis carriage. Angie dismisses his concerns with a puff of her cheeks, confident that with Takumi there, everything will be fine. Danfield sighs, limiting her tendency to place blind faith in others, turns to Takumi, cheerfully recounting how they had been wandering around town all day. She remarks what a stroke of luck it was that her carriage happened to pass by at that exact moment, as their carriage travels through the night. She explained she was returning to the Count's summer residence and asks if that is also his destination. She listened as the conversation continued, with Danfield asking Takumi if he was going boar hunting. Takumi confirmed, explaining that he had received a request from someone named Alicia to deal with wild boars wreaking havoc in the fields near the estate. Paused, asking for clarification. "You want to know if this was the same Alicia who was facing charges of treason?" Takumi affirmed that it was, adding that they had met before and she seemed to understand his unique situation quite well. Danfield found the timing peculiar, remarking that hunting boars at such an ungodly hour was an odd job. Takumi explained that he was actually the one who requested this time. admitting that during the day he tends to stand out. Danfield conceded that this was certainly true. Expression hardened as a thought struck him. The choice of words felt significant. He mused internally that calling her a bore was quite something, wondering what it could truly mean. The carriage rumbled on through the darkness. Inside, Takumi gazed out the window at the passing night sky. As it came to a stop, Angelina leaned forward, asking if the person waiting was Miss Alicia. She commented that by now their host must be growing weary waiting at the Earl's estate. It had arrived. The carriage stood before the grand, illuminated gates of the Count's estate. Inside, Takumi expressed his deep gratitude to Danfield, calling him a lifesaver. Danfield brushed it off as a small favor, but Angelina playfully questioned why he was strutting around like a peacock, teasing that he'd be ready for anything if it involved Big Brother Takumi. He turned to Angelina with a smile, thanking her as well and calling her a gem. With his farewells made, he prepared to step out of the carriage, stepping out into the night air. His skeletal form was revealed once more. He looked up at the entrance, impressed by the grand gate. He noted to himself that Angelina didn't seem to appreciate it, concluding that its sophistication was perhaps too complex for a child to grasp. Stood before the imposing gate, contemplating their next move. He wondered if forcing their way in would cause a problem, but felt certain there must be another entrance. Companion, Danfield, stepped forward confidently. He reasoned that if they were expected, a side gate should be open for them, addressing both Angelina and the skeletal adventurer. He noted the late hour, but observed that since Angelina was so excited, it wouldn't be rude to skip the pleasantries. He added that he had yet to meet Count Croissant. Angelina, brimming with excitement, declared she was definitely going. Certain would be a blast. As Danfield approached a side door, it creaked open. The skeleton adventurer, seeing that his companion was correct, raised a finger in realization and proposed they treat this as a group adventure. Upon entering, the group was met by a man in a butler's uniform. He greeted the Skull Man and informed them that the prisoners charged with treason had also arrived. Elsewhere, a portly nobleman, Count Ethel, chuckled as he reviewed a wanted poster. He mused over his plot, a scheme to free a bounty prisoner, only to recapture him and claim the 300 gold coin reward. He was pleased that it was all unfolding as scripted. The butler, Celestin, watched his master with disdain. He thought to himself that with a heavy heart, he must act to uphold their noble name and ancestral honor. He resolved that the Count's plan would be thwarted by none other than himself, his devoted butler, as the oblivious Count continued on his path to ruin. The glint off his glasses, he solidified his resolve. This was how they would finally break free from the shackles of Croissant. He stood alone amongst the trees, arms crossed, recalling the intelligence he'd received. The Count had been manipulated into believing the prisoner was a spy from the very nation investigating his own crimes, then burst in on the Count, urgently reporting that they had intelligence indicating the individual planned to sneak into the mansion that very night. Startled, the Count yelled for him to fortify the defenses and gather the skilled bodyguards at once, reveled in his scheme, certain that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. With the fierce new hires lying in wait inside the mansion, and the Marquis party hidden away, any clash would occur without witnesses. Meanwhile, at the estate's entrance, a young woman observed the man accompanying her. She noted with a slight smile that he looked nothing like the wanted poster, while her companion, Danfield, remarked on his imposing figure. Their arrival sent a jolt of shock through the butler, Celestin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the woman instantly, Lady Angelina. Before he could fully process the situation, Danfield addressed him, apologizing for the late hour. He explained that he was accompanying a gentleman who had business at the estate, a statement that only deepened the butler's confusion. Stammering, Celestin gestured for them to enter. Danfield then inquired if the Count was present, expressing a desire to pay his respects. Composure crumbled internally. He stared at the group, his mind racing. Why was the Marquis's entourage here? And why was the Skull Man with them? He was supposed to be the prisoner they were bringing in. Bewilderment intensified when Angelina cheerfully urged the Skull Man, whom she called brother, to come along. The thought that the Marquis's daughter would address such a suspicious figure so informally was incomprehensible to Celeste. Butler's world began to spin. None of this made any sense. What on earth was happening clung to a final, desperate thought. Surely they would understand his intentions and refuse to go along with the lady's request. The Skullman seemed to grasp the situation, but another companion interjected, telling him it wasn't a simple matter of understanding. Defeated, Celestin accepted that his plan had failed. With no other choice, he resolved to guide the Marquis Alquin's daughter to the Count, led the group forward, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Celestin reassured himself that he had kept the other servants far from mansion. As long as he avoided any encounters with the hired muscle he'd arranged, he thought, everything should be fine. Brief moment of confidence was shattered by a booming voice shouting for them a halt. Celestin stopped dead in his tracks as a nearby door creaked open, revealing a large silhouette standing defiantly in the entryway. The figure stepped into the light, revealing Count Crossen-Eiffel, flanked by armed guards. With a wild grin, he pointed directly at the newcomers. He identified them as the nation's hound, then quickly corrected himself, calling them intruders. He then grandly declared that he, the magnificent Crossen, would deliver their reckoning. His declaration was met with stunned silence. Danfield, Angelina, and the Skullman stared back, their faces a mask of utter confusion. Danfield wondered aloud what would become of their plan, while the entire group could only let out a collective gasp of disbelief. Within the opulent mansion, Earl Ethel watches from the shadows as armed guards storm the grand staircase. He chuckles, deriding the intruders as sneaky spies of the nation, confident that they cannot investigate his home without his notice. His face contorts into a wide, malicious grin as he vows to get rid of all of them, branding them as mere trespassers. A high balcony. The Earl addresses a large assembly of adventurers gathered below. In the crowd, Danfield, Angelina, and Takumi watch the proceedings of what is being called the hunt for boars without prey. His butler, Celestin, grunts in frustration, his face tight with stress. The era continues, identifying the crowd as a team of bounty hunters specializing in takedowns, hired through the Adventurers Guild, but dismissing them as nothing more than flashy bodyguards. He smirks, acknowledging that he has heard they excel at overwhelming small groups with sheer numbers and annihilation battles, and that they have their moves down perfectly. A crowd, a cheerful guild receptionist, proudly identifies the adventurers as the up-and-coming legion that's making waves. Her cheerful demeanor fades as she confronts Celestin, noting that the receptionist he introduced is now a thorn in his side. Beside them, Danfield angrily demands to know what has happened. His perch, the Earl spots his butler and shouts, demanding to know what Silason is doing there and ordering him to step aside. He proclaims that this is the grand stage of Count Cross and F. Celestin glares back, internally cursing Errol. He thinks that the man was supposed to wait in his room for the plant to unfold, but instead couldn't handle the tension and impulsively started a wild spree. He explains the dire situation to Danfield and Angelina. While he doesn't care if the Count's reputation is ruined, the real problem is that he, the butler, will be dragged down as well. He warns that risking the guards is one thing, but if the Marquis's daughter, Angelina, is even scratched, the Count's entire family is done for. Within the chaotic mansion, the adventurer Takumi, his sword partially drawn, declares to his skeletal companion that they have no time to waste and must hold their ground. The skeleton, Lulant, acknowledges the command. He internally laments how a simple boar hunt has spiraled into such a mess. Not only did they fail to meet with the crucial Elisha, but they were also ambushed by an armed group right at the entrance to the Earl's estate. Gaze drifts toward a portly man giving orders from distance. Lulant realizes with a jolt that this babbling figure must be the master of the mansion himself, Earl Ethel. Before you can process this fully, Takumi seizes command of the nearby guards, roaring for them to take aim and fire. The target of their unified assault is Danfield, who stands alone in the center of the hall, completely encircled by the Earl's men, their weapons all trained on him. Takumi watches the tense standoff, his teeth gritted in frustration. In response, Danfield explodes in emotion, his weapon a blur, as he expertly parries the simultaneous thrusts of multiple spears. As the melee rages, a new threat emerges. An arrow slices through the air, aimed directly at a vulnerable Angelina. Takumi and Laurent can only watch in horror. In that critical instant, the butler's Celestine throws himself in front of her, taking the arrow squarely in his shoulder to shield her from harm. He collapses to his knees from the impact, his mind fixed on a single, overriding duty. The Marquise's daughter must be protected at all costs. The butler, now concealed behind a skull mask, stood firm as Danfield urgently called out to him. Angelina, beside the disguised servant, looked on with wide, startled eyes. Eating the warning, Takumi declared that they were leaving immediately, as Danfield stressed the danger of their position. The masked butler calmly instructed him to close his eyes for a moment. He then raised an open palm, a gesture that left both Danfield and Angelina looking on a confusion. His hand, a blindingly brilliant holy light, erupted, forcing his companions to shield their eyes from the sudden, overwhelming radiance. Sudden surge of power did not go unnoticed. Elsewhere in a manor, Earl Ethel cried out in alarm, realizing that the floor itself was being reshaped into a slope. Realization came too late. The group was already sliding rapidly down the smooth, magically formed ramp, with a masked butler protectively guiding Angelina and Danfield. Pursuers, the manor guards, were thrown into disarray, tumbling helplessly down the stairs as the fugitives slid past them and further down the corridor. Their descent came to a smooth halt at the end of the corridor. Angelina leaned against her protector, looking dazed but unharmed, while Danfield appeared momentarily unwell from the experience. Without a word, the masked butler reached over and calmly brushed a speck of dust from Danfield's shoulder, his composure unshaken. Watching from afar, Crank expressed his genuine surprise, admitting he never expected them to escape such a maneuver. His companion agreed, remarking that the legendary figure known as the Yellow Skull Mask had certainly lived up to his reputation. He turned his attention to the dark-haired adventurer, confessing that he had always been a fan, following in his footsteps. The adventurer, however, corrected him, stating that this was their first meeting. Fighting straight to the point, he extended an invitation for the man to join their side. Meanwhile, the group he was addressing found themselves surrounded by a legion of heavily armed warriors. Crank assured them of excellent treatment. But the skeleton adventurer assessed the situation grimly, noting the high rank of their opponents and their slim chances of survival. Angelina confused questions as actions. She responded by placing a cooking pot atop her head, insisting it was sturdy enough to serve as a helmet. Turning to Danfield, she asked to take the lead, much to the dark-haired adventurer's disbelief. Danfield immediately protested, shouting her name in alarm. He reminded her that these were formidable opponents, and that she couldn't possibly face them alone, expressing his concern for her safety. She silenced him and the others with a sharp command, insisting they let her big bro Takumi handle the situation as he had promised. Angelina then turned to the skeleton adventurer, thanking Skull Mask enthusiastically, leaving Danfield to look on with a strained expression. Observing the exchange, Crank addressed the skeleton adventurer directly, expressing disappointment. He had thought the man smarter and now questioned if this display meant he was turning down a generous offer, eye socket glowing with a faint light. The skeleton adventurer condemned Crank's heartlessness, pointing out that he had fired arrows despite knowing a young girl was in the line of fire. While he appreciated the invitation, he declared that he had to decline. Frank simply smirked, retorting that the adventure would soon be savoring regret. The dark-haired man beside him added grimly that survival of the current ordeal would have to come first. A large, bald man from the opposing legion addresses the surrounded adventurers. He casually assures them that he has no intention of taking their lives, as he has more than enough rope to simply bind them. He seems to believe they won't pose much of a challenge. Subordinates, members of the Black Iron Cross, are taken aback by his blatant underestimation. One question is if their leader even knows who he's dealing with. The leader, however, dismisses the thought entirely, deciding it's not worth his time to remember them. As he speaks, a rushing sound fills the air. Response to this arrogance. A massive, dark-shaped plummet from the sky, crashing into the ground with explosive force right beside the skeleton adventurer and the dark-haired adventurer. The colossal figure, a hulking golem of dark metal, lands with a deafening bone, its sheer size casting a deep shadow over the battlefield. Sudden, earth-shaking arrival leaves both the dark-haired adventurer and Crank utterly stunned and speechless. Angelina, however, looks on with wide, sparkling eyes, completely captivated and impressed by the spectacle. Banfield stares up in disbelief, his mouth agape as he struggles to comprehend the massive construct that has just appeared before them. The iron golem stands tall, its metallic body creaking as steam vents from its joints. Its glowing white eyes survey the scene within the golem's cockpit. A pilot in a hooded protective suit with large goggles looks down at a control panel held in their hands. Their gloved hands grip a pair of control levers. With a sense of satisfaction, the pilot declares their readiness. Within the cockpit, the pilot's fury is unleashed. They glared down at the skeleton adventurer, their voice booming with menace as they declare that it is time for his punishment. Standing before his creation, the skeleton adventurer Lalante announces the arrival of the Iron Titan. He declares that it is time for punishment as the massive golem's metal fist clenches with a resounding crunch. Also, machine looms over the manor guards, its sheer size casting an intimidating shadow as the ground cracks beneath its immense weight. With a single devastating movement, it sends the guards flying. They cry out in shock as the earth shatters around them, scattering them like toys. Watching from a distance, Danfield and Angelina stare with wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden and overwhelming chaos. Crank and the dark-haired adventurer are equally stunned. Overcome with panic, Crank shouts for everyone to scatter. Remaining guards on the ground can only stare up in terror as the Iron Titan points a massive finger towards them. Their shouts of disbelief lost in the commotion. In a futile act of defiance, one guard strikes the golem's leg with his sword, the blow landing with a metallic clang, but having no effect whatsoever. "Miss Perch!" Lolland urges his creation onward with a triumphant shout. "Go, Iron Man!" The golem responds, continuing its relentless assault. It swats, guards aside with casual ease, their armor clattering uselessly as one is caught in its immense grip. Thrown to the ground, a defeated guard stares at his broken sword, cursing his powerlessness against the mechanical behemoth. They're swatted aside with contemptuous ease as the iron golem is commanded to unleash its full power. The remaining guards fire a volley of crossbow bolts, but they ricochet harmlessly off the golem's metallic hide, much to their shock. Its defense is impenetrable. The golem seizes the helpless men, its immense hands crushing their armor, as if it were paper. As the chaos unfolds, Earl Ethel cries out in despair for his mansion. Takumi, startled by the golem's leg crashing down nearby, demands to know what the creature is, but Crank can only reply that he has no idea. The three of them recoil in unison, their faces a mask of shock and disbelief at the sheer power on display. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Angelina cheers with unrestrained glee, shouting encouragement to her bro and praising his amazing power. Danfield, standing beside her, is rendered utterly speechless, struggles to process the scene, recalling that he had heard about this skill from the lady. The reality, however, is far more insane than he could have imagined. His own vantage point, Lalande issues his next command, ordering his steel titan to advance and bind all the guards in chains. The titan responds instantly, its metallic head turning with a grinding screech to carry out its master's wheel. It then crashes through the roof of the manor, shattering tiles and timber as it begins its new task. 3 days later, a young man named Takumi lets out a long, weary sigh outside the bars of his transport wagon. A woman named Renaud chides him for sighing, though she apologizes, admitting she's feeling down herself. He complains that he's been stuck in a wagon for 3 days straight, and a boredom is becoming unbearable. Explains that it cannot be helped, as the office in Sarand Hill is in complete uproar. It seems Lord Ethel attempted to ambush the daughter of Marquis Arsawen, and she believes that outsiders like them are merely a distraction in the grander scheme of things. Reyna elaborates that Ethel is considered a sworn enemy of the local authorities, with rumors circulating that he has buried numerous criminal acts by abusing his position over the years. Takumi asks if this is true, and she confirms it, adding that with the Archeon family now involved, the authorities plan to expose all of his past misdeeds in one fell swoop. He reflects on this information, recalling his brief encounter with the rotund nobleman on that fateful night. He thinks to himself that he seems to have ruffled quite a few feathers. Speaking of which, Takumi remembers that their entire visit to Saran Hill was precipitated by a rockfall incident, which he now realizes was orchestrated by the Earl. He then asked Rena if a person named Kara was also connected to the Earl, not struggles to recall the name, wondering if he means Klein. A man named Crank interjects, confirming that Klein is the Earl's illegitimate son. He adds that Klein is on probation for allegedly sneaking away with a key to the storage room on the day of the incident, which piques Takumi's interest. Takumi asked why this is all happening. Renault explains that the authorities seem to believe there was some other involvement in the incident. Frank smirks, remarking that, their attitude decide, the Earl and his son don't look alike at all. He supposes it's a case of like father, like son, in their actions, if not their appearance. Comment triggers a sudden, shocking realization for Rena. She grabs the bars of the wagon, her voice trembling as she demands to know how Takumi even knows what the Count looks like. She stares at him in disbelief, asking if he's saying they were actually there that day. Inside a cell, Danfield advises Takumi and Lawlet. He stresses that considering Takumi's technical status as a prisoner, it's best to pretend he wasn't even at the scene, reminding him that Danfield himself was adamant about keeping quiet. Memory of that advice lingers as, in the present, Reina is left utterly speechless by his confession. Takumi, meanwhile, seems lost in his own thoughts, wondering if what he witnessed was truly something extraordinary, composes herself, deciding that pressing him for more answers might lead them down a complicated rabbit hole. For now, what he said is enough. As a boot steps firmly into view, she internally commends his mindset. The boot belongs to Danfield, who cheerfully announces his arrival. Reina immediately objects, insisting he follow the proper procedures for visiting a prisoner. Danfield casually dismisses her, noting that the reception desk is completely empty and neglected, explains his presence with a hint of irritation as Lady Angelina appears, calling out to him. He complains about shuttling between territories because she insisted he explain the situation to Takumi's husband, muttering that she's still rough when it comes to managing people. Understanding the situation, Rana agrees to allow a meeting but firmly states she will be there to supervise. Danfield smirks, asking if it wouldn't have been better for her to pretend she hadn't heard any of it, leaving her momentarily flustered. Chuckles, remarking on the rarity of seeing such a principled person. He tells her to do as she likes, declaring that he is no longer involved in the matter. From behind the bars, Takumi and Reina listen, as Danfield continues to chuckle. Takumi anxiously pleads with him not to tease Rana too much, worried that he will be the one to get scolded by her later. Expression turns serious as he gets to the main topic. He tells Takumi that he normally wouldn't share information with an outsider, but he's making an exception this time due to a request from a young lady. He begins stating that they will first talk about the young lady. With a quick gesture, he adds that he is keeping himself in good shape. Takumi listens intently, acknowledging that he understands. He listened as Lady Angelina admonished him for his recurring tantrums, which involved playing giant games that wreaked havoc on the furniture. She declared him grounded from leaving the mansion. Danfield added that the Iron Giant from before seemed to have truly caught his fancy, prompting an abashed apology from the young man. He then changed the subject, asking about the butler, Sileston, who had collapsed while protecting Angelina. Danfield explained that Sileston had been taken in by their family, and his bravery in shielding the young lady had earned him some recognition. Danfield's expression hardened as he confided his true thoughts. Despite the official story, his gut told him that Sileston was involved in the incident from behind the scenes, elaborated that while there might have been an unexpected turn of events, the Marquis of Alcoin was serious about taking down Count Ethel. For that reason, it made strategic sense to keep someone like Sileston, who knew all the inner workings close at hand. Continuing his report, Danfield stated that the key figure, Count Ethel, was in such a state of turmoil that they couldn't glean much detail from him. He also clarified that the Count apparently had no intention of attacking Lady Angelina. Upon hearing this, Takumi realized he felt the same way. It dawned on him that he might have confused the Count with someone else entirely. Danfield acknowledged this, identifying that someone else as a baffling agent from the government. He concluded that, either way, with a scandal of this magnitude, the Count's reign was effectively over, an issue to final critical warning. He stressed that Takumi was not at the scene of the incident. The mysterious figure involved was the weirdo in the skull mask, a person with no identity. If Takumi were seen with that runaway bounty, things could get very messy. His message delivered. Danfield prepared to leave, noting that the little monk outside seemed worried. He expressed his hope that Takumi's trees and charges would be cleared soon, as Lady Angelina's reputation was also at stake. Takumi acknowledged that he understood, even if he couldn't accept every detail. Danfield and Rina turned to go. Takumi gave them a confident smile and a thumbs up, assuring them there was nothing to worry about. Danfield waved a final farewell. He and Rina stand by the carriage, his lengthy conversation having finally concluded. She admits that the long chat had her on the edge of her seat, wondering what was happening. He offers a sheepish apology for getting carried away. Internally, however, he decides to keep the details to himself, considering the topic too intense for Rina, and recalling that he was sworn to secrecy. With that, their journey resumes. After the disturbance at Saran Hill, they begin to trip back to the royal capital to continue their escort duty, the carriage rumbling along the path. As they travel, Takumi remarks that it's surprising they haven't received any new order from the capital yet. Rina agrees, noting that she expected 3 days would be more than enough time for a message to arrive via swift horse. Expresses her relief that they can return to their original mission. She explains that even Director Heisel acknowledged their situation qualified under a rule that allows the escort leader to make judgments based on urgency or abnormality during a mission. Despite this, a sense of unease lingers for Takumi. He feels terrible about being unable to meet with Alicia in the end. He reflects on his interactions with a butterfly-masked individual, concluding that they both had their fair share of misunderstandings. He admits to himself that he might have been a bit vague in his own words. His thoughts solidify into a firm resolve. If he gets the chance to see Alicia again, he must fulfill his obligations to her without fail. With this new determination settling in his mind, the carriage continues its journey, trundling away toward the distant mountains, inside a rumbling carriage. Renaud cheerfully informs Takumi that they will soon catch sight of their destination. He repeats the name, unfamiliar with it. Zastan Fortress. She points to a map, explaining that to defend the royal capital from outside threats, fortifications were erected in the east, west, north, and south. Zastan, she clarifies, is the one to the south. As she speaks, their horse-drawn transport continues its journey through a rocky pass. Takumi listens intently, as Reina adds that the fortress hasn't seen battle in ages and is now primarily used as a training facility. Upon arriving, they find a main gate shut tight, causing a backup of other travelers. Renaud wonders aloud what could be happening, reasoning that the gate should only be closed in an emergency. Another passenger notes that everyone seems troubled by the unexpected delay. The Takumi that since their prisoner transport carriage is under direct government control, they should be able to pass through any checkpoint without issue. However, with this being the only road to the capital, they're stuck. She decides to investigate, telling him she will go ask a guard for some clarity. She returns a short time later, her expression serious. Takumi immediately asks for an update. With a concerned look, Rina reports that according to the guards, the gate is off limits. Asking if something is going on, Renaud confirms his suspicion, adding that the guards themselves seem to know nothing about the situation, which only deepens the mystery. As they contemplate their predicament, a hooded figure suddenly appears at the bars of their carriage. A familiar voice addresses Takumi by name. "Ah, we meet again, Seiki." Both he and Rina turn in surprise. Figure pulls back her hood, revealing the face of a sword saint, Iseret. She remarks that they seem to keep bumping into each other in the strangest of places. Takumi, recognizing her instantly, exclaims her name in disbelief. Iseret simply smiles, noting their unexpectedly quick reunion. Watches as Izorut formally introduces the young man in the prisoner transport card as her hometown friend and classmate, Saki. She then gestures to Rina, identifying her as an aspiring civil servant. Takumi expresses his surprise at their connection, while Reina politely greets Saki, noting that he appears younger than Takumi. She confesses to not knowing the full backstory of why Seiki is in a transport card, but sympathizes with Reina, remarking that caring for him must be quite a challenge. Reina vehemently agrees, complaining that Seiki is incredibly stubborn and never listens to a word she says. Izeret laughs lightly, dismissing her comment as a joke. From within the cart, Seki can't help but feel that he has suddenly become the subject of ridicule. Her playful tone shifts, and she addresses Seiki directly. She states bluntly that it's his own fault for getting a bounty on his head after promising to become an adventurer, leaving him at a loss for words. Sensing the gravity beneath her words, Takumi asks if something is wrong, explaining that he and Ranao were merely passing by the fortress on an escort mission. Isarut's expression confirms that his intuition is correct, as Rina questions the sudden change in mood. Izarut reveals the reason for her presence. She received an urgent summons from the guild to assemble at Fort Zafstead. The mention of the guild jogs Takomi's memory. He remembers Rena speaking of the legendary sword saint, and realizes he has been speaking to the famed adventurer Isuri Yudo all this time. Isurit apologizes for her lack of a formal introduction. He recoils in shock, shouting in disbelief that she is the actual sword saint. Rina, meanwhile, is completely awestruck by the presence of a living legend. Izarit simply confirms that it is true. The force of a shockwave-like shout shatters the wooden bars of the transport cart, sending splinters flying. Amidst the debris, Isarut sighs at the complication, declaring the situation an emergency. She tells Seiki to come along, asserting that his strength will be needed. She stood by. Her companion, Seiki, suddenly turned to Reina with a cheerful apology, asking to be excused for a moment. Rina noted that a wanted poster with Seiki's picture had been circulated. He admitted to Izaroth that while he didn't mind personally, the constant scolding was becoming a nuisance. With a flourish, he declared he had a fantastic disguise for her. He presented his creation with a dramatic flair, a grim, intimidating skull mask. She responded instantly with a sharp smack to his head, calling him a fool. She vehemently rejected the idea of wearing such an eyesore of bad taste, while he winced, wishing she had at least given him a verbal warning first. He then proposed a different idea, realizing she wasn't familiar with the heroes from the era when he first arrived in this world. He explained that a masked hero from an old television show was the perfect model, striking a dramatic pose as the immortal man reborn, now wearing a new, heroic-looking white and gold helmet. She looked at him, unimpressed, and questioned if this new mask wasn't just a variation of the one she had just rejected. Flustered, he insisted that the lore and design were far more evolved. She conceded his point, admitting that the blend of pure white and gold did indeed represent the divine and had a certain mystical quality. He, in turn, asked her to elaborate on what she meant. As they continued on their way, a guard gestured for them to proceed without issue, telling them not to worry and to just move along. Reflected internally on the power of a reputation, as expected of the illustrious sword saint. Her word alone was enough to grant him a free pass to everything. She stopped before a wooden door, pushing it open with a click. She announced their arrival, indicating that this was the room they were looking for. She and Seiki peer into an office where a woman is slumped over her desk, seemingly asleep. A soft sound escapes the woman's lips as Izaret quietly opens the door, trying to get her attention. Izarut calls out, but the woman remains unresponsive, lost in her slumber. Growing impatient, she slams her hand down on the desk with a loud crack, shouting again to wake the slumbering figure. The sudden noise jolts the woman awake. She looks up, startled, and recognizes her visitor, acknowledging that the sword's saying has graced them with her presence. Izarut remarks that it was quite an impressive sound, confirming she answered the call to come for it. The woman introduces herself as Kerurish, the guildmaster for the Kolitasinia branch of the Adventurers Guild. She explains to Seiki that, to put it simply, she is the most powerful figure in the kingdom's guild. It takes in this information, realizing she must be a big shot. Sarurish clarifies her position, stating that she's not always in charge, but is the one who steps in to clean up the mess when things go wrong. His attention is drawn to the scales on her skin. Izarut leans in to explain that Lady Sarurish is not merely a demi-human, but a true dragon kid. Sarurish turns her attention to him, commenting on his unique attire and asking where he hails from. He responds evasively, claiming to be from a humble countryside in a realm far beyond this one, a place she likely wouldn't know. Before he can continue, Isaac clears her throat and interjects with a grand declaration. She proclaims that Seche is no ordinary person, but a divine messenger who has descended from the gods to aid them in this time of crisis. Sudden grandiose announcement leaves both Sararish and Shaky utterly flabbergasted. He stood frozen, sweat beading on his brow as he stared at the composed Israud. Internally, he demanded to know what she meant by calling him an apostle of God. However, seemed completely unfazed by his silent panic. She cheerfully told him not to worry, remarking that he had been an oddball even before the introduction. Her words offered him absolutely no reassurance. As they spoke, Sarurish processed the declaration with a serious expression. She mused that whether he was a god or an apostle, the fact remained they were discussing a transcendent being. She then wondered aloud if he was the apostle sent to aid them in their time of crisis. Isarut gravely confirmed that the situation was indeed dire. Confused, Seiki turned to Isarut, asking what was happening. Elsewhere, the crisis Isarut spoke of was unfolding. A heavily armored commander, his face contorted in disbelief and rage, roared for confirmation. He repeated the dreadful news he had just received. The capital had fallen to the Demon King's army. This grave news was being relayed as an emergency report. The word struck Seiki, who could only react with stunned disbelief. An armored commander, his face contorted in disbelief, clenches a gauntlet fist. He demands confirmation of the dire news he has just received. Has the capital truly fallen to the Demon Lord's army? Grimly, before a small group, his soldiers arrayed behind him, as the reality of the situation is affirmed. The royal capital has fallen. In response, the small figure in the crescent-adorned helmet whirls on the sword saint, Isirut, demanding to know what that could possibly mean. Isirut, her eyes closed, calmly states that it means exactly what they just heard. The figure erupts in panic, shouting that they can't calm down. They insist this is the first they've heard of it, and that it's completely new information to them. Isarit simply advises them to take a deep breath. Mind races with anxiety. While they had a nagging suspicion that something was amiss at Zaft and Fortress, the idea of the capital falling was completely out of the blue. Flashes of others' potential reactions. Crank would likely dismiss the fate of the portly king with a smirk, his only concern being the safety of a Mr. Ramaruto from a trading company. He seemed to care little for the sage Kenjan. The armored commander, his patience worn thin, turns his frustration on Sarurish, demanding to know what she means. She meets his gaze, her own expression unreadable, and speaks a single name, General Relansweth. Sarurish clarifies the situation as the crescent-helmeted figure moves to a window. To be precise, she explains, the capital has not yet fallen. They are holding their ground on the edge of a precipice, sustained only by the power of the sage. The figure wonders about the strength of this Kenjian. From the window, they announce the creation of a telescope, a product of a duplication skill. Sarurish looks on as the device materializes. Fearing through the lens, they are met with a startling sight. A massive dark sphere hangs ominously in the sky, looming over the distant city walls, points toward the shimmering dome, asking if it is a rainbow-colored membrane. Sarurish confirms his observation, identifying it as the unique skill of the sage, Absolute Barrier. The spell is an absolute isolation technique, one that shifts a designated area into another dimension, centered on the caster. Because it separates time and space, not even the Demon Lord's army can breach it, no matter how fierce their assault is. Hearing this, the armored commander asks for confirmation that those within the barrier are safe. Sarurish affirms this, but adds a grave caveat. It also means they are completely unable to interfere with the outside world. She clarifies that this was the state of affairs at least until 3 days ago, when she was last there. With a stern look, she turns to the Sword Saint and demands she share the details of what transpires. The Sword Saint begins her account. On that day, life in the royal capital had continued as usual, while small groups of stray monsters had become a common nuisance for the city's defense team. The first report of sightings that afternoon mentioned only a handful. But soon, news of new monsters poured in from various locations surrounding the capital, making it impossible for the defense team to keep up. The Adventure Guild in the Kalitasania branch received a call to action, but by then, it was already too late. In a short time, the capital was completely surrounded, unable to fend off the relentless onslaught of the Demon Lord's army. The commander concludes that the city's survival hinges entirely on the sage's magic. The sword's saint nods grimly, adding that they barely managed to get the townsfolk within the castle walls before the barrier was raised. Her present helmet then poses a critical question. What was the king's response to such a grave situation? He notes that her tale conspicuously failed to mention the king's name. The Sword Saint reveals that when she ascended the castle as the guild representative, both the king and a Lord Adonista had already vanished. Acknowledges that for now, thanks to Kenjin, the capital's people are secure. Elsewhere, Augusta and Crank sneer amongst themselves, remarking that the king has made his escape, a development they seem to find amusing. Within the strategy room, the armored commander expresses his concern. Even the skills of the sage can't be wielded endlessly. Guildmaster Sarurish confirms his fears, explaining that while the absolute boundary requires a colossal amount of magic to activate, maintaining it is far less taxing. However, she warns, if the sage's focus slips for even an instant, the barrier's power will vanish. As the others listen intently, the guild official Kalitasania interjects with a bizarre comparison, advising them not to underestimate the ultimate 5-day gaming marathon. His comment leaves the commander, the Sword Saint, and a figure in the crescent helmet utterly bewildered. The armored commander turns to Sarurish, asking what on earth the Wise One is talking about. She clarifies the strange metaphor, explaining that if one thinks of the ordeal as waiting for a rare item to drop from a powerful foe in a game, then 7 days should be a manageable time frame for the sage. So the analogy remains confusing to the Sword Saint and the warrior in the crescent helmet. The commander grasps the essential point. He understands that they are in a race against time, with safety guaranteed for only a few more days, and that the sage is determined to hold out for at least a week. Timeline established, Sarurish moves on to their own preparations. She announces that the Adventurers Guild has dispatched messengers to every branch and, more importantly, has enlisted the National Army under General Karen Swell, a force boasting 10,000 soldiers. She continues, adding that legendary figures like the Sword Saying have answered the call and are gathering in droves. As she speaks, the meeting room door clicks open. The figure in the crescent helmet turns, apologizing for a delay. The person who enters is Neen, the Holy Maiden, flanked by her clerical attendants. She carries herself with a serene confidence as she steps into the tense atmosphere of the War Council. She addresses the assembled leaders, confirming that she has received updates from the messengers regarding the situation. With unwavering resolve, she pledges the full strength of the church to their cause. Her relieved smile crosses Sarurish's face. She thanks Nene-san for her commitment and, with his crucial alliance secured, formally begins the strategy meeting. The room fills with the murmur of urgent voices as the leaders of the realm's greatest powers, the guild, the army, and the church huddled together, beginning the desperate task of planning the capital's salvation. Strategic meeting quickly descends into a heated dispute. A representative from the church declares they will obey no command other than the divine. The guild official counters that adventurers follow their own instincts, not military orders. The armor commander, his voice booming, insists that all forces must fall under the command of the National Army. As their bickering fills the chamber, a silent figure in a distinctive crescent-adorned helmet stands amidst the chaos, observing the discord, reflects on the challenge before them, realizing that uniting such formidable and headstrong factions will be no easy feat. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as the Sword Saint slams her fist down, shattering the stone table into pieces. "Oh, what a racket," she exclaims, her patience clearly exhausted, glares at the stunned leaders, admonishing them for their childish display of vanity and pride. If they're incapable of making a decision, she declares, then she will take the reins herself. The armored commander, Karen Swell, angrily questions her authority. With a condescending smirk, the Sword's Saint mocks his rise through the ranks, reminding him of a time 30 years prior when he was a rookie shrieking during a monster hunt, leaving him utterly speechless. Having asserted her dominance, she addresses the entire room. "Attention, everyone!" she calls out. "Do you recognize who stands before us?" She gestures grandly toward the figure in the crescent helmet, proclaiming with the utmost reverence that he is none other than a divine apostle, with a smug grin and a thumbs up. She then turns to the newly appointed leader and says cheerfully, "Yay, it's you, Iseri Cohen." So-called apostle freezes his mind reeling. He realizes with dawning horror that she has just thrown the entire weight of this critical situation onto his shoulders without any prior discussion whatsoever. He stands frozen, stammering that he is merely a humble servant of the divine. The surrounding priests, including the high priest, look on with confusion and skepticism. Sudden appointment enrages the noble with the long white beard, who shouts at the sword saint that this farce will not be tolerated. The high priest agrees, declaring that to invoke the name of the divine in such a way is an utter disgrace. As the argument escalates, a calm voice cuts through the tension. A single foot steps forward as a prayer is offered, asking that this person be blessed by the will of the Almighty. The speaker is revealed to be the holy maiden, Nin, placing a hand over her heart. She formally declares her endorsement in the name of the saint. The high priest cries out her name in shock, and a figure in the crescent helmet looks on, utterly bewildered. Other words have an immediate effect. The high priest's outrage vanishes, replaced by reverence as he bows low, proclaiming an honor to be in the apostle's heavenly presence. The other priests quickly follow his example, prostrating themselves. Their skepticism transforms into fervent belief. One priest marvels that the moment the revered Saint Aine gave her blessing, all doubt vanished. He then pleads with the radiant apostle to guide them with divine light. However, just as the clergy is convinced, a powerful voice shouts for them to wait. The armored commander, Karen Swell, steps forward with a stern expression, interrupting the proceedings as the sword saint looks on with a knowing smile. He points directly at the newly appointed apostle, his voice booming with authority. He demands that if this person truly claims to be a messenger of the divine, they must provide proof. The commander declares that warriors are neither philosophers nor priests. They trust only what they can witness with their own eyes. Therefore, he announces the test will begin. His words are immediately followed by action. He firmly grips the handle of a massive, gleaming battle axe, raising the weapon as he prepares to administer this test himself. He is presented with a halberd made of mithril, which the sword saint explains is one of the finest pieces from her personal army collection. She notes that the halberd has always been his weapon of choice, understanding her intent. The commander's lips curl into a grin as he agrees to test it out for real. Meanwhile, the divine apostle reflects on the situation from atop the castle walls. He concludes that for their future plans to succeed, establishing mutual trust is essential. To avoid any lingering grudges, it is best to face this challenge at all. Having resolved himself, he watches as the commander takes his stance in a courtyard below. With a powerful roar, the armored man declares the test has begun, gripping the mithril weapon tightly, immediately unleashes a furious flurry of strikes. His ultimate technique, the 5-point mountain shatter. The commander boasts that no one has ever withstood this simultaneous 5-directional assault, shouting for the apostle to prepare for a direct hit. The apostle's helmet tilts, his posture suggesting surprise at the sudden, complex attack. The weapon connects and he cries out as if he has received the full force of the blow. The halberd does not cut through him. Instead, he has caught the razor-sharp mithril blade between his thumb and forefinger. The sword saint looks on, her eyes narrowing as she notices a clean slice, now marring her precious weapon. Commander is left speechless, realizing his ultimate technique was stopped so easily. The apostle sheepishly apologizes for the damage, while the sword saint fumes silently over the nick in her collection piece, inside a crowded room. The atmosphere is thick with tension. The sword Saint Reyna, the elf guardian Malene, the holy maiden Nene, and the armored commander Karan Swell stand among others, their expressions grim and focused as they await the next move. Apart from a bustling group, the figure in the crescent helmet sits alone by a window, lost in silent contemplation. Nearby, Saiki watches them, a look of concern on his face. They reflect on the current situation. acknowledging the decision to take a brief breather before diving back into the intense meeting. A single bead of sweat reveals the pressure they are under, drifts over the others, noting that even during this break, everyone seems to be bustling about, still focused on their respective tasks. This observation forces them to confront their new reality. Thrust into the role of commander by circumstance, they realize they cannot afford to daydream. With their current arsenal limited to the creation of all things skill and their physical parameters, they conclude it is time to delve into sacred magic. Their options. The sheer offensive power of weapons born from creation is unmatched, but in a chaotic melee where friend and foe intermingle, the risk of collateral damage to allies is too great. Likewise, relying on Seiki's physical prowess for single target strikes against the vast army surrounding the capital would be far too inefficient. A new strategy begins to form. In this battle, focusing on holy magic might be the most effective approach. As a being of divinity, they can wield such power to their heart's content. This realization, however, presents a dilemma. They turn to Nin and admit that they're not well versed in divine magic at all, creating a significant problem. As they acknowledge Nini's expertise, Seiki explains his own limitations. The only divine magic he can currently use is the illuminating spell Holy Light and the healing spell, which he demonstrates with a faint glow from his hands. Their attention then shifts to the sword saint, Rina. She now wears what appears to be her official attire as a saint, and the commander silently notes how well it suits her as she stands with a gentle, confident smile. Nene addressed the commander, her faith clear as she referred to them as the apostle of the divine. The commander, meanwhile, was lost in thought, contemplating how strange it would be to ask the holy maiden herself for lessons in sacred magic. The idea of revealing their true identity flickered through their mind, but they quickly decided against it, realizing it would surely cause Nin a great shock. They resolved to avoid any unnecessary chaos before the crucial mission to reclaim the royal capital. Still, the question of what to do next weighed on them. Her longed silence caught Nin's attention. She leaned closer, her expression kind, and asked if something was troubling the apostle, startling the commander with her directness. Clustered, the commander asked what brought the holy maiden to them. Nin explained that she had noticed them staring so intently and thought they might need something, quickly waved a hand dismissively, assuring her that wasn't the case. Internally, they chided themselves for getting lost and thought and staring. An awkward silence settled between them, as Nin simply stood by the window, maintaining a pleasant and patient smile. In that quiet moment, a realization dawned on the commander. This was the perfect opportunity to ask about holy magic. As if sensing their train of thought, Nin asked if they were interested in knowing about holy magic. The commander panicked, shaking their head while internally screaming that a careless word would be a disaster. Nene's eyes widened. She pointed out that they had just said their thought out loud. The commander froze in utter shock, exclaiming in disbelief at their own blunder. They inwardly cursed, realizing their thoughts had slipped right out of their mouth. Trying to recover, they mused aloud that people tend to talk to themselves more as they get older. Nene simply offered a warm, knowing smile. Seeing his opening, the commander decided that this was the perfect moment to bring up the subject. Nain looked on, waiting for them to continue, clenched their gloved fists, admitting that, truth be told, even as an apostle, they found themselves somewhat lacking in the realm of divine magic. Continuing with newfound resolve, the commander explained that this knowledge seemed absolutely crucial for the upcoming capital reclamation mission. They then formally requested if the saint would be willing to impart some of her divine magic knowledge. Nina's expression brightened as she replied, "Absolutely." She assured them she would be more than happy to share as much as they needed. Overjoyed, the commander thanked her profusely. Nine then shared her own circumstances, explaining that while she was referred to as a saint, she had been summoned from another world and thus had no prior knowledge of magic whatsoever. Continued noting that there are very few offensive holy spells. However, one particular spell which she called Saint Nova did come to mind. Nini described it as the highest tier of sacred magic, the extermination of evil. She explained that it traps a target within an indestructible sphere and obliterates it with holy lightning, making it especially effective against monsters. The commander listened, intrigued. She added a caveat. It consumes a massive amount of MP, which is a significant downside. Internally, however, the commander thought that this shouldn't be an issue at all. A brief glimpse of their status revealed a mana pool of 999,999, making depletion a challenging feat in itself. Their conversation was interrupted by the elf guardian, Faralina. She announced that she wanted to share some crucial information before the meeting resumed, and asked if the commander and their smaller, similarly helmeted companion were ready. Faralina gestured to a young man with spiky brown hair, introducing him as Sir Galliot, an E-ranked adventurer from the Inferno Brigade party. Galliot smiled and introduced himself. As Faralina noted, he possessed important information. He explains that telepathy is a mental communication skill, allowing one to converse with someone far away. However, if the other person lacks the skill, the communication becomes one-sided. Fortunately, their guild's secretary, Director Hazel, has taken refuge in the royal castle and also possesses the ability to. The revelation that they can communicate both ways amazes the elf guardian and the helmeted figure. With a surge of focus, Galliot shouts, activating his telepathy skill, makes contact, holding a hand to his ear as he introduces himself as Galliot from the Infernal Gang, and confirms he is speaking with Director Hazel. He states he is transmitting a message under the Guildmaster's instructions. The helmeted figure observes this, thinking he feels like a rookie salesman nervously calling a client, begins to relay the message from the capital. Thanks to a barrier established by the sage, the horde of monsters is stagnating around the castle walls. The residents who took refuge there have not suffered any new harm, and the situation is currently at a standstill. The commander and the elf guardian react with astonishment. They realize this means Director Hazel has somehow heard the words of the sage. The Alliot continues to relay the sage's bizarre message. Complaints about potato gameplay, awful lag, and a debuff. The commander listens, completely bewildered by the strange terminology. The commander and the elf guardian tried to decipher the meaning. He wonders if it could be some kind of secret code. While she suggests it might be a magical incantation, they are unfamiliar with it. Nene interrupts their speculation, clarifying the situation. She explains that she was merely venting her frustrations to no one in particular, and that those words only resonate in another world. She admits she's reaching her limits and feels drowsiness setting in. The elf guardian is stunned, confessing she didn't understand any of it. Cutting through the confusion, Sarurish declares that they don't have much time. She turns to Galliot, telling him that she's counting on him to coordinate with Director Hazel. As then, Nini gets the attention of the helmeted figure, addressing them as apostle. She tells them there is one more sacred spell that she absolutely wants the apostle to remember. The apostle looks toward her and asks what kind of spell it is. He confirmed with Nini that healing is a spell to mend wounds and restore vitality, stating that he can use it. Nine then asked if he was familiar with a more advanced version, Area Heal. The apostle listened as she explained the difference. While healing targets individuals, Area Heal rejuvenates an entire area. However, she noted, it does not affect magical creatures, as their physical structure is fundamentally different from that of living beings. Expressed his amazement that such a useful tool existed. Neen elaborated further, stating that the spell's range is typically only a few dozen meters, and that crucially, in a heat of battle, it can only be cast on allies. Decision was immediate. You would give a try right then and there, glanced around their current location, and Neen agreed, seeing no issue with using healing magic in that set. The cry of Area Heal, he unleashed the spell. A brilliant wave of light erupted, expanding outwards from a central tower to blanket the entire fortress city. The effect was instantaneous across the city. Citizens stopped in their tracks, bewildered. A man was shocked to find his chronic shoulder pain had vanished. While a guard felt his body suddenly become light and unburdened, Nain watched in awe, reporting that the spell's influence had spread throughout the entire Zastan fortress, even reaching those outside the main gates. She praised the apostle, marveling at the incredible breadth of his power. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far more tense. Galliot burst into an office, shouting for the guildmaster. He was panicked, announcing that an urgent message had just come in from Director Hazel, clutched his head, evidently still receiving the telepathic communication. The guildmaster, Sarurish, looked on with concern as Galiot struggled to process the information, admitting that the situation was certainly unusual. He struggles to articulate the message he received, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The information is simply too bizarre to process. Facing Guildmaster Sarurish, he finally manages to report the situation. He explains that a baffling phenomenon is occurring, where the castle's residents are recovering from their ailments one after another. The guildmaster, Neen, and the others listen, their faces a mask of shared confusion. Meanwhile, the apostle stands apart, gazing out a window. He alone understands the cost. He realizes the range of his area heal extended far beyond the battlefield, covering the entire surrounding area with ease. The thought settles in his mind. This power could be incredibly useful.